You see me?
I saw you before.
Oh, okay. Sorry.
Siri here. Let me know if I can help.
You're not on mute.
Okay, thank you.
Are y'all ready? I think, do we have a quorum? 1, 2, 3. Yeah, we got a quorum. Yeah. He didn't, it was open. It was Senate.
Good morning. This is a meeting of the El Paso City Council for Tuesday, March 17th, 2020. Present are Mayor Margot, Representative Anello, Representative Morgan, Representative Salcido, Representative Rodriguez, Representative Rivera, Representative Lizarraga, and Representative Hernandez. Mayor Pro Tem Schwarzbein will appear via video conference. We begin the meeting. It is now 9:11 a.m., and we begin the meeting with an announcement from our Spanish interpreter, Ms. Kayla Reyes.
Good morning, Mayor, city representatives, all officials, and all attendees. As already mentioned, my name is Kayla Reyes, and I'm a certified interpreter for the state of Texas, and I'll be offering interpretation into Spanish to whoever might need them this morning. Buenos días, alcalde, representantes de distrito, todos los oficiales presentes aquí, todas las personas que atienden la Junta esta mañana, muy buen día. Mi nombre es Kayla Reyes y soy intérprete certificada por el estado de Texas. Estaré ofreciendo los servicios de interpretación al español para quien lo necesite esta mañana. Muy buen día. Good day.
Thank you. And now will everyone please silence their electronic devices so as not to disturb the meeting, and rise for the invocation delivered by Dr. Mark Rochamel.
Please join me in prayer. God, you have revealed yourself to us in many ways. And in this day, in this time, the situation of our country, of our city, of this world, we reach out and we grab hold of that designation that you've allowed us, and that is to call you Father. And so we look to you in these days. Father, we pray that you would remind us of who you are and how you love us as a father. And so, Father, many of us in this time are sick. Remind us that you are the great physician. Many are scared. Remind us that you also call your Son the Prince of Peace. Many are uncertain. You are the God of all wisdom, and we ask that you remind us of that. Many in our world are fractured. We don't really know how to go forward. Remind us that in you all things hold together. For these are elected officials, the leaders, we ask that you would give great wisdom and discernment. For our healthcare workers, those who today are on the front lines, we ask that you would protect them and give them stamina and peace of mind and great wisdom. On this day, we ask you to remind us that you are our Father. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen.
Mayor Margot, will you please lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance?
Yes. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you.
That brings us to the mayor's recognitions.
Just a couple of things that I think are pretty positive. The El Paso International Airport has earned the 2019 Airport Service Quality Award for Best Airport by Size and Region. The program measures 34 key performance indicators, including access, check-in, security, wayfinding, food and beverage, airport facilities, and overall satisfaction. This is the airport's fourth award in the ASQ survey program since 2016. The El Paso Borderplex CVEB received a certificate of appreciation for their dedication in strengthening the support of the nation's veterans and their families, caregivers, and survivors. The city was recognized for exceptional services provided to the military men and women of the El Paso community. The city's Veteran and Military Affairs Division provides resources such as the Bridge Fellowship Program, Veteran Affairs Advisory Committee, and information regarding available benefits and programs. Congratulations. I assume that our Assistant Mayor Pro Tem will be handling the rest of the going forth. Okay, let's go.
Do you have a?
What you-
I have received multiple requests from groups asking for the city to recognize that while we're in quarantine and we're at home, to do your census. And so I've received mine. This is what it looks like. And so if we can do as much encouragement, Mayor, and to staff, if we can all take the time to do the census, it's at these times of need and in these times of crises that the census is very critical to the dollars that we receive from the federal government. So if we can just reinforce that within our circles, thank you.
I would echo that as well. It's critical.
Great point, Rep.
Thank you,
Okay.
Representative Hernandez.
All right.
Okay, we now move to the consent agenda. All matters listed under the consent agenda will be considered by City Council to be routine and will be enacted by one motion unless separate discussion is requested by council members. Prior to the vote, members of the audience may ask questions regarding items on the consent agenda. When the vote has been taken, if an item has not been called out for separate discussion, the item has been approved. Council may, however, reconsider any item at any time during the meeting.
Mayor Pro Tem, can we pull 7.1 just so we can have the presentation for the public's information?
7.1.
That is page 4, item 7.1.
Okay. I move to approve the consent agenda with the following revisions. Page 1, Pledge of Allegiance, delete per Mayor Margot. Page 2, Proclamations, delete per Mayor Margot. Page 3, Item 4.1, delete per Police Department. Page 3, Item 5.1, delete per Planning and Inspections. Page 3, Item 5.2, delete per Environmental Services. Page 6, Item 13.1, move to the regular agenda per Representative Lizarraga. Page 16, Item 27.1, postpone 2 weeks per tax office. And what page did you say? Page 4?
It was page 4, item 7.1, move to the regular agenda.
Page 4, 7.1, move to the regular agenda per Representative Anello.
Is there a second?
Well, we need a motion first, no?
I thought you
You
did the
make it.
motion.
Oh,
You
okay.
did the motion.
Okay.
Okay. So we have a motion and a second. Is there any further discussion? All right, let's vote.
There is a motion and a second to approve the consent agenda as revised, and I'll do roll call so that Mayor Pro Tem Schwarzbein can participate via video conference. On that motion, Mayor Pro Tem Schwartzbein? Can you hear me, sir? Okay. Representative Anello?
Aye.
Hernandez?
Yes.
Morgan?
Yes.
Salcido?
Aye.
Rodriguez?
Yes.
Aye.
Rivera?
Aye.
Lizarraga?
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Schwartzbein?
Aye.
Thank you. In the voting session, the motion passes unanimously. We now move to the item that was moved to the regular agenda. It was on page 4, 7.1, and this is a resolution that the city manager be authorized to sign a memorandum of agreement between the Texas Commission on Environmental Quality and the City of El Paso to implement rules for controlling air pollution from motor vehicles. Is there a motion to approve?
Motion.
Motion second, go ahead. You ready?
Yes.
Go.
Item 7.1 is a memorandum of agreement that the city manager can sign between the Texas Commission on Environmental Quality, and it allows the city to enforce certain vehicle idling regulations within the city and in those jurisdictions where we have interlocal agreements in place. This presentation also includes some items from some additional items on the regular agenda. So this slide here has the summary for the memorandum of agreement. And as I said before, it'll allow for our air quality enforcement program in environmental services to enforce vehicle idling standards for vehicles under 14,000 pounds gross vehicle weight. There are approximately 12 exemptions under the state code. And so staff is recommending that we approve this.
Any questions? Dr. Morgan, did you wish to speak? Okay. Representative Anello?
Again, I think that this is a really good thing that we're doing. Do you want to talk about what some of the exemptions are? I see some of them that are in the presentation. I've gotten a lot of calls about it, and so I think it'd be great if we just, for public information, are kind of talking about the changes that we're making, because I think they're good changes.
Absolutely. There are 13 exemptions. As I said, the most pertinent one is any vehicle under 14,000 gross vehicle weight, 14,000 pounds of gross vehicle weight is exempt. So that's basically a class 1, 2, or 3 vehicle. So this is targeted towards much larger commercial vehicles. It exempts armored vehicles, military vehicles, vehicles involved in law enforcement in the performance of their duties. It exempts certain 18-wheeler type vehicles that have low emission engines installed for low sulfur content. It allows for an exemption of up to 30 minutes for over-the-road truck drivers to get their mandated rest per federal DOT standards. That covers most of them. There's another one related to supporting airport ground support equipment. Also those where you're heating up defrosting your windshield, that's allowed too. So really this is targeted at removing large vehicle idling. Oh, I'm sorry, one other exception that I failed to mention was traffic congestion. So I know we have a lot of issues at our international bridges, for example, sometimes on the highways, and if you're stuck in traffic, obviously this idling ordinance would not apply. It's really targeted to minimize large vehicle emissions, specifically in neighborhoods. We sometimes get complaints of delivery trucks that are dropping off commercial loads at shopping centers, grocery stores, and so forth, and the drivers stay there overnight with their vehicles idling all night. So this would allow us enforcement against cases like that, for example. Correct. So if there are any, there's already city ordinances that prohibit oversized vehicles in residential property, so we have that as well. But when they're making deliveries, if they just leave the engine idling, over 5 minutes is what this ordinance allows. If there's not another exemption applied, then that would be something we could enforce.
Representative Hernandez?
We talked a little bit about wood burning. I know that's very, visible in the valley. And so can you talk a little bit about what this means for them? And if you're found to be burning wood within the city limits, what does that mean?
So generally, any kind of outdoor burning in the city, within city limits, is prohibited. The one exception our city ordinance allows us, as allowed by the state statute, is related to the Rio Bosque Park along the river in the Mission Valley, and that's done for weed and vegetation clearing only. Otherwise, unless it's something like a campfire or a barbecue grill, chimeneas, things like that, have certain exemptions in the state law. But burning your yard and your grass once a year to kind of clear out the old vegetation, that's been illegal for quite a while now.
I think someone needs to put on mute.
It's Peter's deal. Yeah. Have you covered it, Representative Hernandez? That's your question? Carl, just one question on the idling of trucks, semis. How long, what's the limitation on how long they can idle?
Unless one of the other exemptions applies, it would be 5 minutes.
Okay, so what about the questions we had, especially when the bridges were shut down for the most part, or limited because of the migration issues last year? And I heard about the neighborhoods over by Boda, where the trucks would be in line waiting and still idling there. Is that going to apply to those?
I would interpret that as being traffic congestion. If they're queued up trying to get somewhere and they're idling for that purpose, then that would meet one of the exemptions.
That's a shame, because they were in the neighborhood streets on some of that till we get that fixed. Okay. Representative Rivera?
Real quick, Mr. Rodriguez, did you mention the fireplace burning? Did you mention that?
Correct. That's items 28.1 and 28.2 will get to the
Later on.
Chapter 9.38, which addresses the wood burning. Yes.
Okay, thank you.
All right. Are we ready to vote? Yeah, let's vote.
Okay, so there is a motion and a second to approve 7.1. Mayor Pro Tem Schwartzline?
Aye.
Anello?
Aye.
Hernandez?
Yes.
Morgan?
Yes.
Salcido?
Aye.
Rodriguez?
Yes.
Rivera?
Yes.
And Lizarraga. And that motion passes unanimously. The next item that was moved to the regular agenda is on page 6. This is item 13.1. It's the board appointment of Stephen Tours to the Open Space Advisory Board. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Okay, there's a motion and a second to approve. What about the question? Representative Lizarraga?
Representative Schwartzbein was your appointee, does he resides in El Paso? Because in the backup, it had no address. There was none available under his address. But you've assured me that he does reside in the city of El Paso?
Yeah, he lives on Esplanada.
And was that paperwork corrected?
I believe so.
We redact the personal information when we upload the backup to the web to protect their privacy.
Since when?
I've seen it before. Okay, all right.
All right,
That's
we
what the issue is.
ready to vote? Let's vote on 13.1.
There is a motion and a second to approve Mayor Pro Tem Schwartzbein?
Aye.
Anello? Hernandez?
Yes.
Morgan?
Yes.
Salcido?
Aye.
Rodriguez?
Yes.
Rivera?
Yes.
And Lizarraga.
Aye.
That motion passes unanimously. The next item is on page 7. This is item 19.1, and it's an operational focus update on the budget and the chime-in kickoff.
Good morning, Mayor and Council. I'm Nicole Cody, Director of Management and Budget. We're very excited today, as they bring up the presentation, to be able to launch our Chime In initiative today as part of our integrated budget process. As you know, customer input is key. It's key to ensure the engagement of our customers, the engagement of our community in our budget process. And so as you see, as we've pulled out this little slice of the pie, it's an important part of the overall wheel and function of our budget process. So how do we engage our customers? Chime In is one way we are able to get the input of our community. So it will be available via our website, as well as we are going to increase our outreach through social media and any other electronic and virtual ways we're able to get the customers access to this survey. And so you all have always played a huge role in ensuring that the public has an opportunity to speak out and that they truly have a voice. And so we will ask you again to include this link as part of your newsletters, as part of the information that you put out to your constituents as well. As we've seen over time, Chime In have proven results. So we have had in 2020, it was 2,200 community results with 300 youth responses for a total of 2,500 responses in 2020. That included the media, the social media that we put out, the 311 app, which we added last year, and as well as the digital signage and location surveys. We also added focus groups last year that were held in the various locations, the 5 planning areas of our survey. As a result, you saw the top 3 priorities from our community, and you know that we listened. You saw where the investments that you all made and the recommendations that we provided through the city manager regarding streets, economic development, and public safety. So what's new for 2021? So you'll see we've actually shortened the survey. That was part of the feedback that we got. People want to be able to provide their feedback in a quick and concise manner. We all have a very short, I think, attention span when it comes to surveys, so we want to make sure that we're able to capture more people this year. So we did shorten the length of the survey. We also included zip codes. So this was as a direct result of feedback from council. So I know you all look at the responses. A lot of the districts have requested the specific responses from all Chime-In responses. And planning area didn't provide enough detailed information. So we're adding an area where they can indicate what zip code they are in to help assist with that. Also, what's new, and we're very excited about, is the social media polls on Facebook and Twitter. So we were working with the PIO office, who has been exceptional, Laura and her team, in establishing what these polls look like and how we can reach out through social media for a quick poll. And so by quick poll is where, and you'll see later, they can only provide, 2 answers are available. So it's a quick response for us to get additional feedback regarding priorities that the community has already identified, as well as honing in on those priorities that we might not have seen yet. So we're very excited about our social media polls, and again, I'd like to thank Laura and her team. We will continue to expand now the on-site locations. We're going to look at virtual opportunities. So we will be able to have, and what we've seen is through Microsoft Teams, as you're seeing how we're using it today. We'll also see if they would like to sign up. If they're providing us with their email address in order to send out for focus groups, we will be able to do virtual focus groups. So we are planning on continuing the focus group. It was a great opportunity last year to truly hone in and get that feedback on what it is about public safety they want to see an investment in. What is it about streets that that they truly have concerns about? And what type of investments we'd be able to make in parks in order to improve the services. So here is the unveiling of the brand new logo for Chime In. I think it looks good, doesn't it? I think it looks good. Thank you. So here, I think last year some of you asked questions as we went through, and so you wanted to be able to see what are those questions that we're asking our community. And so you'll see also the new banner that's going to be on the city website. And here are the questions that we're asking regarding just to get in general demographics about who's responding as part of Chime In. Here are the questions. And so what we found in a brief focus group that we did is that people are still learning about the services that are provided with the city. They might not fully understand what the planning and inspections department does. They might not fully understand what capital improvement department does. And so as we're starting to educate the community, and as we continue to reach out to new people and more of our community members and future customers, it's important we're able to provide the information in the terms that they're able to clearly understand and respond. So you'll see it's super short. And then here is the information where they can provide to us an email and phone number if they would like to participate in the focus groups. Here are the social media poll questions. And again, these are going to be very short answer poll questions that'll be available on our Facebook page and Twitter page. So we'd really appreciate if you could link to these as well and also push them out on your social media platforms. We really appreciate it. Here's additional questions. And of course, it's all in support of our mission, vision, and values for the city to provide exceptional services. So thank you.
Thank you, Nicole. Representative Zarga?
Quick question. Thank
Yes,
you,
ma'am.
Laura, for your presentation. Nicole, sorry.
That's okay.
I might have missed it. Did you say how many people participated in the focus groups?
I did not. So we actually had approximately, I'd say it was about 20 people per focus group. So it was about 80 to 90 people that we had last year.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Mayor, we do have public comment on this item.
On this item?
Yes.
Oh,
We have
okay.
Ms. Lisa Turner that signed up to speak. Good morning, Ms. Turner. You'll have 3 minutes, ma'am.
Good morning. Good morning, Mayor Council. My understanding is, according to the agenda, you have a budget update and this chime in. Is it just the chime in? Okay. Thank you.
Yes.
The next item is the first reading of ordinances. These are items 20.1 to 21.1.
We have a motion and a second on the first reading of ordinances.
We do have public comment, Mayor, on 20.1.
Okay.
We have Ms. Judy Ackerman. She will be followed by Lisa Turner, followed by Max Grossman, and Teresa Caballero. Good morning, Ms. Ackerman. You'll have 3 minutes, ma'am.
Thank you very much. Morning, Mayor, Council, staff, public, thank you all for this opportunity to speak against the idea that you need more people to sign on in advance of getting an item on the agenda. I think you should have a minimum number of people. Just one would be sufficient to put an item on the agenda. To me, it seems sort of silly to have at least 3 people get together, possibly 4, if the item affects somebody's district, that you would get together. It seems like it violates that meetings law, where you would have people coordinate in advance. The whole point is to do these things in public, to put the item on the agenda, to have a discussion. So I urge you to vote no on 20.1. Thanks.
The next speaker is Ms. Lisa Turner. Good morning, Ms. Turner. You'll have 3 minutes, ma'am.
I was quite surprised when I read this in the backup this morning. This ordinance will interfere with the operation of a city council member. This council does not have the ability or right to tell a city council member how they will represent their district and what issues they can bring before council. This is an attempt to control people on council. We don't do that here. I've got more council meetings under my belt than all 9 of you together. I've got 20 years of it. And at no time have I seen that until now. If a council member wants to put something on the agenda, that's their right, that's their responsibility. They're representing their constituents. You have no right to interfere. None. And if you try to interfere, you may end up in a court case, which you will lose, because you're interfering with that council member's responsibilities. Sure, you can vote it down, and maybe that's it. You just don't want to have to go through that process. Well, that's government. If it comes up, you don't like it, it has to come before you for a vote. That's your job. I mean, if you can't even take the time and effort to vote on something, why are you sitting there in the first place? So I've asked you to vote no on this. It's abhorrent, and it interferes with each and every single council member's right to represent their constituents. That's the important thing. You all are up here to represent your constituents. So if anybody brings something up, the rest of you, if you don't like it, well, you can vote it down officially. But you don't get to tell people what they can and cannot bring before council. We don't do that in this country. Thank you.
The next speaker is Mr. Max Grossman. Good morning, sir. You'll have 3 minutes.
Good morning. Thank you very much. Pleasure to be here. So, this ordinance, it's my understanding, regards a revision to Chapter 2.06 of the Code of Ordinances, and I'm looking in particular at 2.06110. So currently, one rep can bring an item to the agenda, and the proposal is to increase that number to 3. And this, as far as I'm concerned, represents a very serious issue for everybody in El Paso, as well as for the reps who are seated here in front of me. It looks like a power grab to me, and to a lot of people in the city. I've talked to a lot of people about this. We're all quite alarmed about it. We don't understand the reason for it. When we go online and we look at the agenda, it is not clear whose idea it is. And my friend Teresa Caballero, attorney, just asked City Attorney Carla Neiman, who does not know who is responsible for this particular item. So we don't even know who is behind this. It is very important that each rep have the opportunity to represent his or her constituents on city council, their interests, and to have to go to 2 other reps to get something on the agenda for discussion and action. That really is, that diminishes, I think, everybody's liberty in El Paso. And of course, reading through this, I see that the mayor is not subject to the same restriction. The mayor can still bring onto the agenda any item without having to go to 2 other people on city council. Also packed into this change is an item that says, if anything that's brought to the agenda affects somebody in a particular district, you have to have the person from that district on board to even bring it on the agenda. So imagine districts 1 through 7 want to bring an item onto the agenda that regards the construction of, say, a gigantic stadium in District 8. Well, according to this revision, the 7 of you cannot get it on the agenda unless Rep. Lizarraga agrees. And that's crazy. That's nuts. And what if the agenda item is a $500 million item that affects every taxpayer in El Paso? Where's the logic in that? Any single rep should have the opportunity to bring an item on to the agenda. El Paso was established in 1873. I believe it has always been like this ever since our city was established. I don't understand why the rules need to be changed, and I understand that this is not going to go up for a vote until later, but I hope that you all think about this profoundly. It represents a major change, and I would urge you to vote against it. Thank you.
The next speaker is Ms. Teresa Caballero. Good morning, ma'am. You'll have 3 minutes.
Good morning. May it please City Council, ladies and gentlemen, in the audience and at home, I think Dr. Max Grossman explained this item very well. Basically, right now, any district representative can place an item on the agenda. It has always been this way. But this would require that 3 agree. So if my district representative wanted to put something on the agenda, she couldn't do it unless she had 2 other friends on city council. And sometimes we have minority voices on city council. I think right now we have 2 minority voices on city council. This is a play to take their voice away from them. So there are only 2 of them, and it's funny how the magical number has now become 3. It requires 3 people to agree. But no matter what, the mayor can do what he wants. He can put anything on the agenda that he wants. Of course, I think this is from the mayor. I think the mayor is responsible for this item. But it doesn't say whose idea it was. So I came in this morning and I asked the city attorney, who is responsible for this item? She said, I don't know. It's a very important item. Somebody's responsible for this. Who is it? Is it you, Mayor? Are you responsible for this item? Because you seem to be the winner here. So I'm going to ask you to look at what you're doing to our democracy. This is stripping city representatives of their voice, especially if they're in the minority. And I agree with Ms. Turner. If this is voted on and it passes, hopefully the minority voices will sue the city, take you to court. Thank you.
I understand Mayor Pro Tem would like to speak.
Yes, sir.
Is there a way to take item 20.1 separate from the rest?
Yes, sir.
It's just the first reading, Peter. We're not voting.
I know, but
I'll
I know,
second
but
that.
Quite honestly, it should be deleted at this point. I'd like to make a motion to delete item 20.1.
Second.
If staff would like to come back, I think there's some valid concerns about the time, about the amount of time to place an item on the agenda, but anything restricting having 3 people or more putting on a work conference is not what this body discussed and agreed upon back on May 13th, and it's not in line of what we need as a community.
Mayor Pro Tem, point of clarification on your motion. Would you accept to postpone indefinitely regarding this item, specifically as it relates to adding 3 members to an agenda item?
Yeah, I mean, that's the problem that I think is there, because we already discussed about having 2 people, and on the backup already says that we already voted to have 2 people there. We already made ourselves clear as a body, so I'm not
So
sure
your
why this is being
motion-
brought up again.
Your motion is to postpone indefinitely, and I will second that.
Well, we need the number of weeks you would like to postpone the introduction.
Do you want
It's
to
indefinite.
postpone?
I think we just postpone
Well-
it indefinitely. So we can delete it, Representative Schwartzbein, if that's what you would like to do.
I think I'd delete it, but I do think that it's clear the staff wants to come back with questions about how much time should be used to place an item. You know, that it has the proper backup. That language I think is important to bring back up, but anything about the amount of representatives on to place an item on, that part needs to be deleted. So I guess I'd want direction from the city attorney or staff about what would be the best thing to go and bring up that parts of this back up.
Yeah,
What would help them the most?
Representative Schwartzbein, I recommend, if it's the council's desire, I would recommend that you delete and we bring to a city council work session. And so we can do a work session with you on a Monday and get it scheduled and have that discussion with you.
I couldn't hear you. It went into feedback loop. Can you repeat?
Yes, Representative Schwartzbein. My recommendation to the council then, if it's your desire, would be to delete it, would be to direct us to bring it back to a city council work session so we can have more of a discussion in a work session.
Yeah, the thing is the whole issue about having 3 people is dead. There's no interest in that. It's not about wanting to workshop it. So I thought it was pretty clear on May 13th where this council and this body as a whole was comfortable with.
So he just wants to strike.
So would it be best to just delete it and then you guys bring it back where you only have the language about backups and the amount of time to place an item on the agenda?
We understand.
So then, would it be best to just make a motion to delete?
Well, we have some more that want to comment before we continue. Are you through, Representative Schwartzbein?
I'm waiting for
your response from staff.
You have a motion and a second. Let's let the others talk. Representative Hernandez, did you want to say something?
Yes, so I think it's best, with the recommendation of Mayor Pro Tem Schwartzbein, to delete it. And the reason being is because it is our house rules. And we do want to have the flexibility to change regarding placing matters on the agenda. What I would like to see when it comes back is, yes, the city charter makes clear that any council member has the authority to place items on the agenda. If you're going to have any restrictions, then it has to be across the board. You can't give any preferential treatment because of the type of office. The second thing is the deadline, 5 p.m. on Thursday. 5 p.m. on Wednesday. I agree with that, and so I would certainly like to see that come back. That's the way it's been for a long time, and it changed for a minute, and it came back after we changed the 4:10 schedule. The two additional city council representatives is the item of concern here. That idea I would like to squash. I would like it to be forever postponed indefinitely, not to be considered. I do believe there are clear violations with the city charter if that's enacted. Some members of council, past and previous administrations, have always exercised that. If you don't want to exercise your authority to place items on the agenda, don't place items on the agenda, but don't restrict others who do exercise that right. And I know it is the first reading of the ordinance, but the way the code reads is if you're going to make substantial changes to an ordinance, you have to do that in the first reading, or else it has to be reposted per state guidelines. And so if you're going to vote on the ordinance today and make substantial changes, you have to repost it. So it makes sense to delete it and bring it back. I was very concerned that the two additional council members were put back in when this council had voted to limit that, and I believe it was Representative Lizarraga. I may be misspeaking. And we said, let's compromise and let's settle to two. But that was our compromise. It was brought back in a different approach, which is highly inappropriate. So I'm to the point where let's just give council members their full authority per the city charter and limit it to one person.
Representative Vanello, did you want to add something?
Yeah, I just want to echo the sentiments of my colleagues. This was voted on before. We did this in a work session. I remember it was very contentious. We spent hours talking about this, and it is a little concerning that it's now back. I think it's kind of, and for lack of a better word, I'm sorry to use this word, but I think it's a little undermining of the votes that we've taken. This council spoke on how they felt about it. I also, when I spoke to the city attorney about this item, I also expressed concern with section 5D, the request for action. So if you don't have enough council members to put something on, you then have to talk about it at a work session, have it voted on to be put on the agenda. I mean, I just think that's not a compromise. We already compromised with the two members. I don't think that's necessary. I agree with, the timely manner of agenda items, and I think we should delete this. And if you would like to make that change and only that change, you can bring the item back.
Dr. Morgan?
Okay, thank you. Yeah, I'm going to have to concur partly with with my colleagues here. One of the things that I would like to see from staff is, data that shows what other cities are doing as far as their city councils go. Okay, because just because that's the way we've always done it doesn't necessarily mean it's right. But I do understand why we would want to be able to go ahead and post something as an individual onto this onto the agenda. Obviously, last time around, I voted against this item. Okay, But if you want me to support something, you have to give me a little more information. I'd like to know what the standard is or best practices are in cities around Texas, okay? Is it individual? Is it a majority? What is it? Okay, and when it comes to this ordinance, I'm a firm believer in exactly what our three guest speakers actually said there, that we as council members should have the courage to vote it down. Instead of postponing this thing indefinitely or bringing it back, why don't we let it go forward, and 2 weeks from now, or when we have the next opportunity, everyone shows their courage and just votes the damn thing down, and you never have to worry about it again. So I'm ready to move it forward, and I'm ready to take a vote on it and live with the consequences of that. Thanks.
Representative Lizarga.
Yes. I want to thank the speakers for being here this morning. Thank you for your input. I have a problem with Section C under City Council presentations. 5C, sorry. Where it says if any item is regarding a specific representative's district, at least one of the City Council representative from the affected district shall be one of the signing representatives. I think that when we were elected, we are elected, of course, to be our voice, the voice for our specific district, but also we represent all the citizens of our beautiful city. So I have a problem with that section.
Representative Nella, do you have something else to say?
Yeah, I wanted to respond to Representative Morgan, if allowed. I do have all of that data, if y'all remember from when we had talked about this before, what other cities do. I looked at Dallas, Austin, Houston. One of the biggest issues that we had is a lot of them still have legislative commissions. Is that the correct word? And so, yeah, I still have all of that data. I'll resend it to you, but I think we've exhausted this issue. I really believe that we have. And yeah, either we delete it today or we vote it down. Either way, I think that it's time to move on from this conversation.
Anyone else? We have a motion and a second.
I want to, can we, Laura?
Yes.
Can we hear that motion again, please?
So there's a motion and a second to delete item 20.1.
Again, I maybe do agree with Representative Morgan. I think this just vote it down.
That was my intent.
Yeah,
to do
so
that.
I don't know, Representative Schwartzbein, if you want to keep your motion on the floor or if you just want to vote on it.
We can't hear you.
Sorry, Peter. Can't hear you.
Can't hear you.
Be courageous.
Mayor Pro Tem, do you want to keep your motion to delete?
Yes.
And it was seconded by Representative Vanello.
I mean, that's fine. I'll keep that. I'll leave.
Peter, can you hear us when we're speaking?
Can you hear us?
Yeah.
So the other option was just to remove that motion, to vote on the item, and to either just vote it down and kill the item with a no instead of a deletion. And a deletion, I believe, requires time to bring back.
Well, we can't vote on the item today because
Yes, we
it's an
can.
introduction to an ordinance, correct?
No, we can vote on it. Yeah, you can vote yes or no. If you vote yes, it comes back in 2 weeks. If you vote no, the item does not move forward.
I guess I'd want to defer to the city attorney or to staff about what makes the most sense here.
Carla Neiman for the record. The ordinance includes other provisions that have nothing to do regarding placing of items on the agenda by the members of council. There was additional rewrite or cleanup that the staff was trying to do in terms of deadlines and provisions. We can do whatever council likes to do. We can delete the whole thing or take out the stuff that you don't like and just bring up the stuff that we needed to clean up in terms of deadlines and placing items on the agenda that have nothing to do with council authorities.
Right.
I mean, I think what makes sense is to bring this item up separately again without any of the, without us having to go and delete item after item. That seems kind of sloppy, so
Sorry. What I was saying is that I think it would make most sense is to bring this item up again without that, just a cleaner version about placing items up. And that also should reflect staff as well as city council putting items up in a timely manner. If there isn't a backup attached, whether it's a staff item or a city council item, it shouldn't be on the following agenda, for example.
I agree.
Okay, we agree. Let's go ahead and delete.
Okay.
Let's go ahead and, that's the motion at hand today is delete and bring back. If that fails, then if there's a competing motion, you can make that competing motion now.
Peter, is that your understanding?
Yeah, it's a motion to delete.
You don't believe that
It
we
was
should vote on these things separately and just vote yes or no on it? It'll be
We put the
done,
motion
over
to
with. We
delete.
keep bringing this back. Okay, this has been an ongoing issue for a while, and it seems like everyone has the will to go ahead and vote on this today. So why don't we just vote on this item separately, just a straight yes or no?
What would that do for the other items that need to come back in terms
So
of
it would die.
time?
So there are other items that have nothing to do with
I understand.
members
They're
of council.
commingled.
So it is an entire ordinance regarding how items are placed on the agenda. It's not just about items that the council brings forward. There's other issues within our ordinance that we're trying to fix. So what I believe is the best approach is delete the item today. We will remove everything that nobody likes, and we will just bring back forward the operational issues that we were also trying to address in the ordinance.
It only appears that there's only one item that's in here that we have an issue with, or people have an issue with too. All right, will of the council.
Let's go with the recommendation.
Mayor
go with the
Pro Tem's-
recommendation of our
Mayor
city
Pro Tem's
attorney.
recommendation.
Peter is asked to speak.
Can y'all hear me? Mayor and council, I'd like to make a couple of comments just to kind of bring this back to the original point of discussion that the council was having on this item. I think a lot of times items were being placed on the agenda and there was no backup to it in terms of staff being able to give council a good presentation on whatever topic council was bringing up. So I think this was the attempt to get things in an orderly fashion and based on what the council had talked about. It's obviously missed the mark, but the genesis of the idea came from making presentations with the appropriate backup and background so that council can then make decisions. So I think some of the discussion in the past had centered on any member of the council or one or two or three, however the council would decide, that they would go to a work session first in order to fully get all the background necessary on any particular topic. So I just wanted to just remind the council that was some of the discussion that was had in the past.
Let's call a question.
So what was the motion again?
I'm going to remove my second because I believe that we should just delete this item right now. I'm sorry, I'm not supporting deleting it. I'm supporting just voting on it right now. I'm supporting voting it down right now. So I'm going to remove my second.
I second.
Representative
Okay,
Hernandez. What are you
Point
seconding?
of clarification. So what about the items that need to come back in terms of backups?
I mean, I actually have issues with those as well. I, again, think that different council members get different treatment. You know, I've asked about, I'm sorry, is there a problem with that comment? I think that I've asked before for help with items, have not received it, and then to later be told that I don't have enough backup, even though I've asked for support on that and not received it. I again think that is a power play. I mean, when we talk about what adequate backup is, we have a system, there is a sheet, I do a lot of work on it, and I've still been told it's not enough. So, I mean, I don't support this, and I'm going to vote no on it.
Okay, so Representative Anello removed her second to delete the item. So right now,
I've seconded
you second.
Mayor Pro Tem
Thank
Schwartzwein's
you.
motion because there's there's like specific things that I want to recommend if it's going to move forward. And so, but if that dies, then someone can make a competing motion.
Okay, so there is a motion and a second to delete.
Okay, let's vote.
Okay, on that motion to delete, Mayor Pro Tem Schwartzwein.
Aye.
Anello.
No.
Hernandez.
Yes.
Morgan.
No.
Salcido.
No.
Rodriguez.
No.
Rivera.
Aye.
And Lizarraga.
Aye.
We have a tie, Mayor.
No.
The motion fails.
So,
Is there a motion to approve the introduction?
Motion to approve?
Second.
There is a motion and a second to approve the first reading of 20.1.
Representative Hernandez wants to comment.
Okay, so we're going to move to approve this so that I can go on to be heard as is. So I'm going to vote no because there are fundamental problems with it as it is, and if we don't make the changes today, then it will be enacted as is if it's voted on in 2 weeks. So I'm going to vote no so that this just dissolves. But if there is an opportunity for staff to come back and bring a cleaner version, then I would encourage that. I don't think voting no on this limits you to bring it back. I think it just says that you need to bring back one that has consensus from everybody. The other thing I would ask is that you meet with us individually before you bring it back.
Well, we do have the right, I'm sorry.
Dr. Morgan?
Sorry, Mayor. We do have the right at this moment to direct staff to make the modifications to bring back to us prior to the second reading. Am I right, Carla?
Traditionally, we do those by red line, but because we have such short notice, it wouldn't be a clear record as to what you're seeking to strike or not strike. So we do it by red line, sir, when we do red lines on the floor.
Okay.
And we have them prepared. We don't have that for you today in terms of what council is directing us to do.
Okay. Okay, caught you guys off guard. This actually needs to move forward as a red line. Is there any way that you all? I know you're not prepared to do it today, but the two issue or the one, I only have one issue with it, but some of the other council members believe there are two issues with it. Is there any way that we could actually do this, on hard copy?
So remember, under the Open Meetings Act, you have to give the public the ability to understand what you're passing or not passing. So you're asking to amend the posting of the language today, which then what is moving forward is not clear to the public. The cleanest way to do it is to let us come back based on the feedback that we've heard from council. Okay. That's our recommendation, just so that we have a clean ordinance for the public to understand what council is considering.
Okay, and when would this come back?
We could probably do it by the next council meeting, based on what the feedback
So are
we
you
received.
recommending a postponement?
No, I'm asking that you delete the item.
A deletion and that failed.
Okay, so then the answer is whether you let it move forward as approved or give us other direction.
When it comes forward, we're going to have an opportunity to vote on this and put this to bed. Am I correct? Yes, it's going to be an up or down vote.
Yes, sir.
Okay, I think we need to go.
Well, we can
can
alleviate this real quick. I could bring this back up and I'll change my vote.
Do you want to reconsider the deletion?
Reconsider with the deletion.
Is there a motion to reconsider the
Motion.
deletion? So there's a motion and a second to reconsider. All in favor?
Aye.
I'll do a roll call to reconsider. Mayor Pro Tem Schwartzbein.
Yes.
Anello.
No.
Hernandez.
Yes.
Morgan.
No.
Salcido,
No.
Rodriguez,
No.
Rivera,
Yes.
and Lizarraga.
Aye.
We have a tie again to reconsider.
I approve the reconsidering.
Okay, the motion passes. Okay.
Okay,
Move to
let's, now we have a motion to delete.
And it's been second,
I
correct?
move to delete
And it's been
20.1.
Second.
Second.
Okay.
And in terms of a deadline, I think it would be based on staff discretion to come back and to meet with us.
Yeah, give us the opportunity. I don't want to have a deadline to come back the next council meeting. We need to get in front of each of you that'd like to be able to take the time to do that, and then we'll determine.
And that's what I was going to ask, what
timeframe.
would be sufficient for you? Because, I mean,
No, I don't think sitting here making that call as we're talking about this
Correct.
now, particularly with everything else that's going on right now as well with COVID-19. Let us take a look at it and work on getting this in front of you, and then we'll come up with an appropriate time frame.
thank you.
Can I speak, Mayor?
Yeah, Representative Salcido?
Thank you, Mayor. Just moving on forward, I would like if you can sit with each rep and see how we could modify this and see what's the good and the bad. I'm not for a lot of these things. Oops, bad feedback. There's a lot of things that I think need improvement, so maybe even a workshop. I mean, I think there just needs to be a lot of work done together so we can find a happy median.
Yes, we'll meet individually and get your feedback, and then we'll address the whether we bring it to a work session. If the council feels that's a better route to go, we'll do that.
Okay, there's a motion to delete and a second, is that correct?
That's correct. There is a
All right.
motion and a second to delete
Let's vote.
20.1. On that motion, Mayor Pro Tem Schwarzbach,
Aye.
Anello,
No.
Hernandez,
Yes.
Morgan,
No.
Salcido,
Yes.
Rodriguez,
Yes.
Rivera,
Yes.
and Lizarraga.
Aye.
And the motion does pass with 6 affirmative votes, Representatives Anello and Morgan voting nay. The motion to delete passes. May we have a motion to introduce item 21.1?
Move
Before
to
we go there,
introduce 21.1.
before we go there, I have a question of Representative Anello. On the data, and I can't remember what it was, but when we looked at Austin, Dallas, other cities, what was the typical amount? How many council members to bring up an agenda item in Austin?
Well, so Dallas has what, 15 members?
Yeah, it was like 6 or 8,
It was
wasn't it?
5 for them, so it was it was about a third, less than a third. But they also, since they have legislative review
but
committees
just-
that are not made up of council, they can go to that legislative review committee.
All right, I understand that, but
yeah.
what was Austin? Austin was, I thought, 4.
Yeah, and they're a council of 12.
Yeah,
Yeah, so it's a third.
A third of them.
Yeah, but
And what would be a third of 9?
But it's different when it's a lower number, because a third of 9 is closer to a quorum here than it is a city that has 12 members or 18. I think that was the
But
conversation
the
that we
point is,
had.
it was about a third as we were looking at it from a due diligence standpoint.
Or you could look at it was in Austin, it's 8 members less than a quorum. In Dallas, it's 13 members less than a quorum. A third here is 1 less member than a quorum.
just
So
wondered
that
if-
was the concern. So you can
Sorry.
spin it however you want, but really, it's the number of members closest to a quorum is what we decided to look at before. With this proposal, it's 1. In Austin, it was 8. In Dallas, it was 13.
I'm not sure I agree with the math, but my point is that it was multiple members. Okay, let's move on to 21.1.
Okay, may we,
Motion to introduce 21.1.
there's a motion and a second to approve the introduction of 21.1. On that motion, Mayor Pro Tem Schwarzbach,
Aye.
Anello,
Yes.
Hernandez,
Yes.
Morgan,
Yes.
Salcido,
Aye.
Rodriguez,
Yes.
Rivera,
Aye.
and Lizarraga.
Aye.
That motion passes unanimously. The next item is 22.1. This is discussion and action on the award of solicitation number 2020-487R Financial and Planning Services to Garber LLC and Recondo and Associates, Inc.
Is there a motion to approve?
Approve.
Second.
Any need for further discussion? Let's vote.
There's a motion and a second to approve 22.1. Mayor Pro Tem Schwarzbach,
Aye.
Anello,
Aye.
Hernandez.
Yes.
Morgan.
Yes.
Salcido.
Aye.
Rodriguez.
Yes.
Rivera.
Aye.
And Lizarraga.
Aye.
That motion passes unanimously. The next item is 23.1. This is discussion and action on the request that the Director of Purchasing and Strategic Sourcing Department be authorized to issue a purchase order to Morpho USA, DBA IDEMIA Identity and Security USA LLC.
Is there a motion?
Move to approve?
Second.
Any need for further discussion? Let's vote. You have a Representative Manello.
Yeah, sorry, I got a little confused from the conversation yesterday. This is something we were doing in-house and we're putting it to a company, or we're just changing companies?
Good morning. Patrick Maloney, Police Department. No, we've been doing it in-house. We've had this since, I think, 1989. We've had the system. We last upgraded it in 2007.
But it's the existing system that
It's
we're
the
upgrading.
existing system.
We're upgrading
Oh,
an
so we're still
existing.
doing it in-house? Okay, that's where
Yes,
I got
ma'am.
confused yesterday. I'm sorry,
Yes,
Chief.
ma'am.
Okay. All right, let's vote.
There is a motion and a second to approve 23.1. Mayor Pro Tem Schwartzbein.
Aye.
Anello.
Aye.
Hernandez.
Yes.
Morgan.
Yes.
Salcido.
Aye.
Rodriguez.
Yes.
Rivera.
Aye.
And Lizarraga.
Aye.
That motion passes unanimously. The next item is 24.1. This is discussion and action on the award of solicitation number 2020-586, Lode Avenue Reconstruction to Lesna Construction, Inc.
Move to approve.
Second.
There's a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Let's vote.
There is a motion and a second to approve 24.1. Mayor Pro Tem Schwartzbein.
Aye.
Anello. Hernandez.
Yes.
Morgan.
Yes.
Salcido.
Aye.
Rodriguez.
Yes.
Rivera.
Aye.
And Lizarraga.
Aye.
The motion passes unanimously. The next item is 25.1. This is a public hearing on an ordinance of the City Council of the City of El Paso, Texas, amending ordinance number 017793 concerning tax increment reinvestment zone number 6.
We have to make the motion first, sorry, motion to approve.
Second.
And then I would also like to make a revision on the composition of the board, moving to change the composition of the board of TERS 6 to the City Council.
Second.
Okay, Elizabeth Triggs with Economic and International Development. This is an ordinance amending tax increment reinvestment zone number 6, which is the Medical Center of America's tax increment reinvestment zone. Specific
Test. Test. Audio test. Test.
in an area that's already developed. One of the things that will really make this TERS work is looking at how we can funnel our limited resources into a catalyst project, and then looking at the capital improvements that support future investments in the area. So that's going to be one of the biggest things that we do moving forward, is meeting with that task force to work together to identify those projects and capital improvements. Another really critical step in this area is engaging with other taxing entities to solicit their participation. And in talking with other taxing entities, one of the things that they have communicated to us is that it's important to have a project and to have a plan in mind, not just to ask for a straight 50% participation. So I think that that is the next step once we've identified what those catalyst projects and what those capital improvements look like with the stakeholders, is then going out to the taxing entities to secure their help in making this happen. And then finally, we'll return to council with an amended project and finance plan reflecting those projects. So now I'm going to quickly turn it over to David Pettit. He'll go into more detail about the proposed ordinance and the plan, the draft plan that's attached.
Mayor, members of council, Elizabeth, thank you. You do such a good job that makes my job easy. So I'll try not to be redundant here. What we are really doing here is amending the boundary, as Elizabeth mentioned, the city participation, and then attached to this is a preliminary project and financing plan. But what Elizabeth talked about was we're going to be working with the community and coming up with a project and financing plan. So really today, what we're setting is the boundary, the city participation, and also changing the TIF board to just the city council. So this TIF was created in 2012. Consisting of 67 acres, and it was institutional owned and city owned, so it wasn't generating increment. It was expanded in 2014 to include 0.8692 additional acres, also of institutional and city owned land. That was expansion TERS 6A. The termination date is December 31st, 2042. At that time, the city's participation was 100% of the real property. So basically, since because all of this is institutionally or city owned or tax exempt, the appraisal value has been zero. If you can see this map here, you can see that this was a non-contiguous TIF that encompassed those properties that were institutional and city owned. We've worked very diligently with city staff and the stakeholders to kind of broaden the net and capture additional taxable property, not just those institutions. We have put together a conservative taxable value analysis, kind of projecting, and I think what we need to do when we come back with the project and financing plan is refine this and kind of look at that catalyst project. But we do have and we do see additional commercial opportunities with everything that's going on in the MCA, and also some additional residential and hotel opportunities as well. So with the city participating at 50% going forward, that would generate approximately 14.1. As Elizabeth mentioned before, that without a project there is no increment, and so that's our next goal, is to kind of find that catalyst project. So we can see that the overall tax benefits based upon those projections, the city, it generates 43 million, participating 14, and you also have the layering of the opportunity zones, which is a wonderful opportunity for investment here. But the city benefits to $29 million over that time period. So this total taxes for the city includes personal property sales and the hotel occupancy tax that was related to the hotel. So with that, the item is to consider amendment, the amended creation ordinance, and like we said, we will bring back a separate ordinance for the final project and financing plan once we've worked through it. Thank you.
Representative Hernandez.
Thank you for the presentation. This is very important for our infill development, and at a time when we're really talking about growth in the outskirts within the city limits, it's very important that we don't forget about our high impact employment and economic areas like the MCA. And so I just want to mention to the group that myself and I know others, Representative Lizarraga and Representative Anello, that's within our, it goes into 3 different districts. And so I have been participating very closely with the MCA group, and I know others have as well. They're the ones who have asked for this. They're the ones who put together a master planning process, and the MCA group has come here before you. All the stakeholders within the group have come here and have talked to you about what their plans are. So there is a clear vision. They have priority projects. Those are not limited to the aesthetics of the area, streets, infrastructure, our bridges. We do have bridges over Reynolds. We do have a lot of issues with drainage in that area as well. And so these are the type of things that we want to continue to have conversations with. And I'm very excited about the opportunity that other government entities seem to be willing to participate. But there are going to have to be some concessions on the part of the city. So when I had mentioned to them that we were going to be making this amendment, there was a lot of hesitation. The reason why we're making this amendment is not to limit participation from the MCA, is so that we can be the catalyst of this project, and then we can go back to them with skin in the game, as you always say, Elizabeth, and then demonstrate to them that we're committed, we have a plan. And if they want to participate at these percentage levels for priority projects on the campus, then we're able to get their buy-in as well. And so some of the projects we talked about is like the build grant, potential garages. I mean, there's a ton of things that we can do, pedestrian improvements and trails. It is a hotspot. It is a hospital district, in my opinion. And so we really need to cultivate that with our stakeholders and get their support and buy-in. And so the board for the board being City Council is not final. I think that we need to revisit that down the line when we get participation and more support from other government entities. So I just wanted to make sure I talked about that because I know it was a big concern from the stakeholders.
Mayor and Council, I would like to add that this is something we've been working on for quite a long time. I think some of the Representative Hernandez and also Elizabeth have already made some of these points, but some of the things that have been kind of far-reaching plans that we've had in place for quite some time have been the Sun City Lights, the corridor plan. Obviously, you're aware of the dental school that's in the area, the health department relocation, and the parking garage that Representative Hernandez just talked about. The goal has always been to make it a live, work, play zone. It's also important to note that there's a lot of work that was done in the regional housing program, and we also made it part of the federal opportunity zones that we submitted to the state that was later approved. And then this TIF is just a continuation of that. The fact that, about the skin in the game, we've always had all of these dollars that we've participated in with all these different studies and all the different work that has gone into this. But the other important piece, though, that I want to reiterate that Representative Hernandez already talked about, Elizabeth mentioned, it's important that these other government entities participate as well, because this benefits everyone in that zone. The MCA was brought up quite a bit. The UMC is there, so the county has a lot to benefit from. I would argue that this is equally a county project, not just a city project. This is one of several projects that we submitted to the county judge when he was elected. We submitted five or six projects across the community that we could partner on that was beneficial to both sides. And so it's important that we really look closely at the participation from other governmental entities, because it would grow the type of projects we can do in the area. And as Representative Hernandez mentioned, it's not just aesthetic improvements, it's a lot of public improvements that need to be done that would benefit everyone in that particular zone.
We have a motion with we have an amended motion to approve with the change of the board of directors. Is that right?
Can we vote on the amendment first?
Okay.
Okay.
May I read, do I need to read it into the record right now?
Yes.
The change to the ordinance? Okay. So based on the motion that was made, the change would adjust section 4 to read, Board of Directors. The board shall consist of 9 members comprised of city council members from places 1 through 8 and the mayor. The mayor shall serve as chair of the board, and the board may elect a vice chair and such other officers as the board sees fit. Additionally, each taxing unit that levies taxes within the zone and chooses to contribute all or a part of the tax increment produced by the unit into the tax increment fund may appoint 1 member of the board. The number of directors on the board shall be increased by 1 for each taxing unit that appoints a director to the board, provided that the maximum number of directors shall not exceed 15. The board shall make recommendations to the city council concerning the administration, management, and operation of the zone. The board shall prepare and adopt a project plan and reinvestment zone financing plan for the zone and submit such plans to the city council for approval. The board shall perform all duties imposed upon it by Chapter 311 of the Texas Tax Code and all other applicable laws. Notwithstanding anything to the contrary herein, the board shall not be authorized to issue bonds, impose taxes or fees, exercise the power of eminent domain, or give final approval to the zone's project and financing plan. And then sections 4 through 6 will be relabeled section 5 through 7.
Okay, let's vote on that amendment.
On the amendment as read into the record by Ms. Triggs, Mayor Pro Tem Schwartzwine.
Aye.
Anello.
Aye.
Hernandez.
Yes.
Morgan.
Yes.
Salcido.
Aye.
Rodriguez.
Yes.
Rivera.
Aye.
And Lizarraga.
Aye.
That motion passes unanimously. Now there is a motion and a second to adopt the ordinance as amended. On that motion, Mayor Pro Tem Schwartzwine.
Aye.
Anello. Hernandez.
Yes.
Morgan.
Yes.
Salcido.
Aye.
Rodriguez.
Yes.
Rivera.
Aye.
And Lizarraga.
Aye.
That motion passes unanimously. The next item is 25.2. This is discussion and action on a resolution that the city manager be authorized to sign a memorandum of understanding between the City of El Paso and the El Paso Water Utilities Public Service Board and the El Paso Water Service Board to sell and transfer approximately 2,313 acres of land to the city.
Move to approve.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Do we have some public comment?
Yes, sir, we do have public comment on this item.
Mm-hmm.
We have Ms. Marilyn Guida, Mr. David Jerome. I believe they're upstairs, so they might be making their way downstairs. We have Marilyn Guida, David Jerome, or VJ Smith.
Laura, would it be possible, or Elizabeth, whoever, would it be possible to take all of these items together? Or would you prefer to just?
So what I would like to do is do a presentation
Okay.
for the items 25.2 through 25.7, since they're all related. However, I think that we're going to have to vote on them separately because some are resolutions, some are public hearings. We have to recess for a TERS board meeting in the middle.
All right,
So.
Gotcha.
Can we do public comment for all of them, and should we do it after the presentation?
That's what I would recommend if you all are
Okay.
comfortable with that.
Let's do that. We'll go ahead and do the presentation, and then we'll take public comment following that. So everyone has the same information. Thank you.
So Elizabeth Triggs again with Economic and International Development. These next several items on council's agenda relate to the Northeast Land Exchange and development of 2,313 acres of undeveloped vacant land currently owned by the city but in the El Paso Water Utilities inventory. Just a quick background, I won't belabor the point, but this has been a project in the works for many, many years. It began as an opportunity to secure a site for the future Great Wolf Lodge, which would be the city's first resort hotel. An incredible opportunity for the city, as we do not have any resort hotels currently, and given our size, that is something that would be huge for us and bring in a number of visitors from outside our region and an injection of dollars to our economy through their visiting. To facilitate gaining that site, we established TERS 10 over the Great Wolf Lodge site. That site is currently owned by FSW Investments. And then we established TERS 13 over the northeast site, which enables us to do a land exchange. And I want to point out here that that's critically important because we were able to use land as a currency instead of dollars. And that's hugely important for the city, especially when dollars are so limited. So this is a great opportunity and a good example of how TERSs can work to really promote economic development and secure not only a future resort, but also a major development that's within our city limits. Following that, a transfer was enacted via an MOU with El Paso Water Utility to transfer the vacant undeveloped land to the city's inventory. Related to Great Wolf Lodge, a Chapter 380 was executed with them to facilitate the development of the first resort once we do secure the land where they will be located in northwest El Paso. In addition, in 2018, we did enter into a land exchange agreement with the current owner of the future Great Wolf Lodge site to exchange, again, equitable land, which is 2,313 acres in northeast El Paso. And so today we have 7 action items for council to consider to finally secure that land, and then also facilitate safety, access, development, and growth in northeast El Paso over that 2,313 acres of land, as well as we'll see, this also provides the opportunity to provide needed funding for the Sean Haggerty extension, also known as Angora Loop, which is something that I think we've been talking about for decades. So we're finally there at this point with this development. Specifically, the actions needed by council today, the first is a resolution reinstating and amending the MOU with El Paso Water Utility for the transfer of 2,313 acres of land from their inventory to ours. Specifically, that MOU also adds some information about some of the work that the El Paso Water Utility will need to do to provide water and sewer services to this future development, as well as a timing for an aquifer storage recovery project, which has been in the works again for many years and now is coming to fruition. And so those 2 things are included in that MOU. The second is a public hearing amending the master zoning plan that governs the 2,313 acres of land in the Northeast. I want to emphasize here that the underlying general mixed-use zoning district is not changing. The only proposal is an amendment to the zoning plan that governs the land uses in that general mixed-use area. The third is a public hearing amending the TERS 13 boundary to pull it back eastward to Martin Luther King, so it's actually a reduction in size, and that just reflects the fact that none of the land to the east of Martin Luther King is being included in the land exchange, and therefore there's no need to have it in this zone. It also will increase the city's contribution to 75%, and we'll get into the details of why that's necessary as we go through the presentation. And then finally sets the TERS sunset date to December 31st, 2070. Fourth, after that public hearing, council will recess and meet as the TERS 13 board. You'll be considering 2 items. The first is the amendment to the final project and finance plan for this TERS, as reflected in the changes that you'll approve in the ordinance before. And then the second is consider approval of a resolution that pledges the TERS 13 revenue to 2 priority projects. The first being the Northeast development, subject to limited TERS revenue, and we'll talk a little bit more about that. And then the second priority project being the Angora Loop Sean Haggerty extension. Once that board meeting is closed, you'll meet again as council. You'll have a public hearing to approve the TERS 13 project and finance plan as adopted by the board. 6, there'll be a resolution authorizing the city manager to sign an entitlement agreement between the city and FSW, and we'll go into a great amount of detail in this presentation on that, so I'll hold until we get to those slides. And then finally, a resolution consenting to the creation of El Paso Municipal Management District Number 1, and I'll go over that in a bit more detail as well. Okay, so in terms of the project overview, again, we're talking about vacant, undeveloped land in the amount of 2,313 acres in northeast El Paso. I think it's really critically important to note that right now there are $0 in revenue being generated on this property. And I think that's important because entering into this agreement only provides the city with opportunity to increase that. We can't go down. We can only go up, and so this is just a huge opportunity for us to do that, and we can do it in a massive way through this agreement. Additionally, we're very lucky to be working with an experienced developer, Scarborough Lane Development. They have numerous office, industrial, retail, single-family, multifamily developments across Texas, also some in Arizona. They are using as their project model for this development Sunfield at Buda. So if you all have a chance, there is a website that you can look at to get an idea of the type and the quality of master planned community that we're going to see in El Paso if this agreement is approved. And you know, I want to point out that that master planned community these guys, they know what they're doing because it has ranked top 20 nationally for 2019 sales by a prestigious DC-based real estate firm. And that's really important, top 20 nationally. They're doing very well. They know what the market wants, what people are looking for when they're looking to buy a home. And I think that this reflects that. Okay, so as an overview, again, sorry about that. Again, this is undeveloped land. This proposed development will be located immediately north of existing development in northeast El Paso, northwest of 54, but east of MLK. What I'd like to do is show you a video. It shows a few things from Sunfield, which again is the project model here, and I think it'll give you a good idea of what we can expect in El Paso if this is approved.
Deep in the heart of Texas, nestled along the foothills of the Franklin Mountains, a vision for the future takes root in the rich soil of the past.
Well, I moved to El Paso about 20 years ago. It's been exciting over the last 20 years to see the changes that have taken place, to see the city grow and mature and become a more important city in the Southwest. And this community that we're building is part of that growth. And this city hasn't seen this kind of development ever. And I think El Paso deserves a first-class master plan community, and we're absolutely committed to delivering that.
When I start planning a development, I think about when I was young with 3 kids, would I live there? And what would I want there? We want people to come in and see it and say, this is where I want to live. It's worked well over 30 years. And I think introducing a master plan in El Paso will be a big, big benefit for the city and for the homeowners.
The past is our inheritance, but the future is the shining legacy we give ourselves and our children as we live and grow together. At Scarborough Lane Development, we build communities with character, and we have more than 30 years' experience in the planning, design, and construction of residential and mixed-use projects.
The amenity centers, the connectivity, the sustainability, everything is in place, and it works, and people love it. Our shaded areas in our amenity centers are all built out of stone and metal roofs. They'll last a lifetime, and we really think about that. When you go through Sunfield, you can see people all day long walking their dogs, walking their kids, pushing strollers, and that gives us a good sense of community feel. We want the homeowners to take ownership. We want them to be proud of their community, to develop it in a manner that they can afford the houses. Our amenity centers have to be designed in a manner to where we hand them over, they can still operate them and not have to raise their HOA dues. And if you give them that opportunity, they will take ownership, and it works.
Every detail, from the regional architecture to the landscaping to the pedestrian-friendly streets, open spaces, and trails, every detail is based on sound planning principles with an emphasis on sustainability and strong community character. The natural beauty of El Paso can take your breath away. The desert sunsets over the Franklin Mountains serve as a perfect backdrop for the community we envision.
The school systems are good out there, so I think with a master plan community and amenity centers and hiking trails, and it'll be substantially different than what El Paso offers today.
El Paso is where my heart is. It's very important to me. It's where I met my wife, and we've made a life there, and we plan to stay there. And I'm just so proud to be a part of that community and a part of the sort of the renaissance. And that's why this master plan community is so exciting to me, is because it's something that El Paso deserves.
The natural beauty, the history, the culture of El Paso. There's no place quite like it anywhere else, and that's what makes this project so special. At Scarborough, we are humbled by the opportunity to bring our vision to life for the people and community of El Paso.
Okay. Just again, to emphasize, there is nothing on this land. It's vacant and undeveloped, and the development will be kept to the east of Martin Luther King Jr., which again is, I think, important, and we've heard from the community that that's an important thing to them. So That's what it looks like. Again, 2,313 master planned community in Northeast El Paso. Unlike anything that we have currently in El Paso, it'll be highly amenitized, and that's one of the drawing points to it and one of the attractive features of it. It'll also include 135 acres minimum of parkland and open space, including a master trail system that links neighborhood amenities all the way out to Martin Luther King, where there's opportunities for connections to the recently constructed Roundhouse Trailhead, as well as potentially a future connection to the Lazy Cow, which is just to the northeast of this area. Again, it's general mixed use, so it's not strictly a residential development. There's also a huge opportunity for commercial development in the amount of 300 acres. As we'll see in the proposed master zoning plan, that commercial development can range from neighborhood type opportunities such as restaurants, grocery stores, those kinds of things, all the way up to regional opportunities, and all of that will just play out as the market goes. But I think what is really important here is there's the opportunity to have those regional commercial developments in this area. As we all know, this area doesn't have many of those opportunities, so that's huge for the Northeast El Paso. We're looking at 9,500 residential units, a similar density to what the current plan shows. Of those 9,500, up to 2,500 can be multifamily, so we'll get a good mix of the two. And then we're looking, and this is what is so huge and important, is this isn't a project, and the way the deal is structured, that's going to sit for decades before anything happens. We're looking at a start date as early as 2021, with a commitment that construction will commence by 2023. So I think that that's huge and really important, and gives us the knowledge that this project is not something that's going to sit forever, but something that's really going to happen. In terms of community benefits, I want to talk a little bit about these because there are far-reaching benefits for our community, not just for the Northeast, but for the city as a whole. First, this section of El Paso has been planned for development. The first master zoning plan was adopted in 2008 by the council at that time. El Paso Water Utility with the city was very careful to master plan that area in anticipation of it coming online for development. What we're seeing right now is that the majority of development is happening at the outskirts of the Northwest and mostly at the east side, even into the county and outside of the city limits. This offers an opportunity to change how that growth is happening. And what's really important about that is that it keeps the tax revenue within the city limits. So it keeps the tax revenue going to the city. It's also development that's adjacent to existing development. And what that means for us is that the cost of providing services out here is lower than what we see in some of the leapfrog development that we have on the far east side and then out into the county. So that's huge, and it's an important strategy. And as we're thinking about how we're going to grow in the future, and I mean decades into the future, this is something that really can't be minimized and can't be missed. Just in terms of tax revenue alone, at the end of the agreement, this development potentially adds over $35 million annually to the general fund, and that just includes property tax revenue. That does not include sales tax revenue, nor does it include hot tax revenue if any hotels are developed in the area. Again, this provides funding for the Angora Loop Sean Haggerty extension. We will be working, as you all saw yesterday, with the regional mobility plan to try to secure funds from other sources too, so that we minimize how much the city has to put into it. But nonetheless, the city will have to put some funds into it to make it happen. And this is the development that provides that revenue necessary. And that's huge because there's communities in the Northeast that we know that are isolated. They're experiencing issues, safety issues, also just convenience issues, but more importantly, safety issues. And this, building this extension alleviates those issues for them. Again, facilitates the development of Great Wolf Lodge project in Northwest El Paso. A huge opportunity for El Paso. It not only brings visitors to El Paso just because of Great Wolf Lodge, but it also has the opportunity to prove out the market for other resorts looking to locate in El Paso. There's a lot of risk associated with El Paso because nobody really understands the Mexican national market, and this really will be able to prove what we can do just by our location near the border. And then in terms of the rooftops that this builds, when we talk about the Northeast, we know that there are not a lot of commercial opportunities. And one of the things that things like Targets and those kinds of things look for are a customer base that's in their vicinity. So rooftops are critical. And that's something that this development definitely brings, offering the opportunity to attract retail, restaurants, and jobs. On top of that, it synergizes with the Cohen and Metro 31 projects that council has already undertaken, both of which also depend heavily on rooftops and having a customer base to go visit, you know, the restaurants and those sorts of things that pop up in those two developments. So we're supporting that infill strategy through this development as well. And then also enhancements. I'm going to talk a little bit more about this. We've talked about enhances the city's growth management plan, but specifically we do see a lot of issues on the east side with traffic and congestion just to the sheer growth that's happened over there. This is an alternative place that will be able to compete with the east side in terms of affordability, as well as the amenities that bring it in. So that offers the opportunity to alleviate the traffic congestion and service maintenance costs that we'll see into the future, as opposed to if we just continue to watch the east side grow as it has been growing. This development will also build out major arterials, MLK and McCombs, both of which are owned by TxDOT, and in the amount of about $80 million, including the Sean Haggerty extension. And what that does for us is it paves the way for future development north of this development. Again, granted, that's 30, 40 years down the road, but we're being smart about our long-range planning here. And so I think that that's really important to note and important to keep in mind that that development in the north, 30, 40 years down the road, is within the city limits. As I said before, the water utility has for many years planned development in this area, so there is water infrastructure that's been put in place, but there's no ratepayers there. So this does recover the water and sewer investment that the utility has already put in. And then finally, and we'll get into this in a bit more detail, the rooftops. This increases EPISD's enrollment numbers significantly. Again, 9,500 units, that's a huge benefit for EPISD, especially when they're experiencing serious troubles losing those rooftops to other school districts, namely Cañetillo, Isleta, and Socorro, which are on the far east sides of El Paso. In terms of project overview, the proposal here is to create a partnership where the developer provides upfront financing to build out the public infrastructure, so the horizontal improvements, not the buildings themselves, with the exception of the amenity centers, for the 2,313-acre mixed-use community. The developer is then reimbursed over time for the public infrastructure costs by the municipal management district, which has been established by the state legislature but cannot operate yet until council gives its consent. And the MMD will reimburse the developer for those public infrastructure costs through a combination of MMD tax revenue and other revenue available to the MMD, as well as a portion of the TERS revenue that is collected off of this development. And I want to be very clear about that. It's only the revenue collected off this development and only a portion of it. So it's not revenue coming from anybody outside of this development. It's limited to this development only. What that means is that the development pays for itself. And so that's huge. It's a very unique, for the city, financing partnership. However, it's not unique to the state. It's something that's done in cities across Texas, and this is just the first time we've done it here. But we have a great opportunity to make it work, and it is an opportunity that really minimizes the risk to the city because it is just a reimbursement, and it really is on the developer to perform and build a quality development. Again, some of the key points about this master planned community is that for it to be successful, it must be affordable, it must be amenitized, and it must be cohesive. So we're looking at opportunities in terms of amenities such as pools, splash pads, sports fields, dog parks, other recreational facilities. In addition, there'll be covenants and restrictions on the land that ensure that it's branded and cohesive throughout the 2,300 acres. So now I'm going to get into the land exchange agreement, which was one of the items that that is related to several items on council's agenda today. So back in 2018, City Council did enter into a land exchange agreement to transfer the Great Wolf Lodge site for this 2,300 acre site. Closing on those two pieces of property was contingent on three things happening. The first was that a municipal management district would be created. Again, this is part of the financing partnership. The second is that we would cooperate in looking at amending the master zoning plan over this area, so I'll get into that in a bit. And then finally, that we enter into an entitlement agreement that identifies the obligations of the city, the developer, and the MMD in the actual development of the 2,300 acres. So with respect to the first condition precedent to closing, the municipal management district, the land exchange is contingent on the creation of this district. Council has already taken those steps to do that. The important thing about MMDs is that they do have the ability to construct public infrastructure and provide services such as street and park maintenance within the district's area, similar to what a city would do. In early 2019, Council authorized the creation of an MMD over the land. The MMD was established by the 86th state legislative session, so it is currently in existence. It just cannot operate until City Council consents to its creation and operation, which is one of the items you'll be seeing today. Because MMDs are something not necessarily new for the city, because we do have a well-established downtown management district here, which is also an MMD, but we're using the MMD in a little bit of a different way. I'm going to go through some of the key points of it, and I'll try to go quickly. Again, these are special districts. They're self-governed. However, the host municipality must approve the board of directors. So City Council always has oversight over that. Additionally, they do, again, like I said, have the ability to construct public infrastructure and provide services in the area. And then they can be created in one of two ways. Ours, in this case, was created through the state legislature. I think what I would like to highlight on this slide is that MMDs create an independent financing mechanism to finance project costs. They're often used in different contexts, one of which is in support of raw land development, which is exactly what we're seeing here. They are authorized to issue tax-exempt bonds for payment of projects and services. What's really, really important here is that the MMD is responsible for issuing the debt. And that bond debt is not city debt. It does not impact city bonding capacity. It's solely on the MMD. And so that's a huge safety net for the city, but at the same time gets us the needed public infrastructure to see development in the area, to see revenue in the area. And then as we see with other cities across the state, the use of the MMD is often combined with a TIF and a TERS, as we are doing in this case, to provide the funding necessary to finance the infrastructure. In this case, our funding is a reimbursement, so it's performance-based, and then to partner with the developer to offset a portion of the MMD tax, which I think is critical here because we know that if taxes are too high, this development won't work. It won't work. So we've got to participate. And what we've done is really mitigated our risk by limiting our participation to a reimbursement or performance-based participation only. This MMD is governed by 5 directors. The directors are appointed by City Council again, and these are the conditions of that. In terms of dissolution, there are different ways that an MMD can be dissolved, one of which is by City Council ordinance. However, under such a condition, the City Council would have to take on, or the city would have to take on the bonded indebtedness of the MMD. So that's just something to consider, but also something to know that there is that safeguard in the future 40, 50 years from now. This is a general boundary of the MMD. Again, yes.
Sorry, can you go back to the previous slide?
Yes.
Can you go over the dissolution of property by property owner petition?
Sure. So with this, initially, with this land exchange, you're going to have basically 2 owners in the area. But as they develop and sell the land, they'll be selling it to homeowners like you and me, and they'll also be selling it to probably commercial people, such as Targets and those kinds of things. And so it won't just be 1 or 2 owners forever. It'll be many, many property owners into the future. And so as a safeguard to those property owners as well, the state statute includes language that the MMD may be dissolved by property owner petition. It does require at least 75% of those owners to sign this petition to dissolve it if it's not working the way it should be working. That being said, it can't be done until the outstanding debt has been repaid. So that is important, and that's really important because there's no way that bonds can be sold if investors don't have the security of knowing that their investment will be repaid to them in the future. Let's see. I think, and so today, it's the very last item related to this. What you all will be considering is a resolution where you consent to the creation of the El Paso Municipal Management District Number 1, which is the district that lays on top of this property. You'll also be appointing the initial board of directors to include these 5 people. Those board appointments will not be made effective until the closing on the land has been complete, and they do meet all the requirements of the state statute, as well as the enacting law related to the MMD in terms of qualifications. A second condition precedent to the land exchange agreement and actually closing on the land was that we cooperate in looking at an amendment to the master zoning plan. So again, we're not changing the general mixed use underlying zoning district here. We're just looking at an amendment to the plan that governs how the development occurs in the area. The proposed amendment updates the plan to allow flexibility, which is really critical when we have a minimum 3-decade-long build-out period. We don't know what the market will look like in 5-10 years, let alone 20-25 years from now. So that ability to be flexible and respond with appropriate housing product types is really critical. And I think a very important thing to ensure that this development is successful. It will still be mixed use, including 9,500 residential units, of which 2,500 may be multifamily, and 300 acres of commercial space, which again can range in product type from the neighborhood to regional variety. And then additionally, a minimum of 135 acres of parkland will be included in this plan, and that is clearly called out in the amended master zoning plan. This is, again, a closer look at the proposed land use plan. What you see here in yellow is residential opportunities, in pink, mixed use opportunities, in blue, the opportunity for a future school site. You'll see one of the blue areas is hashed. That's not included in the land exchange. That's actually land already owned by EPISD, which was bought many, many years ago, over a decade ago, in anticipation of future development here. And then finally, some other things I want to point out here is the area in purple is remaining with the water utility. It includes an aquifer storage recovery project, which has been in the works for, again, many years, which will take water runoff from the mountain, channel it down a natural arroyo into the North 9 Painted Dunes golf course, which will be turned into a lake. That water will then go back into our system. And so that's a huge, important project that the water utility is still undertaking, and that this developer is going to work with to actually amenitize even further by offering the opportunity to have trails running along the ASR project up to the connection of the Roundhouse Trailhead. Additionally, not included in the land exchange, and we'll see a map a little bit later that shows this, is a major floodplain that runs through this area in between McCombs and the Painted Dunes golf course, and runs south towards where the Angora Loop connection will be made. That will not be transferred. That will remain with the water utility, which I think is huge, because that's an important floodplain, and it means that it's not being changed or altered. This is what the current zoning looks like. Again, it's GMU. It's all of the area in blue. That it does encompass about 4,900 acres that were originally master planned in 2008. The developer, we're exchanging a portion of this in the amount of 2,300 acres. This is the 2008 master zoning plan. I've highlighted in yellow the area that's not being included in the land exchange. There are some other areas to the east of that. But I want to be clear that that is not being included. That's staying with the water utility. Under this master zoning plan, residential development could be built right up to the Franklin Mountain State Park line. This development keeps everything to the east of MLK, which creates about a mile buffer between the development and the Franklin Mountain Park state line. So I think that's important. And then even more importantly, we'll see there's opportunities for trail connections to make use of the park, because that's a huge amenity for our city. In 2012, a portion of the 2008 master planned area was amended to provide for potentially a future retirement community. And so that is included in the land exchange. What I want to be clear about, though, is that the proposed amendment doesn't prohibit a retirement community such as this from being built. It just doesn't require that it be built. But if the market demand is there for it in the future, then it certainly can be built under the proposed plan. Again, this is what we're looking at. This shows a little bit more clearly the floodplains that run through here that are not included in the land exchange. In terms of a plan comparison, this is a table that highlights some of the key characteristics contained in a master zoning plan. I think the takeaway points here are that the dwelling unit per acre, the residential density, is virtually the same between 2008 and 2012. There's very little change to that. In terms of residential acreage, there is a little bit more relative to the 2008 plan, but a lot of that is because the floodplain and the ASR project are not included in the overall acreage calculations. In terms of non-residential acreage, exactly the same amount of maximum square footage of commercial can be developed under the two plans. In terms of parks and open space, there will be 135 acres in this project at a minimum. What I want to point out here again is that the percentage looks low, but it's not really an accurate representation of what's happening out here because, once again, the flood zone isn't included, the ASR project isn't included, and so those are two huge things that aren't actually included in this open space calculation because they're staying with the water utility and will not be transferred to the developer, but will remain in their natural state. And then in terms of schools, we know we already have a 50-acre school site in the area, which EPISD to this point has been unable to do anything with. They actually did try to put it out to bid and were unsuccessful in doing that. So this development offers the opportunity to build that. It also provides for additional acreage for other future schools to serve the community out here. In terms of recommendations, consistent with our code and the state requirements, public notices were sent to surrounding property owners and neighborhood associations within 300 feet of the development on February 6, 2020. Staff did receive numerous calls of inquiry, but only one call in opposition. The planning division and the coordinating committee, which consists of all different departments, do recommend approval of the master zoning plan. The City Plan Commission heard this zoning case on March 5th and also recommended approval of the master zoning plan request.
Do you have the exact number of those calls?
I do not, but I will ask planning, and we can get that over to you.
I have a question.
Philip may
as
have it
well.
on hand. Let me. Yes, ma'am. Yes, sir.
What is prohibiting any development west of Martin Luther King occurring in the future?
So I think that that's a discussion to be had, but I think the largest thing prohibiting in the immediate future development west of that is that you have a major development occurring just to the east, and the market can only support what it can support. So trying to put that land out to bid would probably not prove successful right now, but that really is truly the protection that you have at this point.
Good morning, Mayor,
Will we be able
Council.
to prohibit the PSB from putting that land out for bid?
The land has been declared an expedient. It's been declared an expedient for the last decade. So they can, but remember that those land sales always come to City Council for final approval. So it can't just be sold. You all will see it before it happens. But again, in terms of market realities, it's highly unlikely that someone would really bid on this land with such a large development occurring right next door.
Okay, thank you.
So staff received about a dozen calls, and typically when you see a sign go up on a property, we start getting calls just to get more information on what the sign is all about.
Okay, and then the third condition precedent to closing, as contemplated by the land exchange agreement, is that the city enter into an entitlement agreement, a mutually agreeable entitlement agreement, where we lay out the obligations of the city developer and MMD in the development of this 2,300 acres of land. So as we talked about, we're using a financing mechanism here where the MMD will be responsible for issuing debt while the developer is responsible for funding upfront the infrastructure costs to be reimbursed by the MMD. In terms of the MMD and developers' obligations, they will build out the horizontal infrastructure and off-site roadway improvements. This includes McCombs and MLK, as I said before, and is really the major investment that's estimated at this time to be about $328 million over full build-out, that without it, development cannot occur in this area. In addition, as consideration for our participation in the agreement, the MMD will be responsible for maintaining the public streets and parks over the 50-year term of the agreement. So the full 50-year term, it will be the responsibility of the MMD to maintain those things. That's a huge cost avoidance for the city, and I'll go over that in a bit more detail, but it amounts to about $308 million cost avoidance for the city, and something that the MMD will take on. And what I want to say about that point also is that they will be held to industry standards, which includes a 20-year repavement cycle on streets in the area. They will also donate land for future public facilities in the amount of 22 acres. Where that land donation will occur and where those public facilities go will depend on how the development occurs over time. And so that will be decided likely at the land study phase when they come to planning with those land study applications. In addition, yes.
Sorry.
No, you're fine.
That land that's being donated, it's for public safety for headquarters or?
Yeah, it's for public facilities. So that would include fire stations. Our fire department anticipates at this point that it'll likely need 2 fire stations in the area eventually, police substations, and then it can also include other things like rec centers or those kinds of public facilities.
And who would be responsible for paying for all of that? I know they're donating the land, but the actual building and to manage them, officers, everything.
So the city would that would be our responsibility to build out that infrastructure or to build out those facilities, as well as maintain and operate them.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, sorry to interrupt you, Elizabeth. Could you just talk a little bit about, for the benefit of the public, when you say in excess, they're going to dedicate land in excess of code requirements?
Mm-hmm. So in terms of, this is to the next bullet point, in terms of the parks and open space, our code requires that you dedicate a certain amount of land based on your density. What they've agreed to do is dedicate in excess of what that code requirement is, so more than what the code would require. And in this case, it's 135 acres based on what we've looked at, and that's about 40% at this density, that's about 40% more than what the code would currently require. And again, that plays to the developments, the difference that this development offers, which is that it will be highly amenitized. In parks, open space, a master trail system, those are all things that are amenities for a community. And then finally, again, speaking to the amenities.
Dr. Morgan has a question.
Oh, yes, sir.
For the benefit of the public, you mentioned horizontal build out. Okay, we know what that means, but I don't think the general public does.
Sure.
Explain what horizontal build out is and give us a dollar amount and who's responsible for it. Thank you.
So horizontal development refers to the roads, the streets, and also the sewer, water infrastructure, all of those things that go into actually servicing a home or servicing, a commercial site. They'll be responsible for building all of that out. It's estimated that that will be about $328 million over the term of this agreement and over the course of the full build-out period.
Who's paying for that? Sorry.
So the developer is responsible for providing the upfront. Once the value of the land begins to increase, the MMD will be able to issue debt. Again, it's not city debt, it's MMD debt, it's at their risk. And then as the city collects tax revenue on the land, a portion of that will go to reimburse the costs. So risk is entirely on the developer. Again, it's their incentive to build a good quality development, because if they don't, it won't sell and they won't be reimbursed ever.
But is that being used from money that they're making, or is that being used from the 75% that they're keeping?
The 75% is what will go to reimburse. And so we'll get into that a little bit and what that looks like as well.
Thank you.
In terms of the city's obligations, again, we're participating in the financing structure with respect to this being strictly performance-based. We will reimburse costs to public infrastructure through tax revenue collected on the development. And again, it's only a portion of the tax revenue collected on the development. So you will always see tax revenue coming to the city throughout the 50-year term, even with the reimbursements. In terms of a cost-benefit analysis, the city only saves and gains from this development. Because of the way the agreement is structured, we have a $308 million cost avoidance for road and park maintenance that the MMD will take on over the full life of this agreement. Again, we have a $10 million minimum investment in amenity centers for the residents of this community, which could include things like pools, dog parks, those sorts of things, all the things you saw in the video previously. And then, as I said before, after our reimbursement of the qualified public infrastructure costs under this agreement, the city has the potential to a net revenue of over $500 million over this 50-year agreement. And I want to compare that to the $0 that we're currently getting now.
Sorry, another question. So it would be the comparison if we got the full 100%. How much more money would the city get?
Well, so that's an interesting question because without this participation, this development is impossible, which means that we would likely see development occur as it has in the past where you sell off 150 acres and we see a slow trickle of revenue coming to the city. But because of this agreement and the way it's been structured, we'll see $500 million. And I hope that answers your question, but the point is there's nothing there now, and 100% of nothing is nothing. And that's what we're looking at in the alternative to this project. So I hope that answers it.
Thank you.
In terms of, again, development, a developer and MMD obligations and consideration, I want to highlight that the risk lies solely with the developer and the MMD. There's very little risk to the city because this is performance-based. If they don't develop and the quality of development isn't good enough to sell the homes and those sorts of things, the reimbursements won't come in because it is subject to available revenue collected off of this development. The developer does pay up front for the infrastructure costs, and they'll be reimbursed over time, yes, but that upfront cost is with the developer and that risk is with the developer. And then again, the MMD must maintain the roads and parks, and again, this is to industry standards, which includes a 20-year repavement cycle, something that the city struggles with, but something that this MMD will and is committed to doing. We've talked about the donation of land, the dedication of 135 acres. What I want to highlight here is the entitlement agreement also requires that a master trail system be included in the development. And again, they'll be working closely with planning as they come in with their land development applications to identify what that trail system looks like. But at a minimum, it must run along the ASR project. It must link to the Roundhouse Trailhead, and it must offer opportunity for future linkage to the Lazy Cow Trailhead. And then finally, the investment in the amenity centers, which are going to be a huge selling point for this community and something we don't currently have. This is a lot of words, so I have a graph that better depicts what's happening here. But in terms of the city's obligations, again, we're reimbursing the MMD for public infrastructure costs expended by the MMD, including the cost of planning, constructing, installing, financing public infrastructure, subject to available TERS revenue. So that's subject to. If the TERS revenue isn't collected by the city, then there is no revenue to be reimbursed to the developer. So that's very important, and I think that's another point of how we really minimize our risk here. As I said before, the city will always be receiving a portion of revenue off of this development because of the way it's structured. So I'm going to just show the graph that shows. It's anticipated that this development will be split into 4 quadrants or pods, and that each pod will have an estimated build out of 10 years. Now, that being said, that's just an estimate. There's flexibility within this agreement to allow the build out to occur as it needs to based on what the market demand and conditions are at the time. What we do have is the provision that the city may terminate this agreement if construction does not commence by the end of the first quarter in 2023. And that's important because we don't want this project sitting here forever. And we also want to ensure that we have revenue coming into us as soon as possible for that Sean Haggerty extension. And so that was a critical, important piece of the entitlement agreement. Once a certificate of occupancy, the first, is issued in the pod, that kicks off the reimbursement period. And what we're looking at is a 25-year reimbursement period on 75% of the increment to the MMD following, again, that first certificate of occupancy. The remaining 25% of increment during that same 25-year period comes to the city's general fund. Following the end of the reimbursement period, the city collects 100% of the revenue on that. And as a reminder, there is no revenue out there right now, but we will be collecting 100% of the revenue on that development following the end of the reimbursement period, and that will be split between the TERS fund and the general fund. So that I think that should help give an idea. When we talk about this being a long-term investment, this is a massive, massive project. We're looking at about $4 billion in value at the end of the development period, or at the end of the agreement period. And that does take into account, that these homes are likely going to be subject to homestead exemptions, as we've seen throughout the rest of the city. So we are being conservative and careful here to provide a realistic projection of the type of growth we're going to see in this area. Again, the cost benefit to the city, huge cost avoidance, and huge net revenue to the city, even with the reimbursements. When we look at the revenue split, it is a long-term investment. What you see in pink is the revenue reimbursed to the MMD. And you see that, as those 25-year reimbursement periods drop off, the city only gains more because that's when our 100% collection kicks in. But you do also see that throughout the entire term of the agreement, the city is collecting revenue off of this project. And given the fact that we don't have to maintain the streets and we don't have to maintain the parks because the MMD will be doing that, once we put the dollars into providing the public services in terms of fire, police, and those kinds of things, that excess revenue is for the city to use as it needs to use throughout the rest of the city.
Do you have an idea about how much money that'll be?
I don't have an idea of that.
Or
But
percentage?
I'm not, I'll try to get you a percentage, but I don't know for certain. I'll try to get you one before the end of the presentation.
Okay, thank you.
And then in terms of, this was the annual look. This is the cumulative revenue split. Again, $500 million to the city, 375 we're estimating to be reimbursed to the MMD if the build-out does occur the way that we think it will. And so over half of that revenue is coming to the city, 58%. On the side here, you have a quick equation that looks at...
Elizabeth?
Yes, sir.
Just real quick for the council, with respect to the questions regarding the streets, right now, we have not been maintaining the streets for quite some time. We've shown you slides in earlier presentations, the one that Robert did yesterday and that he's done multiple times, where we've shown how the amount of dollars that should be allocated for streets is lacking. I know that folks have asked about the $3 fee on the water bill, and that's going to residential streets. The fact that we now have pay-as-you-go money for our streets is a godsend, but it's still not enough. And so when we talk about this new development and how the streets will be maintained on their own, that has never happened before. A lot of the developments that have taken place throughout the city, we've had to go back in private development, and with bonds, the people that have been certificates of obligation that were passed in 2012 and subsequent certificates of obligation have had to pay for a lot of those streets that were not done correctly, or the lighting that wasn't done correctly, or the landscaping that wasn't done correctly. And so what we're talking about here is a wholesale project, a turnkey project, and that it will be maintained in that 50-year time frame. One in which we have not done to the extent that we've needed to. And then when people start criticizing the fact, saying, what are we doing? We have been doing a lot since the strategic plan was put in place. The council has been doing a lot with regard to having the amount of dollars necessary to not only maintain and resurface our streets that have been poorly lacking for quite a period of time, to also looking at how can we create pay-as-you-go dollars to start maintaining a lot of these streets that you all call about, that people call you about. So when she talks about that this is going to be a turnkey project and that they're going to maintain it for 50 years, that's considerable. But she talks about the $300 million that we'll avoid in terms of cost. That's doing it right. A 20-year replacement schedule, we're not doing right now. I think Sam Rodriguez, our city engineer, made that very clear to the council in previous presentations. So we just want to place this in the proper context regarding how this will be maintained, how it will be constructed, how it will be developed. So developing and constructing it and then maintaining it are very key elements of this proposal.
Continuing through the presentation, so all of us benefit from this project. I think it's been very clear that there's a lot of benefits for our community in terms of the dollar amounts. Again, $500 million to the city even after reimbursement, nearly $500 million to the county, $270 million to the UMC, $142 million to the community college, hugely, and most notably, nearly $1.3 billion to EPISD, which includes the rooftops to increase their enrollment numbers. There is not another opportunity like this in the city for EPISD, and so this is just a massive benefit to all of them, and it's through our participation in this agreement. And so I've talked a lot about the mitigating the risk to the city, but I want to go through some of the protections that are included in this agreement as well as in the state statute as it relates to MMDs. In our agreement, we do put a limit on the amount of taxes that the MMD can impose on the property in the amount of 30 cents per $100. What I want to say about that, though, is that MMDs, just like the city, are subject to certain rules about increasing taxes, and so one of the things is an increase in property taxes has to go out to the vote of the property owners in the area, so you have that additional protection that property owners do have a say in what's happening in their community. The city council has to, they can do it in two different ways, but always city council has oversight of the debt that's issued by the MMD. Here we recommend that City Council approve the MMD's 5-year budget, and that happens every 5 years. So City Council always knows what's happening with the MMD and how it's performing, how much debt it's issued, what the interest rates were on that debt that was issued, and what they're planning for the future. And then based on that 5-year budget approval, the MMD can then issue debt. That being said, it's still subject to review by both TCEQ as well as the Attorney General. So there's a lot of, I guess, entities involved here, making sure that the debt issued can be debt that can be carried, and that's for the protection of the property owners. Again, the MMD allows for public infrastructure to be financed without impacting the city's bonding capacity. Again, a $328 million financing cost, and not on the city's books. Reimbursement is subject to city approval following the submission of a reimbursement submittal package. So that's really critical. We don't just issue checks. We first look to make sure that the work has been done as it was supposed to be done per the entitlement agreement, as well as all of our city codes and regulations. And so that's a critical component. Just the way the agreement is structured encourages the incentive to develop. Once that 25-year reimbursement period kicks off, there's no room for pause in it. And so that's the incentive for the developer to keep moving and keep doing a product that sells. Otherwise, they lose out on that potential revenue. Again, the street and maintenance, I think we've talked about that quite a bit. One of the protections that we have provided in here in the event that something does happen where the streets aren't being maintained or the parks aren't being maintained the way they should is that the MMD will have a maintenance sinking fund that will go towards saving up for those large pavement repavement costs. In the event that there is a default here, that maintenance and sinking fund comes back to the city. And so that's something that you'll see as a line item in every single 5-year budget that you approve so that you always know what the status of it is. And then the MMD, this is something that we learned, is required to conduct audits following bond issuance and when revenue for the MMD exceeds $200,000. And those are third-party audits. Those are required by state statute. And those audits have to be filed publicly with the TCEQ. That's for the benefit of the bondholders. But it also provides the city access to look at those audits as well. And then finally, we do, again, reserve the right to dissolve the MMD with the caveat that we will continue to reimburse for any costs, debt that has already been issued. And that's just for the safety and security of the investors. It would make bonds impossible to sell if we didn't have that security in there for them. 50-year term. The parties included in the agreement are the city, FSW, and subsidiaries as owners. Also includes Scarborough Lane as owner and developer. The MMD, after council provides its consent to creation, will join in this agreement. And then the TERS board, once you all recesses the board, will also acknowledge, and that's just to say that there is an acknowledgement that the funds are pledged per the terms of the entitlement agreement to this development. And these are some of the termination here. The city may terminate under, if any of these things happen. Again, I'll highlight the one that really puts the impetus on construction to occur before the end of the first quarter of 2023, which is critical for the Sean Haggerty extension.
Representative Null, do you have a question at the end or right now?
Okay.
Okay. Representative Rivera, do you have a question now?
Chanel, sir. Thank you. You mentioned Scarborough Lane. Will this developer be working with the local developers here in town on this project?
So I'll let them, they're here, and I'll let them answer the question, but I think that with this volume of homes, there is certainly the opportunity to work with local home builders. There's also the opportunity to pull in national home builders. They do have those relationships with the national home builders because that's who they work with in their other developments. But again, yes, there is opportunity to work with local as well.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm. So in addition to the entitlement agreement, contained within that entitlement agreement is the initial 5-year capital improvement plan for this MMD. If council chooses to move forward with the entitlement agreement, you would also be approving this 5-year plan, which details what the costs are for the different public infrastructure needed to fund phase 1 of the project. You can see that it does involve significant residential infrastructure, so residential roads, those kinds of things. Also involves a significant investment in parks, amenities, and open space, and then master infrastructure. When we talk about master infrastructure, we're referring to those large roads, including MLK and Sean Haggerty, McCombs. In this case, I think it'll be limited to McCombs because that's where phase 1 is occurring, but that is what's needed to make that street compatible for the amount of traffic that it will carry in the future. And so if council approves this, then the MMD, once it is created and is able to begin operating, the developer can begin with the actual development, and then the MMD later, once the values begin to go up, has the opportunity to issue debt to reimburse, subject to this 5-year plan. And finally, within the entitlement agreement, there is a residential planning and inspection program wherein the city is authorizing the MMD to process 1, 2, and 3 unit residential planning, or new residential permit applications, and provide inspections as those residential units are built out. I want to highlight that this is limited to new 1, 2, and 3 unit residential applications. All of the commercial development and anything that is multifamily 4 and above will come to the city for review and approval. And that's important because that's when the fire review kicks in. And so it's a life safety thing that the city retains control over. One of the reasons for doing this the way that has been proposed is that the MMD believes that it can, through working with a third-party plan review and inspection service, speed up the plan review and inspection process. So do it at more quickly and also at a lower cost than the city can. And the reason why that's critical is because those savings from that plan will go back into the homeowners association in this area to keep those homeowners fees low and affordable for people. They do use this model in Sunfields, and I believe that and I'll let them speak to this, but I believe that the homeowners fees there are about $30 a month. So really affordable for all of the amenities that you get. And part of that is made possible by this permitting program. That being said, the city does have certain protections in here again. The fees associated with the program are capped at the city set fees for the same services during that given year, and those are the fees that council approves every year during your budget process. The city also retains the authority to issue the certificates of occupancy. We retain the right to audit, plan review, and inspections to ensure there's no discrepancies or serious issues. And we do retain the right to suspend the program if there are certain discrepancies found. And then finally, of course, in terms of a life safety concern, we always retain our right to halt construction. Finally, the MMD will be required to use the city's permitting and inspection tracking system, which is ACELA. They will pay an annual fee for use of that system, and that's really critical because it's good for our record-keeping purposes. It makes sure that we always know what's happening out there, the types of plan review, the types of inspections that are occurring, and that's also good for residents down the line. They can always come to the city for a record on those permits that were issued. And so, as we move forward, the additional action needed by council is approval of the entitlement agreement and the initial 5-year capital improvement plan, approval of the MOU with the water utility to actually effectuate the transfer from their inventory to ours, amendment to the TERS 13 to pull the boundary back eastward to land east of Martin Luther King Jr., establish a 75% city participation rate, and extend the sunset date to December 31st, 2070. Also, amendment to the TERS final project and financing plan to reflect these changes and pledge $328 million in plus financing costs subject to available TERS revenue to this development as per the entitlement agreement, plus $39 million for the Angora Loop Sean Haggerty extension. Again, I want to be clear that we're working with the MPO and others to make sure that the $39 million isn't completely footed by the city, but that there's significant federal funds and those sorts of things that also go into it. But it's better to be safe and have the cap here just so that we make sure that revenue is always available to that project. And then finally, approval of the MMD consent to operate and appointment of the initial 5 board members. And this just reflects those next steps.
Okay. I'm sorry, I messed up on the clearing of the things. We got Representative Vanello, Dr. Morgan, and then Representative Rivera. Okay, sorry.
Okay. Elizabeth, explain to me, so one of the big conversations we keep having is that, this development is going to happen, they're going to put in the infrastructure, including streets, and they're going to maintain the infrastructure. In how many private developments has the city put in streets?
In how many private?
Yeah, and how many private developments have we previously done that?
No, so the developer is responsible for building those things out. I think the difference here is the financing mechanism that's being used. No, this is really unique because, again, we're using an MMD here. And the reason why we're using an MMD is because they are able to issue the debt to cover those infrastructure costs. The bank can't do that for this size of a project. And so then, in token, they're being reimbursed through the tax revenue collected on the development through the MMD tax and other assessments as they're put in place, and then also by the city's participation. I think what we have to keep in mind is that this isn't a development just for the sake of the development. It brings in all of those other benefits that we talked about, including that it enhances our growth management strategy, including that we're not seeing development occur in the Northeast the way that we are in the Northwest and East Side. So, but for our participation, this would not occur. And I think that's really important to keep in mind, that but for our participation, this would not occur. It's not occurring now.
I understand that, but my concern is at what level is our participation? So when we sit here and we say this is really beneficial because they're putting in infrastructure like streets, it doesn't seem very forthcoming considering that that is usually what private developers do. My next question is about the MMD board. I'm not super familiar with MMD boards, so help me understand. Has there ever been an MMD board that has had someone from the city on there since we're a part of the financing plan?
So in this case, we just have to meet the requirements of the statute. I don't know with the DMD, I'm not familiar who all their board members are, but they are required to follow the same rules and regulations. So let's see. Let's look at those requirements.
I don't know what they are. I mean, where I'm coming from, just so you know, is you know, there's 5 people that are on this proposed MMD board. The city is a part of this financing plan. We've got a lot of money going into this. This is money that could be coming into the city, but staying into a TERS. So I would like to just see what our options are to include someone from the city to be a part of that board, since it is our finances that are here.
So here are the requirements to participate on the board. The first is that you have to be a resident or and registered voter of the MMD. The city is none of those. You have to be an owner of the property in the MMD. We currently are the owner, but after closing, we will not be the owner. So we would not qualify under that one. An owner of stock or partnership or membership interest, again, we don't qualify here. An owner of trustee, we don't qualify. And an agent, employee, or tenant of a person described in the bullets 2 through 4. And this is straight from the state statute. So I want to be clear about that. These are the requirements that the state has in place.
And so we are not a member of interest, even though we are financing the MMD.
So I think that that's a good question,
Yeah,
and
I'm
one I
just
don't
generally
have an answer
confused.
to at this moment. So let me
Great,
find
that's
an
fine.
answer, and then we'll go from there.
Thank you.
But you as a council, though, again, do have a governing position as it relates to looking at the budget and oversight of those types of things.
Again, because it is such a big investment, to have 5, private investors when there could possibly be an option, to have someone who's like very familiar with this process, has been a part of it, seems it would be advantageous for us. So I just wanted to be clear if that was a possibility.
Yeah, I think, and I'm sure that the developer who is familiar with MMDs can help us answer that question as well. But I think also the important point to highlight there, again, is that our investment is performance-based. None of the debt is taken on by the city. So I just want to reinforce that fact. I understand what you're saying, but I do want to reinforce that fact that this debt is not on the city and does not impact our bonding capacity.
Sure, because there are protections, but I mean, essentially we are financing the MMD. So I mean, there might be a possibility under these regulations that we could have a city staff member on that board.
Yes.
Okay.
So let me look and get an answer to that question.
All right, Dr. Morgan and then Representative Rivera.
Thank you, Mayor. First of all, Elizabeth, I want to thank you for a fantastic presentation. I don't think many people in here, to include myself, could have done that. That's a lot of information to put out, but you did exactly what I've been asking the staff to do. If you're going to give us a presentation, give us a concise presentation, make it clear and make it easy to understand. With all your graphs and charts, that made it very, very easy for me to understand. I want to just emphasize that this is about economic development. One of the things that I can honestly tell you about the Northeast is, we have not seen the economic growth and development that the remainder of the city has seen. And that's something that people have campaigned on for years. And this is not about campaigning, it's about doing the right thing for a community that's been underserved for whatever reason. I've lived in the Northeast for almost 20 years now. I came here by way of military, and I had an opportunity to live on Fort Bliss for a year prior to making a decision to purchase a home. And I can honestly tell you, as an Army officer, all of my welcome packets, all my information was pushing me to the west side, west side, west side. And because I had the opportunity to live here for an entire year on a military installation, I had an opportunity to get out and see this entire city. And one of the things that I never quite understood was why all of my welcome package and everything had me going to a particular side of town. And after living here and being able to visit all sides of town, I made a decision and decided to put my money into the Northeast, and I have no regrets. And what I've noticed is since we've been working on the Northeast the way we have, because we have someone in there that actually cares about it, we've seen a tremendous amount of interest in the Northeast, and you're seeing it gradually. It's incremental, but it's happening, and it requires a major project like this to actually kickstart it and get it going. I'd like to just remind the constituents and everyone who's here in this chamber today that currently that 2,300 acres generates $0 in tax revenue. There's $0 going to our coffers, our general fund. I know this property in 2008 was up for the exact same type of project, but that local developer ended up pulling out of that deal and walked away with over $4 million of earnest money on the table because, you know, the reality of it was much more grand than the concept of building out there. And if you have someone that's willing to walk away from a deal of this magnitude because it is going to be almost impossible to manage, and you get an opportunity to have a developer, especially a national developer, to come into our community and design a master plan community, I think you can't ask for any more. So if we're focused on economic development and growing our tax base and contributing to our general fund, there's no better project than this. And what it does is it adds balance to this entire city. Okay, go to the west side, you have West Town Mall, which is relatively new but tremendously successful. They receive the same type of opposition that any major project receives. You go to the east side out towards Montwood, you see tremendous growth out there. You even see growth happening right now in the Lower Valley, but the Northeast has been static for so long. And we have a developer, Mr. Foster, and his team that are willing to contribute or invest in a community that has been underserved, and it accomplishes two things. One, it increases the economic development and increase in jobs in our community, and most importantly, it's going to impact the safety. That Angora Loop construction is absolutely critical to the Northeast and its future. Right now, you have isolated segments of that community that have been isolated for not years, but decades. And if you don't live there, then you just don't know these things. Well, I lived there, and I lived there for 20 years, and I don't plan on going anywhere. And I'm going to tell you right now, even though you might want to build something out, if you don't have a funding mechanism or a dedicated fund source, it's not going to happen. This TERS allows us to go ahead and fund the Angora Loop, which is going to basically increase the safety and the response time of emergency services throughout the entire, not just a portion, but the entire community. It is a $24 million project that politicians have campaigned on for over 29 years. We did the research. I did the research. And not one person had put pen to paper to make this thing happen. But it sounds good in theory when you're out there campaigning. Well, guess what? We're making it happen this time. We found a funding source. We found a funding partner, and we're going to make this thing happen. So I encourage all of my council members to support this project, because it's not just about the Northeast, it's about El Paso. This is economic development on a scale that we need to get accustomed to and comfortable with in this community. We're not a small city. We're not a small town. We're a big city that just has a small town feel. But we're a million people population, and we need to start thinking like that. So thank you. I appreciate your effort.
All right. Before Representative Rivera speaks, let me remind council we are into the timeline for our emergency ordinance that needs to be addressed. So we have one person for public comment on this, and then we wanted to close out this item, recess, and then move into that. So
go ahead, and I'll give up the time.
We also
I'll ask her in private. It really is just a simple question. I know I asked you about the developers earlier, but I know this area is going to have an HOA, and my question was going to be, is it going to incorporate, since it's incorporating around the golf course itself, will that golf course also benefit from it?
Well, I mean, I think the golf course will benefit in the sense that you'll have rooftops surrounding it, so you'll have those visitors. But no, the golf course is not part of this deal. That will remain with the water utility.
Okay, thank you.
Representative Nell, you have something else?
We also have public comments.
No, that's, I have that. That's what I said, public comment. We have one person signed up for
No,
the.
for all of public comment? Like,
No, we got public comment, but we have to move into this. We were supposed to move into emergency at 11 o'clock, okay?
I understand that, but.
All right, I understand. Okay.
It's a mess.
Let's bring up the person for public comment.
We have 3 people that actually signed up on
3?
this. Yes, sir.
Let's recess.
Okay. Well, we have a motion to recess? There's a motion and a second to recess the city council meeting. All in favor? Anyone opposed? I'll do roll call. To recess, Mayor Pro Tem Schwartzbein?
Aye.
Thank you.
Aye.
Anello?
No.
Hernandez?
Yes.
Salcido?
Aye.
Rodriguez?
Yes.
Rivera?
Aye.
And Lizarraga.
Aye.
That motion passes with 6 affirmative votes. Representative Anello voting nay. The city council is now in recess at 11:48 a.m. in order to convene the emergency city council meeting.
Are we doing the emergency city council meeting or public comment?
Emergency city.
How many members of public comment?
We have 6 members for a call to the public at noon.
Okay. Okay, I move to commence the emergency council meeting?
Yes, well,
Yeah.
that's what we're going to do.
We already did.
Okay, so good morning. This is an emergency meeting of the El Paso City Council for Tuesday, March 17th, 2020. It is 11:49 a.m. Present are Mayor Margot, Representative Anello, Representative Hernandez, Representative Morgan, Representative Rodriguez, Representative Rivera, Representative Lizarraga. Mayor Pro Tem Peter Schwartzbein is appearing via video conference under the Texas Open Meetings Act 551.127. The first item on the agenda is discussion and action on an emergency ordinance of the City of El Paso, Texas, extending a disaster declaration due to a public health emergency. Is there a motion to approve the emergency ordinance?
Is there a motion to approve the ordinance when we go into discussion?
Move to approve?
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second. All right.
Very good, thank you. Good morning, Mayor and Council. I'd like to just start with a statement and then kind of get everyone on the same page of how this is working. So the local health authority in this situation, and in generally speaking, has independent authority. What it means is he's an extension of the State Department of Health, not an operational or political body. So he is the city-county health official for our area, and everyone needs to understand the weight of the orders he issues. With that, decisions should be driven by the health authority, the Department of Public Health, through the Office of Emergency Management. This is no different than how the state or federal government is working, and it's also driven by CDC recommendations. So far, we've stayed ahead of this issue through an aggressive approach that has been guided by the data-driven decision-making, and we plan to stay on that course. The ordinance needs to be crafted with broad powers that enable staff to continue down this path. These recommendations are being driven by the health authority and the powers granted to him by the State Department of Health, the Department of Public Health through the Office of Emergency Management. Again, the recommendations for our region are developed for our region by the health authority, Dr. O. Did you want to go through all the items? Yes?
We're on
Well-
item number 1. This is to
Wait,
extend the emergency ordinance. And there's a floor amendment for the emergency ordinance to extend the ordinance. And the revision is to clarify that there are 3 confirmed cases instead of 2 when it was originally posted. There is a motion and a second to extend the emergency ordinance. Mayor, would you like to take
Just
the
vote.
vote? Okay. On that motion, this is just to
the
extend
extension.
the extension of the emergency ordinance. Mayor Pro Tem Schwartzbein.
Aye.
There should be more conversation. I don't even know what I'm extending because the emergency ordinance will be discussed in the next item. So if I'm, like, why am I voting to extend something that we haven't even discussed yet? I would like to postpone number 1 and take number 2 first.
Can I, Mayor, may I speak?
Yes, please.
This meeting is being called to consider 2 different items. The first item that is on the agenda is an emergency order that extends the disaster declaration that was issued by the mayor on Friday. Pursuant to the charter, the mayor only has the authority to issue an emergency declaration for a period of 7 days, and it would require the approval of council, unanimous approval of council, to extend the emergency declaration past the original 7 days. That is the sole intent of this document. It is simply to continue the declaration and to allow the city to continue to receive funds from federal state agencies to assist us in the emergency declaration. That is the only reason this document is being brought before you today.
And I am not comfortable making a decision on that without understanding what the emergency ordinance instituting emergency measures are. I don't see why I would vote yes to extend something without understanding what we are extending. So I would ask that we take item 2 before item 1.
You want to clarify anything more?
So you don't understand why it's such a big deal. I'm not saying that I don't agree with this. I just like to know what I'm voting on. And I think that we as a council should also know what we're voting on.
Mayor and council,
Go ahead, Tommy.
the first item is simply an extension of the state of emergency that was called by you and the judge. It's not the emergency part of it, emergency ordinance. The emergency ordinance is a separate item.
Can we hear item 2?
What are you recommending, city attorney?
I'd recommend that you approve the emergency ordinance extending the declaration. That's all this document does.
I'm sorry.
To continue to allow the city to ask for assistance from the federal and state government on funding issues.
And Ms. Neiman, what is the problem with hearing number 2 before number 1? Make me understand what is so problematic about my request to just understand what I'm voting on.
There is not a problem,
There is
ma'am.
not a problem.
The only thing that I would remind council is this document requires unanimous approval of council as well as the next item that you will be considering, but they are separate. There's a separate purpose for both of them. Remember, the emergency declaration is issued at the authority of the mayor and requires the extension after 7 days by the full body of council. So it's separate from whether or not you will have a discussion about other ordinances instituting separate emergency measures locally.
We are simply extending what we approved last Friday, and then we will go into all the details to add to it. It must be unanimous.
I'm telling you right now, I am not comfortable until I understand what those measures are. So I would ask that we take number 2 before number 1.
We haven't changed or added to what we did on Friday. That's Representative Rodriguez? What? All right. Well, yeah.
I understand that, but I am not comfortable doing it before we have the conversation. So I am not going to support item 1 until we discuss item 2. So if it needs to be unanimous, I do not understand what the problem with discussing item 2 is.
Is it possible for us to, for you all to read into record what,
We can go to item 2.
You've got to have unanimity on the whole thing. If you don't have unanimity on number 2, you can't get unanimity on number 1. The idea is we keep it in place, and then we look at what we're going to add to it in number 2. The chances of unanimity with everything everybody wanted is pretty slim. It's imperative that we keep the document, the emergency ordinance in place to be able to receive federal and state funds going forth. It doesn't take away or add to. It is strictly a formality allowing this city to receive funding. The debate will be on the number 2. It may or may not pass you do have to have unanimity.
I think that we as a body should be working to pass number 2 unanimously, which may take hours, which is why I'm a little disappointed that we just had to break during an agenda item, because I think we should be taking this very seriously. I don't want to be rushing through it, and I think we should be working to get a unanimous vote on number 2 and number 1.
Mayor, we do have public comment on item number 1.
would it be possible to hear the public comment on item number 1 and then break for executive session?
Let's do the public comment,
Okay.
recess, go into our regular public comment, and then go into the executive session.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Lisa Turner. Good afternoon, ma'am. You have 3 minutes.
This needs to be done and done now. This nation has been wasting its time for a good 11 weeks. The number of cases have jumped fivefold in the last 7 days. Fivefold. You all need to do this. There are other things that you need to do. You need to put your personal benefit aside, your personal animosities beside, and get this done. If you don't, people will die. And it won't be just from the virus, it'll be from people having a heart attack who won't be able to get medical care. This is serious. This is a pandemic. It's all hands on board, and if you can't do it, resign. It's just that simple. There is no room to be fighting about this. Either you do your job or resign. I'm a citizen. I mean, I've been to the store twice. There's been nothing in the store. So don't tell me not to panic, because when there's nothing in the store, I'm going to panic. And just like our dear mayor, he's 6 months older than me, we're in the same high-risk group. There's a lot of people in that group. You need to pass this. Quit quibbling and pass it.
So I'm assuming your position is still the same, Representative Manello? Okay, all right, let's recess, go into public comment.
May we have a motion to recess the emergency meeting?
Second.
There's a motion and a second to recess the emergency meeting. All in favor?
Aye.
Anyone opposed? The emergency meeting is in recess at 12 noon. May we have a motion to reconvene the regular city council meeting?
So moved.
There's a motion and a second to reconvene the regular city council meeting. All in favor?
Aye.
Anyone opposed? The regular city council meeting is back in session at noon. We now go to call to the public. The El Paso City Council is a local government body charged with serving all of the citizens of the city, and the meetings must be focused on the meeting at charge. The city council meetings are public meetings under the Texas Open Meetings Act. Public comment is an accommodation and not a requirement of city council. All persons in attendance are expected to display civility and decorum that is respectful to other persons without the use of insulting, profane, threatening, or abusive language. Public comment will not be used for personal attacks, nor may any member of the public use his forum for political statements or campaigning. Please note that during call to the public, the city council may not deliberate or decide any subject that is not on the agenda. This afternoon, we have 6 members of the audience that signed up for the call to the public portion of the meeting. The first person is Ms. Patricia Robinson. She will be followed by Ms. Lisa Turner, Mr. Rene Fierro, Dr. Max Grossman. Good afternoon, ma'am. You have 3 minutes.
Yes, good afternoon, council and everyone in attendance. I'm pleased to be here to talk about the coronavirus again and how important it is that everyone follow directions. One of the main things they are talking about is hand washing. Okay, hand washing your hands, the 20 seconds. Also, your foods at home, your fruit and vegetables, wash them if you're gonna eat them raw. With a little dish soap, it's not gonna hurt you to wash it. Also, if you run out of hand sanitizer, you could always use alcohol. I mentioned last time about the 50% alcohol, the 70% alcohol, and I found a 90% alcohol in the grocery store. It's gonna sound funny. You could use vinegar, you could use lemon juice, and if push come to shove, you could use that expensive 100% 100 proof bourbon that you have at home. You can protect yourself too with gloves. If you don't have gloves, you could use socks on your hands. At home, don't waste stuff. You see the shelves are empty with important items, so whatever you have, don't waste it. There was a lady in our building, her provider was there cleaning her apartment, and the bleach was so strong, you could smell it from the elevator. So you only need a little bit, because using a lot is not gonna make it much cleaner. I had some other things. I left my notes at home, but I just want to reiterate how important it is to do what the officials tell you to do. Not assume you're a doctor or something, but do what they tell you to do, because they have more expertise in handling these things. So that's all I want to say right now, because I forgot my notes at home.
Thank you, Ms.
Thank you.
Robinson. The next speaker is Ms. Lisa Turner. Good afternoon, Ms. Turner. You'll have 3 minutes. Ms. Turner's topic is safety.
Again, good afternoon. Safety. Right now, you all have an opportunity to lead, follow, or get out of the way. I'm expecting my council to lead like it so often does. There are things, if you're elderly, I would ask that you all try to get the grocery stores to set aside a time for elderly people to shop. We should not be disconnecting anybody who can't pay their water or electric or gas bills while this is going on. There shouldn't be any evictions either. We're going to eventually get closed down whether you like it or not. So we can either close down now or wait till somebody else tells us to. You've already seen it with restaurants. They're going to pick up and delivery only. Sephora at the malls is closing their retail shops, effective today. I keep getting all these emails from all these companies telling me what they're going to do, and a lot of them is they're shutting down. Some things have to remain open: grocery stores, banks, gas stations. Other than that, it's time to shelter in place. Either we can do it now, or we can wait till we're overloaded with cases. And to think that it's not going to happen here is you've got your head in the sand. And we've had several months of our leaders with their head in the sand, which has cost lives. If anybody dies of this, they're going to be looking at you all, because you now have the opportunity to do something. And hopefully that's what you'll do. You'll close the bars, you'll close the malls. I know it's going to hurt, but it's not going to cost anybody their life. If you don't, it is going to cost somebody their life. So that's what it comes down to. Yes, it's going to hurt. It's hurting everybody. So you tell me, you want to tell me a few dollars is worth somebody else's life? Is that what it boils down to? Selling a beer, is that worth somebody's life? Getting a profit off selling a hamburger, is that worth somebody's life? You know, we're damned if we do, we're damned if we don't. So it comes down to this. Are you willing to pay a little bit in the money, or are you willing to pay with lives? It's the currency. It's money or lives. And you all get to make that decision. And I'm glad I'm not the one making the decision. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Mr. Rene Fierro. Rene Fierro. Dr. Max Grossman. Mr. Grossman's topic is danger of financial instability for the city. Good afternoon, sir. You have 3 minutes.
Good afternoon, Mayor, City Council. Thank you again. On December 10th, Moody's, one of the top investment services in the world, announced that El Paso is one of 4 cities in America that could face financial calamity in the event of a recession, specifically pension liabilities and debt servicing. Moody's is one of the top investment firms in the world. This report did not make the paper, but I'm concerned about it. I trust Moody's, a lot of Americans do, and I wanted to make you aware of this report. Of course, in the event of financial pressures, the City Council would have to make some pretty tough decisions and might have to cut services or eliminate projects that are non-essential. I've watched my taxes go up from 66 cents per $100 on the city side in 2013 to 91 cents. Now the gears are in motion to take us well over $1 by 2026. I just read in the El Paso Inc. that the city has incentivized 96 projects for developers at a cost of $231 million. I have read that El Paso is now #1 in the issuance of certificates of obligation. We have $568.7 million in CO debt, which is a Texas record. Compare that to $7 million for Dallas, $14 million for Houston. This is debt issued without voter approval. And it occurs to me that there are probably things that our city council could do to put us on a sounder financial footing. I'm not the CFO, I'm not economic development, but I do read the Wall Street Journal and I read the paper, and I'm deeply concerned about the financial stability of our city going forward, in spite of the rosy reports, the positive messaging coming from the CFO's office. So I would urge the City Council, especially in light of this crisis, to think about long-term budgetary planning and to think about what our city needs to do in order to avert what Moody's has specifically warned El Paso about. Thank you.
The next speaker is Mr. Jose Gaston Barriga. His topic is safe distance and safety precautions.
Good afternoon, everyone. I came here actually to talk about for the other item at 11 o'clock. I have an appointment at 1:30. I have to go to urology to get a treatment. It's really disrespectful for everyone here in this chamber to take economic development into consideration rather than an emergency management issue. If you actually want to take care of this city and the citizens, you actually handle something that when they actually going to give you money, not something they're trying to handle you economic development. I mean, come on, get some common sense, okay? Wasting my time. A whole hour just standing here. I mean, that's ridiculous. I'm not even going to stay for the other one. But now, the reason that I'm here is for this. I take my temperature. It's going to say that I got a 98.7. But if I go, let's say that I got another person, and if I get somebody with 106.7 here in this room, what's going to happen? That person may be sick, right? Okay. What happens if that person actually taking Tylenol? I take so many stuff. I take so many medicine that mask all the different symptoms. I tell you, but many weeks ago, I was puking. I was told that I got food poison. I tell you, do you know what is being puking and defecating at the same time in diarrhea? That's the most miserable thing that can happen to a human being. But guess what? You actually have food poisoning. You don't meet the criteria. So what you have to see is that you actually have to consider. You may want to put somebody right here that do the temperature check. You may want to actually have some air conditioner going on here. You may want to have this right here. You got the person here. You may want to have everybody keeping a safe distance. I mean, you are the leadership. You are the ones actually making the decisions. I mean, I'm not here to school you. I came here with a different type of attitude, but come on, everybody is here hugging each other. I mean, members of the media, everybody, I mean, come on. That's an embarrassment. I mean, and you're about to let the rec centers open. I mean, you want to close the libraries, but you got the rec centers open. I mean, how many kids are going out there? How many seniors are going out there and play pool? I mean, think about that. I mean, do you know how many persons are old that are actually working in the center? Do you know how old? Most of you are at an age that you actually can have pneumonia. I mean, think about it. You are at risk. So do it for your life. I'm here. I have a reason being here. I have a reason being on the streets. Well, I don't want to be the city just like in New York. You know, I don't even want to take pictures in the streets.
Thank you, Mr. Barriga.
Thank
You
you.
have 3 minutes.
Thank you. The next speaker is Mr. David Jerome. His topic is Goal 1 of the City Council Strategic Plan. He will be followed by VJ Smith. Good afternoon, Mr. Jerome. You'll have 3 minutes, sir.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen of the chamber, and also the mayor. Hello. Normally, I would come to you and talk to you about how important it is to get this deal that we saw earlier done. In terms of the 19th largest city ought to have a destination hotel available to it if we want to be competitive. I'd also say the jobs are terrific. We should have those as well, both the direct and indirect jobs. I'd be talking about the taxes that you'd gain and be telling you how important that is as well. But today, actually, I'm going to couch it slightly differently because I don't think it's just an economic development discussion anymore. I think what we're talking about is something different. We are seeing a health crisis that is leading to economic crisis. This is no longer a discussion about economic development. This is about economic stimulus in my mind. And you're going to be asked to help business. In fact, you're going to be asked a lot more in the coming days because it's going to need your help. And I think it should start today. Think economic stimulus at this point, not just economic development. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Mr. VJ Smith. His topic is economic development. Good afternoon, sir. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you. Good morning, Mayor, members of council, city manager, city attorney. Recently, I'm here on behalf of the Chamber of Commerce Board of Directors, El Paso Chamber. Recently, we voted to support approving these economic development actions that you are considering. In addition to Mr. Jerome's comments, I just wanted to state on behalf of the board that we also had in full view the quality of life implications for our active duty service members at Fort Bliss and their families, as well as active duty members at our partners, regional partners and facilities in this region. Furthermore, on this topic with respect to increasing our percentage numbers for the retention of transitioning service members, these actions would provide additional and significant motivators for choosing El Paso based on quality of life and jobs and general economic health. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Mr. Colt DeMorris. His topic is cannabis. Good afternoon, sir. You have 3 minutes.
Good afternoon, council, mayor. This morning I was told that there would not be an update to site and release today due to a presentation that is supposed to be put on sometime next month by the chief of police. Since then, I've had a discussion with my state representative who've had the opportunity to meet with chief of police regarding this matter. It is my understanding that the chief of police is opposed to city council implementing site and release.
Sir, that's an item on the agenda. You've signed up to speak on that item on the agenda, and we can call you up when that item is considered. This is for items that are not on the city council agenda.
Okay, I'll wait.
Thank you. Mr. Castro will wait too. Okay. Mayor, that ends call to the public. May we have a motion to recess the regular city council meeting?
Well, let me just, since we're already back in, how many speakers do we have on that item, 25 point, was it 25?
On 25.2, there's three members of the audience that signed up.
Let's go ahead and hear those and then we'll vote.
Okay. On 25.2, this is a discussion and action on a resolution.
We're already in this meeting. We were
that the city
reconvening,
manager
that's why
be
I said
authorized to sign a memorandum of understanding between the city and the El Paso Water Utilities. We have Ms. Marilyn Guida. She will be followed by David Jerome, followed by VJ Smith. Good afternoon, ma'am. You have 3 minutes.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council.
Water, sewer, and stormwater service are the bedrock services which we all pay for. No development can proceed without those services. With the authorization of the MOU between the city and El Paso Water, PSB, and the TERS and the MMD, you are creating the independent city of Northeast El Paso. In the same way a past council already created through an MMD, the independent city of Montecillo in West El Paso. The citizens of El Paso will have no knowledge of when the MMD boards will meet, what actions they will take, and the public cannot provide any input on their planning. None of the usual openness and transparency we expect of city government will take place within an MMD. So these are, in effect, independent cities within the city of El Paso. Over a couple of decades, downtown El Paso is being developed as a major concentration of business, residential, and entertainment. So that's the third city of downtown El Paso. And finally, we have a huge amount of incremental suburban development on the east side, which I will call the fourth city of El Paso. Given all this, what is the lived experience of the people of El Paso now? Many don't go downtown under any circumstances. There is no reason, except for employment, for East Siders to go to the west or for the West Siders to go to the east. The Northeasters have to go east and west to find employment and certain commercial services and health care, but they don't enjoy it. Please take a deep breath and look at the reality and enormity of your decision today. You are making decisions that will commit the city to a certain path for the next 100 years or more. How many of you have done your own research on MMDs and TERS? How many of you have looked into the research done in universities and think tanks and nonprofits in the United States who have been researching and analyzing these methods of urban development? How many of you have been willing to set aside your own inclinations and beliefs to look at other ways of thinking about the decisions you are about to make? Please postpone this decision. By the way, yesterday, the president says he sees a recession coming. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. That concludes public comment on 25.2. The other two members do not wish to speak on this item.
Okay, we have a motion and a second for the approval of 25.2. Let's vote.
Yes, sir, there is a
Well,
motion.
now we have somebody else.
I apologize. I thought I signed up to speak. I thought I got
Okay,
a
come on.
response saying
You-
that-
You're
you-
welcome.
You signed
You're
up
welcome
on
to
20
speak.
25.3, 32.3.
So we didn't get there yet.
We're not there yet.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, all right, let's vote.
There is a motion and a second to approve the MOU for item 25.2. On that motion, Mayor Pro Tem Schwartzbein,
Aye.
Anello,
The MOU.
25.2.
No.
So,
Hernandez.
we reconvened to city council meeting?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. Yes.
Morgan,
Yes.
Salcido,
Aye.
Rodriguez. Yes. Rivera,
Aye.
and Lizarraga.
Aye.
That motion passes unanimously. I'm sorry, that motion passes with 7 affirmative votes. Representative Anello voting nay.
Okay, let's
Do we have to go to the other
recess.
ones? We have the other ones, huh? We have the other ones, huh?
You have to
You want-
vote on
Oh,
the
you-
on the
All
other
right.
items associated with
Yes.
this. Mayor.
Okay, let's go ahead and do that then.
25.3?
Is there a motion on 25.3?
Motion.
Second.
There is a motion and a second. 25.3 is an ordinance partially amending the master zoning plan related to 8 tracks east of US Highway 54 and north of Loma Real Avenue. There is 3 members of the public that signed up to speak on 25.3.
Okay,
First person is Ms. Marilyn Guida. Good afternoon, ma'am. You have 3 minutes.
Good afternoon. Since the master zoning plan provides a very general overview of the development concepts of a large project with a very long time frame, it is difficult to pinpoint specific issues.
I noticed a statement in Section 1, General Guidelines, that mentions industrial along with residential and commercial serving adjacent neighborhoods. I question the appropriateness of placing industrial uses, which could include uses that cause excess air pollution emissions, have the potential to explode accidentally, or emit polluted water and other materials, and will surely involve large vehicle traffic, possibly carrying hazardous materials on the arterials. I don't think we want nearby neighborhoods that might be threatened by these hazards. We've seen several catastrophic events in Texas just within the last year or two that pose serious consequences for nearby and even distantly located residents near certain industries. I remember that when Joyce Wilson was city manager, she envisioned industrial uses in this part of El Paso. It all depends upon what the industrial uses are, and this plan is designed to be general, not specific. Once the MMD is operational, of course, then decisions like this are kept within the board of the MMD, and those outside the boundaries of the MMD will never find out in advance what's going on inside. In the same section, the plan indicates that a developer will determine open space types and where they'll be distributed. This is an example of my objection to the MMD: lack of public input, no opportunity or interest of a developer to collaborate with knowledgeable community members. An MMD is a closed system. In the early stages of development with no residents or very few residents, there is no transparency or accountability to the public at large. Is there going to be an 18-foot wall around this development to keep the non-resident and non-employed public out? Or maybe they will allow shoppers in. In section 2.4.2, Parks and Open Space, the MZP says that parks and open spaces will be distributed and will be, quote, a focal point of development. But they also say there will be 135 acres of parks and open space. That's about 6% in a 2,313 acre development. It doesn't sound like any of the parks and open spaces will be big enough to be called a focal point. After reading how compliant the developer is with all the city codes and plans, for sure this is going to be a wonderful development. In fact, it will be perfect. But I wonder if it is really possible to achieve perfection. Thank you.
The next speaker is Ms. Judy Ackerman. She will be followed by Lois Balin. Good afternoon, ma'am. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you very much. I appreciate this opportunity. 3 quick points. Development in general, best practices of development, and the land west of MLK, Martin Luther King in the Northwest. In general, you know that I'm opposed to all development. No, not true, not true. If there needs to be development, outside of the current areas that are already developed, in other words, not infill, then the Northeast is a good place to do it. However, any development needs to be with the best practices currently of low-impact development and green infrastructure. And we hear that that's going to happen. I certainly hope that some way you measure that and make sure it happens, especially stormwater. We have historically been bad about how we've done stormwater, and we need to use that water, use it effectively, not just let it tear down our streets and eat up the pavement. It needs to be utilized in these parks, and so far, El Paso has not shown that it can utilize stormwater effectively. Please keep your eye on the ball on this one. Now, the land west of Martin Luther King, so that is the land that abuts the state park and is north of the development called North Hills. That needs to stay as open space. I heard wonderful news that it has been removed from TERS 13. Excellent, not good enough. What we need to do is rezone that as natural open space. You, the city council, just spent tens of thousands of dollars to create the trailheads at Roundhouse and at Lazy Cow. Don't let it be paved, okay? Don't rely on the fact that a big development across the street is going to prohibit development west of Martin Luther King. Don't rely on that. Change the zoning. I know it's not part of this particular bill, but put it on your to-do list. Change the zoning and make that land natural open space. I'm sure I could talk to you for a lot longer, but enough. Thanks.
Thank you. The next speaker is Ms. Lois Balin. She will be followed by VJ Smith. Good afternoon, ma'am. You have 3 minutes.
Good afternoon. Thank you for allowing me to speak. In lieu of time, I'd like to say I concur with everything Judy Ackerman and Marilyn Guida said. These 2,313 acres of land designated as a North Track, land slated for the general mixed use, containing the 9,500 dwelling units and 135 acres, or 5.8% of parks and open space, probably will end up as soccer fields and non-native turf grass. And it doesn't really address public natural open space use or natural open space zoning. The presentation that the planning department gave did mention trails that would be linked to the natural open space, but doesn't mention any actual natural open space usage within this very large development area in northeast El Paso. I also want to say that that presentation mentioned that there is absolutely nothing on this land. Well, guess what, folks? That may be from an economic development standpoint, from a wildlife management standpoint, from a natural resource standpoint. I mean, that is a completely erroneous statement. This land for development contains essential natural open space for the survival and thriving of our native wildlife and provides important free ecological services. The bats, the birds, pollinate plants, they disperse seeds, they control pests, free pest control. This natural open space contains the essential foraging, nesting, and cover habitat for wildlife, and is also a haven for bat species that are suffering elsewhere and dying by the millions from white nose syndrome in other areas of Texas. This is foraging area. It may look like nothing to you, but it is not nothing. Populations of rare and common birds alike are decreasing across North America, including our local resident cactus wren. The latest scientific statistical studies by Cornell and multiple bird conservation collaboratives report nearly 1 in 3 birds, or 29%, have vanished in the last half century and demonstrate an almost 50% decline in birds dependent on arid habitats, such as our Chihuahuan Desert, since 1968. This arid land breeding birds of deserts in the West are the most steeply declining of all habitats. As a TPWD state wildlife biologist representing El Paso County, I recommend the council carefully consider the type of development being done here and to favor conservation development, dense cluster development, and preserve some natural open space land within this very large tract of development for natural open space that the public can use for recreation that will benefit the wildlife and provide us with our free ecological services.
Thank you, ma'am. Your 3 minutes. Thank you very much.
Thank you. The next speaker is Mr. B.J. Smith. Mr. David Giroux. That concludes public comment on this item, Mayor.
All right, let's vote.
There is a motion and a second to adopt the ordinance for 25.3. On that motion, Mayor Pro Tem Schwartzbein.
Aye.
Anello.
Aye.
Hernandez.
Yes.
Morgan.
Yes.
Salcido.
Aye.
Rodriguez.
Yes.
Rivera.
Aye.
And Lizarraga.
Aye.
And that motion passes unanimously. The next item is 25.4. This is a public hearing on an ordinance of the City Council of the City of El Paso, Texas, amending ordinance number 018849 concerning tax increment reinvestment zone 13 to amend the boundaries, extend the term, and increase the city participation rate of tax increment reinvestment zone number 13.
Move to approve.
Second.
Do we have comment on this one?
Yes, Mayor, we do have public comment.
Okay.
The first person is Ms. Marilyn Guida. She will be followed by Max Grossman, followed by Joe Molinar.
Hi, this is Marilyn Guida again. So there's $0 in revenue created by this land right now. It's empty land. It doesn't cost you anything. It doesn't cost you anything in comparison to the development, which is going to, we're going to be propping up this development for the next 50 years. We're going to be draining funds through the TERS and the MMD away from the health and safety issues of the whole community, the quality of life services for the city as a whole, et cetera, et cetera. This area is a huge floodplain. and I think it was mentioned very briefly. I never heard about the lake that EPW is going to retain that was mentioned by Ms. Triggs. But the point is, if you ever have driven on the Patriot Freeway, going out of town on that freeway, you're crossing a causeway. TxDOT built that highway over that area that you're going to be developing as a causeway because they know how much flooding can happen there. We don't see it very often, but when we do see it, it's huge, it's immense. If we have these microbursts of rain that we've been getting because of the changing climate conditions, that wipes out any ability of El Paso Water to manage stormwater. And I've heard this from Alan Schubert himself. So there's a huge risk for the people who are going to buy the homes that are there. I don't know if you've ever bought a home in a brand new development. The grading is really important. If the grading isn't right and the house starts to, the land starts to settle and the house shifts, you've got cracks. And those residents then, what recourse do they have? They have to go to the MMD, they have to go to a lawyer, and meanwhile they're dealing with a house that's cracked. This happens around the city in a lot of places. I don't know if any of those folks are coming and suing the city or not, but you know, this is the danger of building in a major floodplain. So those are among a few of my comments. There's too many to really finish off the 3 minutes. Thank you all.
Thank you. The next speaker is Max Grossman. He will be followed by Joe Molinar. Good afternoon, sir. You have 3 minutes.
Afternoon, Mayor, Council. Thank you a third time. I've been in El Paso 10 years. I'm a taxpayer. I pay 100% of my property tax. My grandfather was a pilot in World War II. He started a business in the 1950s, expanded it, hired other people, got into real estate and other businesses. Never asked for a handout from the government, never asked for incentives, never went to his city, county, or state for any help. The project that was described for us looks like a really great project. It's beautiful, amenitized, right? Let the developers pay for it. Let the developers pay for it. This is the United States where entrepreneurs are supposed to assume capital risk for their projects, all the capital risk for their projects. And if that area is profitable to develop, then the entrepreneur should step in and develop the property, put up the capital, and assume the capital risk. I think that this partnership is weighted too heavily towards the developers. I think it's an epic giveaway. The numbers I'm reading about, 75% property tax forgiveness over a quarter century and more, is the most extreme thing I've ever seen coming out of City Council in terms of incentives, far beyond the large abatements for hotels and the other projects that are being abated or incentivized in the 10 years since I've been here. And then there's the big elephant in the room, ladies and gentlemen. Where will the people come from? The population of El Paso is flat. The last census data shows a decline of 269 people. So we're incentivizing these developments, and obviously the people come from El Paso. And so you're drawing people out of existing neighborhoods, out of the center, into the periphery, out of the existing school systems, and you're taking from Peter to pay Paul, right? It's a zero-sum game. Unless we see on the horizon a massive explosion in population that would justify these kinds of incentives on this scale. Instead, we're incentivizing sprawl, longer commutes. We've got to cover that with infrastructure. School children are moved from one district into a future district. And, you know, in the background, of course, is just the structure of the project. 44 acres for 2,313 acres. The city buys the 2,313 acres, 18.6 million. Interest, by the way, for 30 years on that will double that figure, as we all know. And then on the northwest side, 44 acres, if the state does not come up with the 40 million in incentives, guess who pays for it? You signed it. The El Paso taxpayers, through the electric franchise fee, will pay that 40 million over a period of 10 years, 4 million a year. I just cannot believe it's come to this. I cannot believe that government has gone quite this far in incentivizing what should be private development. Please reconsider. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Grosser.
The next speaker is Mr. Joe Molinar. No way. He will be followed by Ms. Teresa Caballero. Good afternoon, sir. You have 3 minutes.
Good afternoon, Mayor, members of the City Council, City Manager, Ms. Carla Neiman. My name is Joe Molinar, and I am a proud El Pasoan, as you can see by I'm wearing my hat today. But here's the thing, I have lived primarily in the Northeast El Paso all of my life. Unlike so many others, I did not come here from another state. I did not come here from another city. I am in El Paso, and I was born and raised here in El Paso. And I am very proud of that fact. If I'm speaking loud, I'm glad. When I take exception when someone says, there's nothing there. Like Ms. Lois Balance said, yes, there is there. The flora and the fauna are there. Have you not gone to the Northeast El Paso and seen on the eastern slope of the mountains? What's there? The mountains are on fire right now. The Mexican golden poppies are blooming. Blooming. We even have a poppy fest. Unfortunately, due to the situation, international, that's been canceled or postponed. Hopefully it's been suspended, but we can't do nothing about that. I would say take down that city of El Paso, Texas there, and put a nice aerial photograph of those poppies. It'll do a lot better for that. This idea is not a panacea for the city of El Paso. It really is not. Economic development, I'm all for that. I really am. I really am. But I don't believe this is not the way to go, because who's going to benefit the most? A certain few. And who's going to pay for it? All of us as taxpayers, because we continue to pay and pay and pay. The financial elite will benefit the most. We are in a financial situation that is unprecedented in the United States of America. This virus has done many things, and we're only at the very beginning. So what your actions that you take here today will multiply and continue for several years. And we're doing this for 2070. I can tell you I'm not going to be here. My children may be here. My grandchildren may be here, but I know I won't. And what is going to happen to the markets then at that time? I say hold off on this altogether. And I also take exception. Dr. Morgan, I was there at your Friday meeting and the presentation. I heard this already many times. We're going to get a Target. No disrespect to Target. No disrespect to Target. I was in Target last night. Not because of what I'm saying today, but all of this is going to happen, and wow, the Northeast is going to get a Target. Thank you very much. Thank you, and have a great day.
And the final speaker is Ms. Teresa Caballero. Good afternoon, ma'am. You have 3 minutes.
Good afternoon. May it please the council, ladies and gentlemen of the audience and at home. I think some questions need to be asked regarding this. First of all, I'm sorry? Okay. First of all, I heard several people from the city say we don't have money, from the city manager, we don't have money to fix our streets out in the Northeast. We don't have money to fix our streets out in the Northeast. But we do have money, apparently, millions and millions of dollars to put into this district to help Mr. Foster become even wealthier. This is his development. This is his business plan, and yet somehow or another, we have all the money that is necessary for this plan, but we don't have money to fix the streets in the Northeast. What happens when there is a downturn in the economy, like the one we're having? What happens to our investment in this project? And I never got a bottom line dollar of what our investment is in this project. I know we're losing 2,313 acres from our bank of land to go into the project. What does that mean for our bond rating? Our bond rating was already downgraded 2 years ago. And now we have Moody's coming out saying we're on the precipice of default. One of the reasons why we even have a decent bond rating is because of the land that is held in trust by the Public Service Board. So this land, we're losing land out of our bank. And we use that bank to borrow money. We say, look, we have all this land. So tell me what happens when things go south to the money we're going to have to put up, which I never got a clear number on. And what's going to happen to the already overburdened taxpayer in El Paso? We need an answer to that question. And while Elizabeth, I don't know her last name, I would refer to her by her last name, while Elizabeth gave a fabulous 1-hour commercial for Paul Foster at our expense, she didn't really answer your questions, and you had a good one. What does 100% mean? She didn't give you an answer. She can tell you what 75% is, but she couldn't tell you what 100% was. And you asked her, Ms. Anello, if private developers currently put in streets and their developments, and the answer is yes, they put in streets. So the fact that we're putting in a street, or he's putting in a street, or they're going to put in the street is kind of nonsensical because developers already
Thank you,
put
Ms.
in the
Caballero.
streets.
Your 3 minutes, ma'am. Thank you very
Please
much.
vote down.
Mayor, that concludes public comment on this item.
Okay, let's vote.
There is a motion and a second to adopt
I
the
need to
ordinance.
correct something for the record so that the people who are watching and viewing this understand and know this. There was no downgrade 2 years ago. There's been no downgrade of our bond rating. We have made several presentations to the City Council where we've actually increased our fund balance by almost $20 million. There was dollars being taken from the fund balance 6 years ago, and we corrected that. We've also shown the council all the savings that has been produced by our staff. We've also shown the fact that we brought in new revenues from the state and federal government to leverage projects. I just want to be clear that there is no bond rating downgrade that the city has experienced in the last 6-7 years. It hasn't experienced in the last decade. And so it's because of those kinds of actions that precipitated that bond rating staying where it is. And we've looked at the pension issues. We've looked at those kinds of things, and we'll be bringing things back for the council to consider for the charter election in November of 2020, if council so chooses to put that on there. That is one of those things in the pension area that we're looking to make adjustments on that we briefed the council before in public sessions.
That's correct. And actually, it was 2013, 2014 when the city was being threatened by the bond raters of a downgrade because of what was happening with the fund balance. And so I showed you that presentation yesterday. I showed you the results that we've demonstrated financially. The 5 consecutive years of surplus for the last 5 years, increasing our fund balance by the tune of $17 million. The city manager talked about the importance that we have with our grant compliance, so ensuring that we're collecting our federal and state grants. There has been no downgrade. In fact, the opposite. In 2016, we actually got an upgrade on the ballpark debt because of how the hotel occupancy tax was performing at the time and because of the refinancing that was done during that year. And so, again, just to correct the statements that were made, there was no downgrade. And in fact, the opposite, the ballpark debt was actually increased on the bond rating.
Thank you. Let's vote.
Okay, there is a
Oh,
motion.
excuse me, Representative Hernandez?
So the action that we're taking right now is to actually approve the ordinance. So this would be the action that would trigger the TERS extension? Is this a 25.4?
This
Okay.
is the action that extends the TERS, sets the city's participation rate, and pulls the boundary back.
Okay, I got lost in all the items. And so my comments would be for 25.4 to 25.7. So first, Mrs. Triggs, I do want to give you as much kudos as possible. I know personally I have been very difficult and very adverse to this. And it's been a very difficult decision for me. So you have helped and helped guide me into my decision-making process. So thank you for all the hard work that you have done. I don't believe that you were giving an hour-long commercial. I would disagree with that, but I do. The way I'm going to vote today is 100% because of you. And so I just wanted to thank you for your hard work in this. I also got emails from you at 3 o'clock in the morning. So I was very, very impressed with your hard work. And so reasons why I didn't support this, and it's very important for me to talk about this evolution, and I'm sorry, I feel like we want to rush this, but this is a very important decision for me. And it's been a very challenging evolution in how I've come to my decision. So first, the notion that this development would not happen but for this TERS and participation of the city, I just disagree with fundamentally. I do believe it would be developed. But it would be developed with the current standards that we see throughout parts of my district and the east side, close to George Cedar, Montana, and what you're seeing today in the far upper east side. And so, I mean, I'm looking at these developments, and they're very cookie cutter developments. They're high density. There's no park space. There are no public amenities. There's no open space. There are no private amenities. There are no street lights. The subdivision codes have been completely ignored. These are the developments that the vast majority of my constituents live in, and I start to question. And with streets that are deteriorating, and I start to question, what can we do today to change the trajectory of the way that our developments happen? The second thing that I do acknowledge is that development is inevitable within our city limits. So if they're in our city limits, how do we grasp and control that type of development so that it's very similar or closely aligned with the El Paso plan, that it aligns with our subdivision plan, and if above and beyond our current standards, if there could be more than that, then I want to be able to try to contribute to that. The other thing that's driving my decision-making process today is, and I really hate that it's all kind of convoluted and it's this very complex agreement, but learning more from the experts like Mr. David Pettit, like from other persons in economic development who've worked throughout the state and throughout the country, is that these development agreements, entitlement agreements, they're very complex. And I wish they could be siloed, but they're not. And this is the norm across the nation. And so I do very much want to see Great Wolf Lodge, and if that does not happen, I would be a very big critic of that, because my decision-making process is going to be based on that this is going to come to fruition, and I don't want to jeopardize that. The second reason why I'm considering supporting this is the risk to the city. And so we've fought very hard, and I think negotiations have come underway, is the protections of self-audits. And so I need some reassurance that those audits are going to be conducted and that they're going to come back to the city council. And so it's going to be performance-based. So we're not just going to issue the checks, as you said, but there's the checks and balance in there. And so these key negotiation points have been implemented. And so I'm very happy about that. The limit to the tax rate, I'm very happy about that. The structure of the board and how the bonds are not issued until city council approves, those give me a lot of relief that those protections are in place. So the risk is mitigated here, and it is very dependent on whether or not the developer will achieve what it has been asked to achieve within the agreement. And so it puts the city at very little risk. The budget and the financing piece has been my biggest concern. But I think working with economic development and working with our TERS consultant, I think they were able to demonstrate clearly what the benefit is. Today, we're in a crisis with dilapidated, deteriorated streets. How did we get there? Because we have failed to come up with innovative agreements that puts that onus to the developers. So yes, the development, and this is something that I grappled with. Why are we paying for streets for developers when it's their responsibility? Well, the way this is structured is that we're shifting that responsibility down the line. So that responsibility is to the developer down the line to continue to maintain. And so, but for the development, there would be no monies to reimburse to the developer for the street infrastructure. So yes, in a sense, they are getting their street infrastructure dollars today, but tomorrow and 30 years, 40 years from now, those will be maintained without cost to the city. How are we paying for street infrastructure today? To Mr. Grossman's point, we are using COs and debts. So this, in my opinion, is a way that we protect future debt issuance by putting that onus into the developer. So in conclusion, one of my closest mentors has always said to me, don't let the perfect be the enemy of the good. And so, and I take that to heart because I think that we do need to see innovative development. We do need to develop these partnerships. And I think that this development is better for El Paso within the city limits, something that we can control. And so for those reasons, I'll be supporting this today.
Thank you, Representative Hernandez, for a well-said summation. Dr. Morgan.
I want to thank Representative Hernandez for her support of this project. Obviously, everyone that sits on this dais here today that came in 2017, we've been working on this since we came in here in June 2017, and I'm glad that we're able to get it to this point today. It's not for a lack of effort. I mean, there a tremendous amount of research and effort has gone into this project. And as a representative for Northeast El Paso, I'm going to just go ahead and tell you, this is a project that is, one, deserving, and two, needed in this community. Like I said, I've lived there for 20 years, and there's just a lack of everything out there. You know, Mr. Mullen, or speaker earlier, Ms. Marilyn Guida, stated that the Northeasterners, they have to go to the east side or the west side, but they don't like it, okay? It's out of necessity that we have to do this. It's a shame. It's a shame that leaders of the past did not have the vision to look forward to understand what a gem the Northeast is. It's coming along. It's coming along great. Well, I feel very good about the plan that we have. We've been keeping in line with our strategic plan, and we're going to continue to move forward. So I want to thank you all for your support as members of council. I want to thank the staff for all the hard work and the due diligence that you placed into this project, and we look forward to go ahead and voting on this. Thank you.
Representative Vanella.
So I feel like I need to say this. Elizabeth, I do want to thank you for all the work you did. I don't know where she went, but there has been years of work on this. I know you've worked very hard on it. And as Representative Hernandez said, you've always been available to our concerns and questions. So when I do not support this item, I feel like the comment was made. I want to really thank you and your staff and all of economic development and the PIOs who have worked on this. When we talked about this land when it was going to be in the Northwest, my issue was my constituents. My issues will always be my constituents. Blight has been a very serious thing in the central area. When developments come up on the east or the west, this will be no different for my community, and until I think we as a city take that very seriously and start using dollars to deal with that blight and kind of the flight from the central area, I will not support development that causes that. But again, thank you for all of your work.
Representative Rodriguez.
Elizabeth, I also want to thank you. I know I came in pretty late in the game into this whole program, but for the time that I have been here, I really appreciate for the understanding that you brought forward towards me. I feel that my constituents in Mission Valley, to them, it's not quite fair. You know, there's a lot of need down there too, and unfortunately, I grew up in Northeast. My grandfather lives in the Northeast, so I know what it's like there too. So it's a really hard decision for me, but unfortunately, I'm not going to be able to support this either, and it is for that reason.
Okay, let's vote.
Okay, there is a motion and a second to adopt the ordinance on 25.4. On that motion, Mayor Pro Tem Schwartzbein?
Aye.
Anello?
No.
Hernandez?
Yes.
Morgan?
Yes.
Salcido?
Aye.
Rodriguez?
No.
Rivera?
Aye.
And Lizarraga.
Aye.
And that motion passes with 6 affirmative votes. Representatives Anello and Rodriguez voting nay, the motion does pass. Mayor, at this time, we need to recess to conduct the TIRS 13 board meeting and to reconvene the emergency meeting. May we have a motion to recess?
Motion to recess.
There's a motion and a second to recess a regular city council meeting. All in favor?
Aye.
Anyone opposed? The meeting is in recess at 12:57 p.m. Mayor, what would you like to convene?
We got to convene the TIRS meeting.
Yes. Okay. So, good afternoon. This is a meeting of the Tax Increment Reinvestment Zone 13 Board of Directors meeting. Present are Board Chair Margot, Board Member Hernandez, Board Member Salcido, Board Member Rodriguez, Board Member Rivera, and Board Member Lizarraga. It is 12:57 p.m. The first item on the agenda is discussion and action to review and recommend approval of the amended final project and financing plan for tax TERS 13. And just for the record, Board Member Schwartzbein is participating via video conference.
Elizabeth Triggs with Economic Development. So the first item on the agenda is to discuss the project and financing plan, which reflects the changes related to both the ordinance that was just approved as well as the entitlement agreement that you'll be hearing next. What I want to highlight here is that during this process, we were still going through negotiations on the entitlement agreement. So this page here will be replaced. It's a floor amendment in what is the existing plan, and I want to be very clear about that. It is a floor amendment, and it does specify that the maximum project cost that can be paid for with TERS revenue is $471 million, and that's inclusive of the costs associated with the Northeast development, as well as the full $39 million for Angora Loop, which assumes that we would have no participation from other entities, and we would cover the whole debt service for that. So I want to be very clear about that and make sure that that's reflected in the change. Beyond that, there is no difference. Once again, the project costs can never exceed this dollar amount without coming back to City Council for approval. And then once again, these are reimbursement projects, and so if the TERS revenue is not available, then you can't pay for the project costs. So I also want to be very clear about that.
We need a motion to approve this one.
Move to approve?
I have a motion and a second.
Yes, and is this also to approve B? A and B together, or is
We'll
that
go through
separate?
B. B is separate.
B separate, okay, this is to approve 2A.
2As we just discussed.
On that motion, Board Member Schwartzbein.
Aye.
Hernandez,
Yes.
Morgan,
Yes.
Salcido,
Aye.
Rodriguez,
No.
Rivera,
Aye.
and Lizarraga.
Aye.
Board Chair Margot,
Yes.
and that motion does pass with 7 affirmative votes. Board Member Rodriguez voting nay. The motion does pass. Item 2B is review and recommendation of approval of a resolution pledging TERS 13 revenue to the Northeast Development and the Angora Loop Sean Haggerty Extension, subject to council approval of the TERS 13 amended final project and financing plan.
Motion to approve.
Second.
There's no further discussion. All right, let's vote.
There is a motion and a second to approve 2B. On that motion, Board Member Schwartzbein,
Aye.
Anello. I'm sorry?
Yes.
Thank you. Hernandez,
Yes.
Morgan,
Of course, yes.
Salcido,
Yay.
Rodriguez,
No.
Rivera,
Aye.
and Lizarraga.
Aye.
Board Chair Margot,
Yes.
and that motion passes with 7 affirmative votes. Board members Anello and Rodriguez voting nay, the motion does pass. Item number 3 is identification of items for future agendas.
No items,
Thank you.
no vote.
May we have a motion to adjourn?
Second.
There's a motion and a second to adjourn the TERS 13 Board of Directors meeting. All in favor?
Aye.
Anyone opposed? And the meeting is adjourned at 1:01 p.m.
How long is it going to take us to do, before we decide which meeting to resume? How long is it going to take to do 25-6 and 25-7?
I don't have any more presentations, but if there's public comment, I don't.
How much public comment do we have on?
We have one
6.
member of the audience that's signed up to speak on 25.5, 25.6, and 25.7.
Just one?
Yes, sir.
All right, let's resume that meeting and cover these 3 items.
Okay, may we have a motion to reconvene the regular city council meeting? There's a motion and a second to reconvene the regular city council meeting. All in favor?
Aye.
Yes. So
Anyone
so I
opposed?
just want to say, in the future, if there's public comment, we need to do the public comment before we vote. So we need to know, because we voted on these items already?
Those
No.
are for the TERS board meeting, so you still have 3 items left.
as a council,
On your council agenda and the public.
So we're doing this, they didn't speak on the TERS, they're speaking on the city council agenda.
The agenda.
Thank you.
The meeting is back in session at 1:02 PM. We're on item 25.5. This is a public hearing on an ordinance approving an amended project and financing plan for tax increment reinvestment zone number 13. May we have a motion?
Move to approve. Second.
Okay.
There's
There's
a
no
motion.
presentation, right?
No, sir.
Okay, let's have our public comment.
We have Ms. Marilyn Guida that signed up to speak on 25.5. Good afternoon, ma'am. You have 3 minutes.
Hi, Marilyn Guida here. I think to make this work, we need people who can afford the price of homes, and we need apartments, and we need businesses who can afford to buy the commercial and industrial land that's being planned. If we continue to have flat population growth, I don't see how this is going to work. We now have a health crisis. The economic situation is looking really bad, and we have no idea of its long-lasting effects. I actually see this as a house of cards on shifting sands, literally shifting sands out there. And I expect there are going to be amendments, changes, a long process of continuing this until who knows when. Thank you.
Thank you. That ends public comment on 25.5.
Let's vote.
There is a motion and a second to approve item 25.5. Mayor Pro Tem Schwartzbein?
Aye.
Anello?
No.
Hernandez?
Yes.
Morgan?
Yes.
Salcido?
Yes.
Rodriguez?
No.
Rivera?
Aye.
And Lizarraga.
Aye.
That motion passes with 6 affirmative votes, Representatives Anello and Rodriguez voting nay. The next item is 25.5. This is discussion and act-
25.6.
25.6. This is discussion and action on a resolution that the city manager is authorized to sign an entitlement agreement between the City of El Paso and FSW Investments LP.
Move to approve?
All right, we have any comment on this too?
Yes, sir. Ms. Marilyn Guida signed up to speak on 25.6. Good afternoon, ma'am. You have 3 minutes.
I will pass on 25.6 and 25.7. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Okay, let's vote.
There is a motion and a second to approve item 25.6. This is a resolution. On that motion, Mayor Pro Tem Schwartzbein.
Aye.
Anello?
No.
Hernandez?
Yes.
Morgan?
Yes.
Salcido?
Aye.
Rodriguez? Rivera?
Aye.
And Lizarraga.
Aye.
And that motion passes with 6 affirmative votes, Representatives Anello and Rodriguez voting nay. The motion does pass. The next item is 25.7. This is discussion and action on a resolution that the City Council of the City of El Paso hereby consents to the creation of the City of El Paso Municipal Management District Number 1, and hereby appoints the initial directors for the MMD, which shall be made effective following closing by FSW Investment LP and the city on the northeast property and the northwest property, respectively.
Motion?
Motion to approve?
Second.
Okay, let's vote.
There is a motion and a second to approve the resolution on 25.7. On that motion, Mayor Pro Tem Schwartzbein.
Aye.
Anello?
No.
Hernandez?
Yes.
Morgan?
Yes.
Salcido?
Aye.
Rodriguez?
No.
Rivera?
Aye.
And Lizarraga.
Aye.
And that motion passes with 6 affirmative votes. Representatives Anello, Rodriguez voting nay. The motion does pass.
All right, let's recess and move into the urgent meeting, public necessity meeting.
May we have a motion to recess? the
Before we recess, I just want a point of clarification.
I want to make a point of clarification. I am not trying to vote on these two items together. I just think that we should have a public reading and conversation about number 2.
We need a motion to recess first. We're still on the regular city council
Good
meeting.
call.
Please.
Motion to recess.
Second.
Thanks.
There's a motion and a recess to, there's a motion and a second to recess the regular city council meeting. All in favor?
Aye.
Anyone?
Aye.
Anyone opposed? The regular city council meeting is in recess at 1:07 PM. May we have a motion to reconvene the emergency meeting?
So moved.
So moved.
Second.
There's a motion and a second to reconvene the emergency meeting. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? The emergency meeting is back in session at 1:07 PM. We're on item number 1.
Our deputy city manager wants to say something to the
No, just Mayor and Council, just to clarify as we go into this particular item, as everybody knows, we're operating under an emergency declaration now. And so all item number 1 does is it extends that 30 days irrespective of what you do with the second item. Item 2 simply allows you to add specificity. It allows you to add directives. The bottom line here is if the second item goes unresolved, we need to continue operating under this declaration as we have for the last several days. And I think you all know that the importance of an emergency declaration based on what's happening right now with the COVID-19 situation. And being under an emergency declaration, as was mentioned by the mayor and council, continues to keep those opportunities open for state and federal funding. So really, even though it appears as if there's a connection that you have to have 2 for 1, you really don't. What you're doing here is you're extending the time frame because it expires on Friday. And so we need to be able to do that. We need to be able to have that emergency declaration over for this city and this community.
And I want to be clear, which is what I was trying to do before. I never said you needed 2 for 1. What my request is that we have a conversation about both of them. We read what the emergency declaration is for 1. We read the emergency declaration for 2. If there's anyone here for public comment, we take that, and then we can vote on the items separately. I just think we need to be having a public conversation because I don't think that there are people who are A, aware of what you just explained, and then B, kind of aware of what either of these are saying. So my request is just that we read them both out, have any public comment, and then we can go into executive or we can vote on them individually, however. I also would like to thank the council for taking the time to finish that item in public comment and coming back to this. I think that was really important. So again, I did not need to think we needed to do 2 for 1. I just think we need a very, very clear public dialogue about what both of the items are.
But do you understand that this is a bifurcation?
Yeah, absolutely.
There is a bifurcation.
I just think we should have a very
And
clear
irrespective of what
conversation.
happens on number 2. Number 1 and number 2, if passed, have to be passed
And this is the third
unanimously.
time I'm saying that I understand that, and that all I think we should be doing is having a public
ask you a question.
conversation.
All right, Representative Rivera.
Yes, this question is for Ms. Neiman. In order to consider item 2, do we have to pass item 1 unanimously?
In order to, ask me your question
In
again?
order to consider item number 2, doesn't item number 1 have to be passed unanimously?
Yes, you need to have an emergency declaration in place to have an
So without
emergency-
item 1 being passed, we can't proceed?
Correct, sir.
Thank you.
I would like to make a motion to approve number 1.
Is there a second?
Now let's have a public conversation about it, which is all I was asking.
Chief?
Well, the issues that we've already had, we only had one member of the public signed up for item 1, and she's spoken. But do you want to read the emergency declaration? Someone have that to read?
I can read it, Mayor.
All right.
All right. And just to remind everybody, I don't know if you saw the news, but Juarez just had its first case of COVID-19. An emergency ordinance of the city of El Paso, Texas, extending a public declaration due to a public health emergency, be it ordained by the city council of the city of El Paso. Whereas on March 13th, the governor of the state of Texas declared a state of disaster, and the president of the United States of America declared a national emergency in relation to COVID-19. And whereas on March 13th, 2020, the mayor signed a local emergency declaration and requested the aid of the state government pursuant to Texas Government Code Section 418.108. And whereas, as of March 16, 2020, there were two COVID-19 presumptive positive tests and confirmed in El Paso. And whereas the World Health Organization Director General urged aggressive preparedness and activation of emergency plans to act aggressively change the trajectory of this epidemic. And whereas Section 418.108B of the Texas Government Code provides that a local state of disaster may not be continued for a period in excess of 7 days without the consent of the governing body of the political subdivision. And whereas the city charter section 3.10 allows for city council to adopt an emergency ordinance to meet a public emergency affecting life, health, property, or the public peace. And whereas a condition necessitating declaration of a state of disaster continues to exist. Now therefore be it ordained by the City Council of El Paso, Texas, 1, that the state of disaster proclaimed for the city of El Paso by the mayor on March 13, 2020, shall continue for 30 days unless reenacted in accordance with City Charter Section 3.10, or until terminated by order of the City Council, whichever is sooner. 2, this ordinance is adopted as an emergency measure with the unanimous vote of the City Council representatives present and the consent of the mayor and pursuant to City Charter Section 3.10, and shall be effective on the 17th day of March 2020. Passed and adopted the 17th day of March 2020.
Okay, we have a motion. Did you want to say something, Representative Nell? Okay.
For clarification, Mrs. Neiman, can any changes be made to this, or can it be revoked before the 30 days if necessary?
The ordinance allows you to revoke it prior to the 30 days.
Okay. And if changes are made, how would you do that? You would have to revoke it, change it, and then reinstate it?
You would post it at another meeting of council and ask for amendments.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
All right, we ready to vote? Let's vote.
Okay. There is a motion and a second to approve the emergency ordinance for item number 1. On that motion, Mayor Pro Tem Schwartzbein.
Aye.
Anello.
Aye.
Hernandez.
Yes.
Morgan.
Yes.
Salcido.
Aye.
Rodriguez.
Yes.
Rivera.
Aye.
And Lizarraga.
Aye.
That motion passes unanimously. Item number 2 is discussion and action on an emergency ordinance instituting emergency measures due to a public health emergency. Penalty is provided in Section 8 of the ordinance. We have a motion?
Do we want to do the public comment first?
Yes.
Okay, let's do it.
Okay, we do have 5 members of the audience that signed up to speak. The first person is Ms. Lisa Turner. She will be followed by Marisa Limon Garza. Marisa Limon Garza. She will be followed by Jose Gaston Barriga. Good afternoon, ma'am. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for taking the time for this important work. I know that El Pasoans and many of you have taken on extraordinary leadership in the last few days and in weeks and months and years here in our Borderland community. We want to acknowledge that unique position. Our community has shown both its mettle and its heart when it comes to emergencies that are affecting our community, whether that be the August 3rd massacre, the arrival of migrants and asylum seekers at our border, and the like. We know that this virus is going to have a direct impact on the poor, the elderly, and the vulnerable. We are asking on behalf of both the Hope Border Institute, where I work, the Diocese of El Paso, where the bishop is in support of efforts that prevent and take active precautions to protect these folks, making sure that we have adequate testing that is clear and transparent to the public, that we're preventing shutoffs of utilities and anything that will impact people, that we're halting evictions, that we're having paid sick days, and we're thinking about medical debt. There is a certain amount of this work that is being left up to local control, and you are in a position to exercise your leadership and to be advocates for the most vulnerable in our community. We know that 15 days of food stores is going to be difficult for a lot of our community members. The church and our organizations stand ready to support efforts with El Pasoans Fighting Hunger, with organizations that are ready to lift up and respond to community need. We know that this will be a neighbor-to-neighbor, vecino-a-vecino response, and you have allies, you have support as you exercise your leadership. We have been in close contact with County Judge Samaniego, have been working to make sure that a lot of the things that are in the county's jurisdiction are also being held into account. We need your support, we need leadership. We're also working together with broadcast news stations to announce a series of PSAs. People are looking for leaders like you, but they also look for people in their communities that they trust. And so we want to leverage your support to have clear and transparent communications. Our kudos to the Office of Emergency Management, all the work that they've been doing and undertaking. We know that now our first responders are our grocery stores as well as our pharmacies and all of our other efforts. So we want to make sure we stand in solidarity with them. This community has what it takes to be able to tackle something like this, but it's going to require all of us thinking of the least among us first instead of just ourselves. We are in absolute adherence with what the CDC is guiding us to do. We want to share that in English and in Spanish. And finally, we want to really think about people that are undocumented, that we reduce any kind of racism and xenophobia that's in our community right now that's preventing people from accessing services that they most desperately need in this time. That a question is not, do you have citizenship, but it's more from a humane approach of how can we be of help, how can we partner, how can we stand for the least among us. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Mr. Jose Gaston Barriga. Ms. Destiny Garcia. Destiny Garcia. Eileen V. Good afternoon, ma'am. Please state your name for the record, and you'll have 3 minutes.
Hello, my name is Eileen Perez, and because of others in El Paso, I'm here for the pandemic of COVID-19. It's a big concern, and we cannot have El Paso be like other states doing it in action. Right now, Florida has a beach full of people. Like they've mentioned, I am speaking on the topic of public transportation. This is what I know as a fact of right now. The coronavirus can stay alive on surfaces for 12 days. 12 days, and I and many others take the Sun Metro almost every day, and every day we sit on those buses with those dirty seats and those dusty windows and stains that I would see the day before. In case you forgot, the majority of the people who take public transit are the elderly people, people with disabilities, and parents, people who are the most vulnerable to this virus. I'm asking for our city, for you, to take a serious conversation and plan to get our buses clean. El Paso is a hot zone for person traffic, from our biggest military base in the States to being a border city, for being a population of 8,500,000, and our homeless and undocumented are not included. And people coming to and from both sides of our country come by El Paso every day. Our Sun City Metro website, there is only 2 things you guys have provided us: how to stay clean with soap, water, and sanitization, and what are the symptoms if you have already contracted the virus. Both have done nothing and do nothing but promote fear and disorganization. It is your responsibility and your job to assure the safety for all people in the city, and that includes people on the public transportation. What I believe that should be done is that we need to get our buses clean by the end of this week, maximum time, because it's 12 days, and we have already contracted 3 confirmed cases of this virus. We should honestly be all in quarantine, but for previous reasons of our city, we are not. And cutting our hours at work and at other public places still means we have to leave our houses and go to work. People still have doctor's appointments and childcare that they need to go across the city for. We need to make sure we can get where we need to go because our lives aren't stopping. And there are 3 confirmed cases. And I've spoken to bus drivers, and what more than they can tell me right now is that there is not a definite answer of when their buses were last cleaned. One can tell me that the last time they saw anything major cleaning has been since Christmas, and it is March. We need to do more than individual cleaning from our bus drivers. We need city help and city planning. And that is all.
Mayor and Council, I really want to address the speaker's concerns. I mean, I think they're important, and I know we had talked about this a little bit, I think during our last session, during the work session, this particular issue came up in terms of transportation. So I'm asking Ted Marquez to talk a little bit about what we're doing with our buses and our transportation system in terms of the cleaning.
Mayor and Council, good afternoon. I believe it's afternoon already. We are taking steps to clean the buses more often. We are looking at contracts. We are looking at getting more equipment so that we can sanitize the buses better. But let me tell you what we are already doing in terms of paratransit. Paratransit is where our most vulnerable population is. And those buses are being cleaned every time that they go back to the station. So even if they go back during the day, we clean them and we sanitize them, because that's where, we have the most people that will be affected by this virus. That's the first step. We will continue to do steps to increase the cleaning and disinfecting of the buses. We will get equipment as it becomes more available, along with disinfectants, and we will continue to increase the frequency of cleaning for the buses.
So when will that be done?
We already started cleaning them, and we are cleaning them more often than the 3 months that were mentioned. We are cleaning them every single day, and then we're doing deep cleaning every month. So we go and we clean completely and disinfect completely, but we're doing every cleaning every night.
Okay.
So, but, as we continue to do it, we will continue to do more as everything becomes available.
Okay.
Would I be able to mention another topic?
Go ahead.
While I appreciate the sentiment and what he has said, I came to this meeting through bus, and I can confirm to you that they are still dirty. That I've talked to our bus drivers, and they do tell me they do clean their buses every day after their shift, and it's already their job to clean them, so they are already doing that. Obviously, with 3 cases already confirmed, that is not enough. We need immediate action, because we are your people. You are supposed to be serving us, and if we are able to approve for construction plans in the Northeast, to approve private airlines, we need to do the bare minimum of making sure people in our city are clean and safe. And if you cannot provide that, you please need to step down and let others do this work, because they will.
All right, thank you.
Good afternoon, Monica Lambraña, Chief Operations and Transportation Officer. Going back to what this young lady has stated, and to reiterate what Ted says, we are looking at that. That's why it's very important, and why we asked for Mayor and Council to pass the resolution that is being put forth to you this afternoon, because that will allow for us to forego some of the procurement policies, and we can go directly and contract with the company to do the deep cleaning.
Okay, thank you. Do we have anybody else signed up?
No, sir.
Okay, Representative Bonello, did you want to say something?
Thanks.
Quite a few questions and comments about the document.
Do we have a how are we
Yeah, I
handling
don't know how
item
we're
2?
Mayor and council, you can read it into the record and go one by one if you'd like.
We can't hear you.
You could read it into the record and you can go one by one.
Well, Mario, do you want to make comments, or Jorge?
No, we're going to let the doctor go through. They're his recommendations.
Okay, why don't we do that and give us an update on where we are?
I would actually like to, Chief D'Agostino, you made a comment earlier about, the doctor has suggested these, and I thank you for all the work that you put into this, but I also think as a governing body who has had direct communication with businesses over the last 3 days, I think it's really important that we do give feedback. I don't think that the doctor has put anything or suggested anything in this document without the best interest of the community, right? But I mean, that's how we work as a governing body. We each represent different people. We have communication. So I would also ask that you understand and respect the opinions of this council, right? We are all here trying to get things done, and we're doing it for the best of our community. So thank you for all the work that you've done on this.
Yes, ma'am.
Well, thank you very much, Mayor, City Council. And I take this opportunity to address you guys on the situation, and definitely we are in an emergency. We need to take action. And based on that, we need to make more recommendations, and these recommendations are going to change. As we see the situation evolve in our city, the recommendations will continue changing and taking into account all the community. And in the best interest of public health and well-being of our community, those recommendations are being addressed to you guys. So, the current situation, we've been testing approximately 33 people. We know that we have 3 presumptive positives, which now the CDC is saying that we should call them positives. We're investigating all these contacts and all the people that have been, and we're recommending quarantine themselves, stay at home for the 14 days and monitoring the symptoms. We continuously send the same message to everybody. Don't gather in large groups. We've seen that this whole message hasn't been going through, and we're still seeing big gatherings. And even President Trump has mentioned that we need to avoid gathering in groups larger than 10 people. So, therefore, the recommendations that we have are going to be strict, and it's going to be what we feel is going to help us mitigate the effect of the virus in the community.
You give us those recommendations, please?
We would like to recommend that all bars, clubs, arcades, and private clubs shall close, effective today. We don't like to have large gatherings that are going to be going on because of the holiday that people like to celebrate. I'm sorry. The restaurants.
Representative Hernandez has a question.
Yes, ma'am.
The definition of private club, does that include SOBs?
It would, no, we define sexually oriented business under a zoning code. We could ask what, I believe they're using an occupancy code for purposes, we could ask for clarification.
We can definitely use the help of Ms. Neiman so we can have a legal definition on the terms, so we can be very, very clear as the gatherings that we're having. We need to do some compromise with the restaurants as well, where we can do half of the occupancy that is being recommended by the fire marshal. We need to not allow gatherings or parties more than 6 people sitting at the same table, and we need to leave space of at least 6 feet in between each table. If we see that the situation arises that we need to modify this recommendation and this order, more than a recommendation, this order, definitely we come and we'll make it happen. What?
Representative Lizarga.
We're doing this order for the next 2 weeks, and with the possibility of extending depending on the situation in the city, in our community.
But our emergency order that we just passed is for 30 days, okay? So we would have to, as we work through 2, if you want to limit it to 2 weeks, we'll have to have that in there as part of the caveat, right?
It says 30 days on page 2, 4B.
If I could. That's in relation to item number 4, suspension and modification of ordinances in regards to delivering. When the city has an obligation to deliver a service within 5 business days for any non-essential good, that's what's being suspended. That's addressing only that. So if you look at the first bullet point, we got state and federal guidance. The city's authorizing the emergency management director or designee to update, restrict, and promulgate regulations and anything we need to do by federal, state, and local authorities' guidance in relation to COVID-19. So that's where we're at. That's where our 30-day our process is at. From that, these recommendations are going to change. The doctor has the full authority to make those changes as needed. It will not, we'll keep everyone posted, we'll keep everybody in the loop, but he's got to do it based on the behalf of public safety, so changes are going to happen. Right now, his recommendation is only for 2 weeks at the restaurant, so we can reassess rather than put the full 30 days on it. So we're going to continue to assess. Have you seen it's grown tremendously since last Thursday alone. It's a volatile situation. It's going to continue to evolve. And so that's why we wanted to get everything in place to be there, but specific restrictions, he's basing it on what his best assessment is now, and 2 weeks is what he's going with.
Does that include the bars at 2 weeks, or is that everything? I mean,
That includes the bars, but the bars needs to be closed.
completely closed.
Completely closed.
Bars completely closed, and restaurants at 50% of capacity with those caveats related to no more than 6 at one table and 6 feet separating all tables.
Exactly, and also they need to continuously sanitize commonly touched areas, screen food handlers for symptoms of COVID-19, and make available printed materials so the people will know. We will continue encouraging getting takeouts, drive-throughs, and any other possible way to promote social distancing.
How long does the COVID-19 virus germs remain on a surface?
Well, it's variable. Some people might mention a few hours. Some people mention just minutes, but we don't know at this moment.
So CDC has no documentation or definition of how long the virus may be on a surface?
Up to what I read, they don't have much on that guidance.
Well,
Okay.
they are saying 72 hours here.
I was hearing 4 days. I don't know. That's why I'm asking. Okay. What are your other recommendations, Dr. O?
Well, for now, that's going to be the recommendations that are going to be very drastic, but I think they are necessary to preserve the public health and well-being. So those are the most important. We are giving recommendations for daycares. We're giving recommendations for assisted living facilities. We're doing some of the recommendations, but the main point for the recommendations are going to be to avoid large gatherings or any kind of gathering. So anybody who has any social events coming, please, we will cancel. Make sure that you have all arrangements to postpone, reschedule, or completely cancel until the situation is clear, the direction that it's going to be taken.
Representative Lizarga, do you have a question?
I mean, this is really going to affect bar owners, restaurant owners. How are we going to be offering any kind of type of relief for them?
Well, what I'm looking into is the best interest of public health.
Right.
And
yes,
I understand that there's
and I
other
understand
implications.
That. I think that's very important. I think it's very important, the public health and keeping our city safe.
Hey, Representative
I understand
Lizarga.
that, but we're also getting lots of emails from bar owners, restaurant owners. This is going to be detrimental to their businesses. So
Definitely, and that's what we've been hearing a lot in all the venues, federal, state government, to please put those plans in place for extended leaves of absence. So hopefully the federal package will come.
I think there needs to be some clarification.
Are
The
you
federal
through?
package is not passed. The federal package, there are loopholes. It does not include businesses that have less than 50 employees, and it does not include businesses that have more than 500 employees. So all small businesses are affected, right? Ms. Neiman, you asked us to turn in our request yesterday. I see that some of them have made it in here, like paid sick leave. I know some people asked for the closing of bars. But one thing I did ask for is that the city looks at a fund to help these processes, right? Because Representative Lozada is 100% right. How do you ask a bar to close, continue to pay its employees paid sick leave, and then be able to pay its rent, 2 months' rent, 30 days later, when the eviction ban has been come off? So I think that we as a city are not just talking about passing this ordinance. We also need to have a very long conversation today about how we are going to implement these if we do pass them. Because on paper, all of these ideas are great. I think they're great, and I think they should all go through. But there's a lot more work to be done, and if that has to happen today, I'm fully prepared to put in another 8 hours. I hope that our staff and legal has some kind of answers to the questions that I'm asking, but there's a lot of work. There's a lot of dollars that need to go behind these initiatives.
I think the city manager also wanted to respond. I don't think anybody could hear.
Can y'all hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
And we're doing this two-way communication. We have to do it by phone too. Can y'all hear me?
Yes.
Okay, so in reference to Representative Anello's comments, we have a call, the mayor and I do, as well as several staff members, with Congresswoman Escobar and her staff this afternoon. I think that Representative Anello brings some great points up regarding the small businesses. That was one of our concerns that we shared with her that we needed to address. We would work with the state and federal elected officials and the different respective offices to assist the businesses that would be impacted. And then we would work through that with them in working up any kind of fund that we would bring back to the council to recommend. Right now, the state has indicated that COVID-19 matters would be reimbursed, and that's the reason why the national, state, and then the local emergency inactions that took place before and that have been reinforced today are very important to keep in place, so that anything we attempt to recover, we're able to do so by making sure we follow the rules that the state and federal guidelines have been given on this particular issue. So that's where we are now. Like we said before, in terms of having everything perfectly in place to answer every question, this is happening in real time and we're reacting, and we have shown that we've been very proactive on a lot of different fronts. This is another area that it's not an idea. I think Representative Anello's, with all due respect, I think these are health authority recommendations based on CDC guidelines. I think that some people have said, well, you know, the president has talked about 10 people or less, and it's even been more restrictive. We're not going by necessarily edicts that are given by anyone who's at the elected level, unless they've talked about that it's CDC guidelines and they're making it law, or they're making it more of a mandate, and then we're doing that. Right now, we're very pragmatically following CDC guidelines, and the recommendations that the health authority is putting forth, I think, mirror those guidelines. So again, back to the economic impacts, I've talked to council about how obviously there's a public safety impact. There's a communication component to all of this. And then we have that financial impact that we're seeing, and obviously operational changes that have taken place and will continue to take place. A lot of our facilities where we have public gatherings, we're limiting those numbers pursuant to the CDC guidelines. So those are in place in this ordinance as well.
So,
Representative
thank you very much, Tommy. I realize now where the confusion about what I was saying earlier about number 2 is. What I was trying to say is I'm not comfortable voting on this or passing this without absolute guarantee how these processes are going to go to place. I also want to clarify and say I agree with all of these recommendations from the health department. I think they're very smart and I think we should be doing them. But I don't believe that that just means you pass this ordinance, put these things in place, and then we're done. I think we need to know absolutely 100% today or the day that we pass them how they are going to be funded. Sorry. And so, you know, I think it's great you're going to have a conversation with Congresswoman Escobar. I think it's great that there is potential state funding, but I need to understand that. And you know, a little disappointed it's not here with this document today. So again, fully ready to pass all of these recommendations from the health department. Thank you for putting them together, but we as a governmental body need to have answers on how we're going to fund them today. Or how we do that, yeah.
Representative
Okay,
Salcido,
as I said, we are parallel to these decisions or any recommendations that are being brought forth by the health authority. We are a juxtaposition to those decisions or recommendations. We're working on the exact things you're talking about. So none of these decisions are being done in a vacuum. We will be giving you additional recommendations or sharing additional changes as they come up and as we get those in place. A lot of things yesterday that we were giving updates on, they were in the works as we were talking to y'all. And I think we had asked y'all for y'all's indulgence and patience as these things get developed. So, I mean, as I mentioned several times already, all of these things aren't going to be in a tight bow. I mean, y'all had a conversation earlier today that got very crossways relative to a governance item about being prepared to address items the council places on the agenda. So in this particular issue, it's happening in real time, like I've stated several times before. And I think that you're making some excellent points, things that we've talked through as a staff. And absolutely, we're working those and we'll share those with you and the council as those get worked up parallel to these decisions that are being made. Because these decisions that are being made obviously have state and federal impacts also with those decisions. And we have to work with those state and federal officials. And I think y'all have already aptly pointed out that some of that takes time with the state and federal government. I think they've shown it to their credit that they're moving faster or sooner than they have in the past. The Open Meetings Act is a good indication of that, and how the new normal is not taking into account necessarily the laws that are in place now, because the laws that are in place now do not account for the emergency and the disease we're dealing with at the present time.
Representative Rodriguez, did you?
I understand closing the bars tonight just to avoid the large gatherings since it is a holiday, but why wouldn't they be afforded the exact same situation as restaurants where they could open at a very minimal? And also, are you also recommending that Speaking Rock close as well?
Definitely, in the Speaking Rock we talked to them, we recommended that they postpone the concerts that they have. That's where they have large gatherings. If they're considered a bar, we recommend that they close.
You're recommending it, but you're not, it's
sorry?
not mandatory.
I'm
Well,
ordering.
we're discussing it as a part of this ordinance.
So,
Yes.
so if they're in our jurisdiction, I'm ordering to do that.
So, Mayor and Council, it's important that when we talk about the questions that you're asking of Dr. Ocarranza, you need to think about it in two senses. He is the public health authority under the state code. He has authority to issue regulations and rules that protect the public health and safety, separate and apart from the ordinance that you are considering here today. So there is a possibility that he will issue directives to shut down businesses irrespective of the ordinance that you are considering today.
Representative Rivera.
Thank you, Mayor. My staff just sent me this, might be of interest to Representative, that the SBA announced that they will provide assistance loans to small business impacted by the COVID. And of course, we can direct staff to work with them as well to assist those businesses.
Yeah.
I mean, those are loans. Do you know what the financial limit on them is, and if they'd be able to cover every bar and restaurant in the city?
They just mentioned all small businesses impacted by the COVID. Do you know?
All right, while we're there, Jorge, or you all want to comment, you and or Mario? Or Peter, did you want to say something?
Real quick, sir, to answer Mr. Leno, they're offering up to $2 million.
How much?
$2 million.
Locally,
in
or?
assistance.
I mean, I don't know that that would cover every bar and restaurant.
Okay, all right. Representative Schwartzbein, do you want to say something?
Yeah, I think things have been completely beyond the scope of a lot of what we're comfortable with or even imagining as of a couple days ago, let alone day from day or week from week. We're all trying to find the answers right now, but we do know that there's a clear emergency here. And what I'm hearing and what we've been seeing across the world is that we have an opportunity to act decisively now, not in 10 days, not in 5 days, but now. And we are fortunate being here in El Paso that sometimes we think that things get here a little bit later than other cities. Well, that's a blessing for us right now. And so the question is what is the least that we can do, but what is the most that we can do right now? Houston and Dallas, Harris County, Tarrant County, shut down all bars and restaurants. That was yesterday. That was happening while we were having the conversation yesterday. Denver, all restaurants are both closed except for delivery, drive-through, and carry-out options beginning this morning through May 11th. That wasn't discussed the day before, but that's their reality. So we have this here today, but it very easily could change tomorrow and probably will. But we need to have an all-hands-in-on approach to flatten the curve. We owe it to our abuelas, we owe it to our grandparents, we owe it, quite honestly, to anybody who has pre-concerned conditions.
True. And to add to that, to your comment there, Rep. Schwartzbein, Austin just did it today. They shut down the bars.
Austin
I'm
also
not
set
concerned
up,
just about the bars.
Austin set up
I mean-
a fund to help small business owners when they did that. So, listen, I'm all about paid sick leave. I wish we had passed it a year ago, but I'm not gonna do
Okay.
it just to say I did it if there's not actual dollars behind it to help these businesses that will not be able to come out of this in a month when we pull this ordinance.
I have a question for Dr. O. Can you go and shut down these places without us passing this emergency ordinance today?
Yes, sir. Under the powers that they're granted by me, by the state of emergency and the Texas Administrative
Great.
Code.
So this question about having this conversation, what we're going to do to adequately there is above us in this council right now. What we need to do is make sure we do everything that we can to keep the public safe and the public as much as possible. This clear emergency. I have a couple of questions for Dr. O relating to some other items in our city. I know that.
Mr. Schwartzbein,
Yes.
if I may, can I just interject one point to the point you just made? Earlier in the conversation, Mario started this entire item with the fact that the health authority is the authority on making these changes to the point that Representative Schwartzbein is referring to. Simply wanted to put this in front of the council so y'all would have visibility and be very aware of the changes and the recommendations that are being made. My apologies for the interruption. Representative Schwartzbein, please continue.
Can you repeat the first part, Rep. Schwartzbein? You're breaking.
I just had some other questions about some other facilities in our city. Are rec centers considered taverns, arcades, or private clubs?
Well, the rec center is what we need to look at it. And there's going to be a lot of variations, but what we don't like is to have gatherings more than 10 people in the same proximity. So we need to look closely at that and give an order and recommendation.
Okay, because it seems that rec centers, similar to larger restaurants, would have a similar amount of people there. I know that we currently have on this ordinance not more than 50 people, but when do you think realistically we're going to go to 10?
Depending on the current situation and how we see the COVID-19 spread in our community. A few days ago, we were considering this. Now we're ordering everybody to do that.
Other gyms and theaters, other cities have closed those down. What is your feeling on it as our public health director?
Well, movie theaters, definitely we need to consider bringing down the number of occupancy to half and putting space in between the patrons. That's going to be the common denominator in a lot of the businesses, in a lot of the orders and recommendations that we're going to be providing.
I guess we know the economic and the impact is going to be severe. The quality of life impact is going to be difficult, and the impact on human life is going to be up there as well. I guess I'm just curious why we can't be more drastic now, knowing that this is coming, or it's already here.
Well, our situation is unique. It might not be the same situation as San Francisco, New York, but at one point we might be there and we will be strict. We want to balance benefits. We want to balance our orders and recommendations with our community, putting priority to a human life.
What direction are we giving towards dental offices, orthodontic offices, and others?
If I could interrupt, this is Chief DiAugustino, Mr. Schwartzbein. The doctor is making recommendations at this point. I brought him here so he could brief everyone. He's gonna have to leave. He's been here all morning. He's gonna have to go work on these. These are coming out as directives later today. He has the authority. We're in a state of emergency. Our delay in reaction is only gonna cause us more problems as a community. He's doing the best we can. He's detailing it to our community, not what anyone else is doing. He's being very specific and trying to keep that in mind, but he wants to be aggressive so this doesn't spread out of control. At this point in time, if there's any direct questions for the doctor, if not, I'd like to let him go so he can get to work. He is the health authority for the city county of El Paso.
Yeah, I would say that we, as aggressive as we can, is going to be the best for this community.
And he understands that.
Thank you.
So we've seen several emails, I've seen several face or social media posts about people who have called the health department to ask about testing. Some of the concerns that those people are sharing that I also share are two things. One, their first question they're being asked is what their immigrant status is. So I want to make sure that we are not doing that. I want to see that on paper. The second, what are their immigration statuses? I think we need to see that in writing, because it's been passed around so much that even if we clear it up at this council meeting, I still think that there is a large concern. So I think we need to be putting that out as much as we can. You know, I know you're shaking your head. I trust you. I'm just saying that at this point, it is a crisis across this community, and people are very concerned. So we need to be putting it down and making sure that's not happening. My second one is the actual the process of getting testing. So I know you've gone over it so many times at press conferences, and so I apologize to ask you to do it one more time right now.
Well, definitely the testing process is quite tedious, and it takes a lot of steps that we need to ensure that those that are mostly vulnerable are the ones that are be given priority. We cannot spread fear, we cannot spread any other emotion into this, because a lot of the people want to get tested just because. We cannot test everybody. We definitely would love to be doing some mass screenings. We're focusing initially in those that are mostly vulnerable, and we started doing some wider testing and with the people that are sick in the hospitals. So those are given priority. There has to be given some information from the state also, and that communication between the city and the state has to be done also by the time that we're doing the testing. So it's not as simple as just calling the health department and yes, here's your swab.
Okay, so here's the clarification I want to make again for some of the concerns we're hearing. If someone calls you, you are seriously think they might be, in threat of COVID-19, you will have them come in and you will do a test for them. However, so this is where, does someone have to go to their primary doctor to get it? Okay, what if you do not have insurance? Because that is, we have a very large uninsured population here. I'm sure you, as a doctor of the health department, know that in Texas, we have the second largest community of uninsured individuals. And so we can close every bar we want, but if people can't go to a doctor to get a referral for a test, we have not solved the problem. So talk to me about what your solutions around that are.
Exactly. A lot of the people might feel that they have the COVID-19. There's a lot of colds, there's a lot of viruses. We said it so many times. If you feel sick, stay home. Stay home. Just monitor your symptoms for now. If you're sick enough, then you can access healthcare provider. There's some urgent cares, there's some emergency rooms, but the first intention is not to go to the emergency room. We understand there's a big amount of people that don't have medical insurance.
I guess maybe I'm so sorry. I don't think that I gave my concern right. There are people in this community who are maybe undocumented, or maybe legal residents, are citizens who do not have insurance, who will not even go to the emergency room because they do not have health insurance. So we as a body, and I think we as a city, need to know how to help those people if they are actually showing some serious signs, but are not comfortable going somewhere where they're going to be billed. Or have we addressed the way we're billing people in this situation?
Representative Vanilla, the federal declaration stated very specifically, and correct me if I'm wrong, but I don't think I am. I think I'm accurate that this would be free. The testing would be free for everyone. Should they be referred by a physician for testing? Okay,
but that has not passed yet, and so right now as we're talking, the Senate passed it. Round 1, not round 2. The Senate. The Senate has not passed it. Yeah, sorry. Sorry, Dion's behind you, and I'm trying to understand
I'm
what
sorry,
you're
that
saying.
was a part of the first
glasses on.
announcement that went out with the president's announcement, the first announcement. So we've had 3 so far that we've been talking about. So we had the one on Friday, we had the second package. So this is the third. So the third one is the one that's pending. So this was the first set of announcements that came out in terms of testing and testing for everyone.
So the Senate has passed the fact that you will not be charged for testing.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. What if someone goes to the hospital because they are in fear and they are tested, they test negative, will they be billed? I just want like clarification on that.
I don't have that answer yet.
That's fair.
But actually, the Department of Public Health, one very important thing to distinguish is also public health takes care of a community as a whole. We don't provide medical care to individuals. So asking how we're going to be setting up clinics, for example, for those that have no medical insurance, is beyond our scope. Definitely, we would love to work along with them, and we have organizations that have a more accurate census of how many clinics, how many medical providers provide care for those that are uninsured, indigent, without, irrespective of their country of origin,
Sorry, I thought that
immigration
was
status, or
Health
anything like.
Department's job. I also say, you know, when I was on the call that many people were on with the governor last week, I was with Chief Rodriguez, and he did say that they were setting up centers across the state. Did not mention the Permian Basin or El Paso. I know that you guys have no control over that, but that's definitely something that we want to try to look at, whether it's pushing the governor or how we do it ourselves. Centers that are actually for people that can come in if directed, to come in where they're not afraid of massive medical bills. Because House and Senate can pass whatever they want, but there are people who are terrified of the medical industry.
Understood, and that's correct. And so the state of Texas is working to set up those testing facilities across the state. We are in the planning stages. We already have identified locations and how the process is going to roll out. We're waiting for final guidance. With that, we also have to wait the test kits and everything else that's coming through the state, through the federal government. So that's in play. It's something we're working on, but until we receive that, we can't give a date on when that's going to happen. But that's part of the planning process that's going on in the background. As far as the uninsured, that's like anything else. If they go to a clinic or a hospital, they need to be treated. They cannot by law turn them away, regardless of citizenship or financial backing.
All right, we've got.
Thank you, Mario. I'm sorry. Thank you very much. That is exactly what I want to hear.
Okay, we've got 4 of you signed up, and then I want to make sure we were trying to get Dr. Ocaranza back on the job. So I've got Representative Hernandez next.
I don't have any questions. Just the only comment is that I've had members within my family contact as well, and it's not very clear on who they're speaking to, and they get passed on. So it's 211 to the Public Health Department. So there's very clear concern with that. I don't have questions for Dr. O, but
let's get Dr. O's question and come back to those. All right, Representative Saucedo.
Thank you, Mayor. As a small business owner, I understand the impact that it will have in small businesses, but I also understand that this is a public safety issue. And I know that you mentioned right now that it's in your purview to issue this, and I'm just not really clear on what that means in regards to the restaurants. There is many that are bar restaurants. Are you addressing every kind of license? What are you doing in respects to that?
Well, the most important thing is the gatherings. There's some only bars that are having people close together, and that's what we try to avoid. So I know that many restaurants have a bar. It's not the serving of liquor. It's not the way that you do the business. It's how we're going to get all these people in the same place. And I appreciate your consideration for all this, but it is my priority to look after the citizens of our community.
And so with that being said, you mentioned the restaurants. Do you have a capacity that you're imposing in the restaurants?
Well, the capacity right now is going to be half of the already approved occupancy for that specific place, taking into account that it can change, and we can just recommend or order some more drastic measures.
So you just mentioned that as long as there's 6 people within an area, that would be within your purview, or?
Yes, in these places, sitting down the people, they're all going to have some table in between them, and that's what we want to have. We want to have space in between each other. That's why large parties are going to be sitting down on the same table. It might not be feasible, but we're trying to work with having at least some of the businesses, having some people, but recommending that people do takeouts, people do just delivering home other forms instead of gathering in the same place.
I just want to say thank you so much for being here to answer all these questions. Moving forward, I know that we do need to find solutions that are balanced and that are addressing the unattended consequences that decisions like that will have. And so I think that's the body for us to have those discussions right now. I know that you have to get back to where you need to get, and thank you for being here.
Thank you, appreciate it.
Representative Rivera, and then our Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, sir. Well, with that said, and with the urgency that's being displayed here, that the doctor has to get back to the work, how my colleagues can understand this, but I make a motion to approve the emergency ordinance as said by Dr. O, and to have them read the recommendations into the record.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. We'll have some further
Mayor?
discussion. Yes, Representative Schwartzbein?
Do we want to read the entire ordinance? And then I just had a clarification on number 7, C and D, which specifically refers about the discontinuing of cable, internet, water, gas, waste removal, and electric. And then the landlord in terms of halting evictions. I don't know if we just want to explain that a little bit more to the public about 7, C and D.
Well, that's not applicable to Dr. Ocaranza, is it? No.
No, I know, but
Well, we're trying to, let's cover the questions. I know we got a motion and a second, but we're still in the discussion. Do you have any other questions of Dr. Ocaranza? Okay. Representative Hernandez, you said you did not have any more questions of him? All right. Wrap it up. You guys, you can go. You're free.
Thank you, appreciate it, and appreciate everything that you have done.
And we thank you for what you're doing and what the entire department is doing. And we've spent plenty of hours together the last 3 days, so I appreciate what you're doing.
Thank you, Doctor.
Yeah, thank you. Go ahead, Mario, and then we'll continue with what we're trying to get into the.
Are you going to speak to number 7, Carla? Or?
You did not have any more questions for him? All right. Wrap it up. You guys, you can go.
We can hear you.
Well, we can hear you.
We can hear you,
We can
City
hear you.
Manager.
And we thank you for what you're doing and what the entire department is doing.
Can somebody on
We spent
video conference
plenty of hours
mute
together the
your
last 3
video?
days,
We
so
can,
I appreciate what you're doing. Thank you, Doctor. Yeah, thank you.
Let me mumble.
Mayor, which item?
7.
What was your
You want a
question?
clarification of 7, C and D?
7A and B?
No, 7, C and D. On utilities?
It simply states that we are directing local utility companies to not disconnect the provision of cable, internet, water, gas, waste removal, or electric utility service to a local resident for lack of payment while this ordinance is in effect. And also states that to the extent allowed by law, no landlord shall evict a tenant for lack of payment while this ordinance is in effect.
Now, I'm not going to support this. I don't think that we have a strong enough plan. I know that we had scheduled a meeting on Thursday. I would suggest maybe we postpone this and come back Thursday, because until I know exactly what the processes to implement these are, I understand the doctor can do this without our approval, which is exactly why I wanted to talk about this item before we approved the emergency order. So that's great. But yeah, I'm not going to support this. And if you need a unanimous support, I would suggest that we postpone this item till the end of the week and talk about how we're actually going to put city dollars into this, because you need a unanimous vote and you don't have it with me.
That's completely irresponsible.
I'm not doing this to save face and say I did something. There are small businesses that have been emailing us and have been calling us saying that they are going to have to close their doors for good if we don't have a contingency plan. You yourself have quoted other cities, but you haven't actually looked at the work they've put into it. You don't get to just put something on a piece of paper and said you did it. You have to actually do the work.
The whole world is trying to deal with this right now.
Emergency management.
Go ahead.
Tony.
Go ahead.
I do want to say something relative to that, Mayor and Council. I don't think it's accurate to say that the work's not been put in. I think that the staff has been working 24/7. All of us have on this issue, and I've sent several messages saying that we're going to come back with a game plan, regarding the issues related to the small businesses. I said already that we're talking to Congresswoman Escobar, and we're going to also talk to state officials and come back with a game plan to address that issue. We don't, every city is different, and every city is working this issue differently. We have been very aggressive with these actions, and we have been proactive every step along the way. So I don't think it's accurate to say that the work's not been put in.
And I would also just caveat what the city manager said, is there are a number of things in here that actually help our citizens as we're going through a very fluid situation. The provisions for things like putting the directives in place regarding utilities are all important. It helps people if people are offset with problems because of this particular pandemic. And so these are things that are going to continue to evolve. And the plan, quite frankly, is going to continue to evolve as we work through these particular issues. But to say that we can come in here today and have a holistic plan on how we're going to help all the businesses that have been that this particular issue has caused for their businesses, it's just not practical to say that we can do that right now. We're going to continue to work at the federal and the state level to do what we can to provide that kind of assistance and support.
Okay, well then I would like to make a motion. I thought I still had the floor, I'm sorry. No, I wasn't done.
Rep Salcedo follows.
I have a question. Go.
Sure, but I would just like to make a motion then to, if this is approved, to direct staff to come back by the end of a week with a funding mechanism, an actual funding source, because again, you say things like businesses have to cover paid sick leave, but the federal program that you referenced does not cover businesses that have less than 50 employees or businesses that have more than 500, right? And so we know, I think someone just mentioned that Macy's and Ulta have closed all their stores across the country, so those people who live in the city are not covered by paid sick. So I would like to make a motion that we come back in a week with an actual funding mechanism to help employees, cover the paid sick leave that you're requiring them to give. And for bars, lounges, taverns, and arcades to make up the business that they're going to lose so that they are able to pay their mortgage after this 30 days. I mean, I think it is, because the cities that are quoted that are referenced in the actual backup document have done that.
I just have a question, Mrs. Neiman, related to making separate outside of this proposal. So I don't want to risk this not having unanimous support. But as part of this meeting, could we make a separate directive?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay,
You can direct
we can.
it separately.
Okay, so and so I don't want to talk about those items just yet. But I know Representative Schwartzwein, there's a lot of things that you submitted last night that I think it really does address a lot of the concerns from what I've heard from council. So so I'm going to support the ordinance as is, and then would definitely like the opportunity to continue to discuss additional motions.
Is that supporting the motion that was made by Representative Rivera? Yeah.
Yeah, so that's to support this, to read it for the record. And then there are, Representative Manila is saying she's not going to vote for it until we have that vote first. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, I'm not, until we come back with actual directive to create a stabilization fund for businesses who will be affected by limited hours of operation, I will not support this.
But you said you would support it today, and it's.
If I make that motion and it passes, I will support this, but I need to see actual commitment to come back and solve these issues and not just walk away from it today.
Right, but I guess my competing friendly argument would be that we, as Colonel Weston said, we need to come back with a plan.
That's
I mean,
what I'm saying, is directed to come back with a plan.
you need to come back with a plan, and you're saying within 30 days, right?
I'm saying within 7 days.
So I don't know how we can do that unless calling a special meeting.
That's fine, because this takes effective immediate, right? If we pass this, these bars need to be closed tonight, correct? Which actually is a conversation we need to have too, right? Because people buy produce and things for their restaurants that will now die, and they're going to lose that money. I mean, again, this is not, I mean, how many people own a business? You know, this is not just as easy as saying, close tonight. There are a lot of contingencies.
So I hear what you're saying. I would ask that you give council, considering the emergency that's in front of us today, that you give them the time that they need to possibly the next council meeting to bring back a plan that would address an economic stimulus, economic stabilization, looking for sets of revenues, budgets for that. I don't know how staff feels about that, but I'm definitely in support of that. I'll second your motion, but we need to give them the time they need in order to bring back a viable recommendation.
We commit that it'll be retroactive for the times they lost. I don't know if we need to amend the motion.
I think that, Mayor and Council, I think that, we will get on this. I've emailed Representative Vanello indicating that we would do that, put something together in short order. With respect to just slapping something together as opposed to having it well thought out, it would be better to have more time rather than less. As y'all pointed out, you can make it retroactive, and then the full impact won't be known until we know the full impact of all the different changes that are coming down. There's changes that are coming down from the federal government with the CDC, the states bringing in different changes. Different cities are doing different things. And so just because somebody's doing X, Y, or Z doesn't mean we're going to do it too. Just means that we need a good game plan for our community. And obviously the needs and the priorities and the things that y'all are bringing up are very valid points. We do have a groundswell of small businesses, but small businesses not only in El Paso, but across Texas and America are the backbone of everything that exists and how we exist as a culture. So absolutely. But when we put something together, we want it to be able to stick. We want it to be able to work with state and the federal guidelines and with the work that we're doing with them. And I think the 30-day window is appropriate. I think we could probably beat that time frame and bring it back sooner than that.
I don't think that 30 days is appropriate. This ordinance is for 30 days. People will have been closed for 30 days before we even take a plan. I am thinking about the people that I know that work at bars. I am thinking about the people I know who own bars and restaurants. I'm just not comfortable with 30 days.
So
I'm sorry.
If I may, this is Robert Cortina. So to echo what the city manager is saying, so it's, yes, we're very sensitive to the impact that it's going to have on small businesses, but at the same time, from the city standpoint, we're also looking at the financial impact of what we may be facing. So not only do we have currently senior centers that are closed, we have employees that we're shifting to other areas. So we've got employees that are beginning to telecommute. But we have to look at potentially long-term what else may happen. So whether it be airports, may start to see an impact, whether it be international bridges. There's a lot of different financial components that may start to take place. So we've already got our departments starting to look at sales tax is another example. We're going to start to see eventually a decline in our sales tax. So looking at potentially what we are facing, not only in the next 30, 60 days, but potentially for the rest of this fiscal year, maybe even to the following fiscal year. And so I think we need to be able to have that time to sit down and really put together a solid plan and a good understanding of what it is we may be facing so that we can bring that recommendation forward to you all.
Plus the fact that we were talking about Austin, my office talked to Bree Franco a few minutes ago, the Intergovernmental Relations Officer. The city of Austin does not have its own fund. What they are doing is the Travis County Judge Sarah Eckhart, Mayor Steve Adler, and State Senator Kirk Watson have started the Stand with Austin Fund. Is an Austin Community Foundation joint designed to support nonprofits assisting those impacted by the cancellation of South by Southwest. And then they've set up the Red River Cultural District for a GoFundMe called Banding Together to aid venues, artists, service industry workers, production workers, and businesses. So that's what they're doing in Austin at this juncture. We need to study this. We're not an unlimited funding organization here.
Paso del Norte Foundation has also set up a fund, and actually reading over the Austin one, and I have a text message right now, they didn't set up a fund, but they also did not close bars or restaurants. So. No, they're saying they did. Oh, yeah.
They closed them today.
Ordinance in the backup, it doesn't say that, so that's what I was going by, is the documentation given to me.
Mayor?
Representative South.
Well, like as we've said before, though, they don't have to enact an ordinance. The health authority can close down the bars.
Right.
Close down
Which is
restaurants.
why I actually didn't want to vote on the first agenda item before the second agenda item, because they would not have had the authority to do that until we voted on number one.
No,
So it goes back.
no, Representative, no. The health department, irrespective of what we were doing, has that authority. City Attorney, would you please clarify for Representative Bonello?
That is correct. Dr. Ocarranza has the authority to issue orders or directives to close facilities for the public health and safety.
Irrespective of our emergency
Correct.
declaration.
And not
It is
only that, the
separate.
national and state governments have already issued a state of emergency, so has the county.
Yeah. All right. Representative Salcido?
Thank you, Mayor. Question for Mrs. Neiman. For clarification, is that for 2 weeks for the closure?
The current ordinance doesn't have a restriction on the movement of people, and occupancy does not restrict it in terms of time. So it would be based on the 30-day validity of this ordinance if it doesn't get extended. However, based on my conversations with Chief D'Agostino, in order to allow you all to move forward, what we could do is just remove the section of the ordinance that restricts the movement of people and occupancy of premises.
Why?
And not put it in the ordinance because the health authority already has that authority.
I don't agree with that.
I understand, sir. I just believe that based on what Representative Anello is seeking to accomplish, in order for you to get a unanimous ordinance, there are issues that there isn't going to be unanimity on. So it's either pass some ordinance or none at all.
Or, I mean, we do have a motion on the floor that we come back with a stabilization fund, which I would be comfortable with.
Okay.
And your motion will go
Sir.
before the main motion, so.
All right, sir. I asked to speak.
Yeah, Representative Rivera?
Okay, well, if we can just go ahead and vote on it with Representative Anello's direction on the stabilization, would that be okay with you?
Well,
let's give staff sufficient time.
My recommendation would be, why don't you, if you have another directive for us, why don't you give us a directive outside of this particular ordinance so that you can pass this ordinance? I mean, you can.
That's
direct
what
the
we're trying to
council-
accomplish.
the
That's
council
exactly
can-
what we're
The
trying to
council can direct the staff
Yes.
to do what you want us to do and what you want us to look at. It doesn't have to be attached to the ordinance itself.
Well,
Well, it's contingent on, but it is separate, right?
right. So would 30 days be sufficient, Representative Anello?
I would like an update, at least an update in 2 weeks.
Okay.
I really think if you're putting this emergency order in for 30 days, and bars have to close tonight for 30 days, and we haven't even had a
True.
conversation,
Okay.
it's problematic.
Well, okay, how about 30 days with a
We will do
2-week
that. We will have an
update?
update in 2 weeks, if not something stronger than that by that
Thank
time. I think the responsible thing for the entire council to do is to vote this in, period.
Yes.
And then like Carrie suggested, if you need anything else or want anything else, we'll work those items separately. And when we tell y'all we do something, I think we've proven that we do that. So we will work the issue assiduously and get it back to you as quickly as possible.
Let's call for the vote, sir.
All right, Representative Salcido.
Laura, if you can read the motions that are on the floor, please.
So we currently have a motion to adopt the emergency ordinance, and then there's a separate motion.
Well, that's going to be separate.
There is a separate motion from Representative Anello for further
Okay.
action.
So
Mayor,
the-
and I seconded her motion,
Yes.
but it's for 2 weeks.
Right. Okay, yes.
We would like to clarify what would happen with the city boards and commissions based on what the governor stated. If I could read the clarifying language into the ordinance in order to avoid gathering of boards and commissions for council. Under section 2 of the ordinance, subsection B, it will read as follows. Any boards and commissions that must meet pursuant to state law should meet pursuant to the Texas Open Meetings Act as provided by the suspension of the Open Meetings Act provisions approved by the Texas governor and institute practices in an effort to reduce in-person meetings.
So that's just, that's already part of, you're putting that as part of it.
It's there, and we are striking what the following language means allowed by Texas Attorney General and institute best practices with regards to social distancing will be struck.
Okay.
We also need to put on the header, of the emergency ordinance, add the language in section 8, which is the penalty that is provided in the event that somebody violates the ordinance.
What is it? That is what?
The penalties are provided in section 8 of the, we just need to have it in the header of the ordinance.
But what are the penalties?
It is a misdemeanor, and upon conviction, if found guilty, could be fined up to $500.
Per violation.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Representative Salcido? I mean, Lazaria.
Yeah, I have a question. What, maybe I'm not seeing it here. What about gyms? Is it included in here?
No.
Dr. O does have some recommendations that are forthcoming to address all various facilities.
Okay.
Directives, excuse me.
All right, let's do the vote. Do you all have anything else to add? Okay.
I didn't see it in here, but I know there was a lot of conversation about it. I just want to make sure it's not in here. There's no curfew being suggested? Okay.
There is no curfew at
Thank
this
you.
time.
Read the motion and we'll vote.
Which motion would you like to consider first? To adopt the ordinance?
The ordinance. The ordinance is
So
totally
then-
sound. Okay, let's vote that first then.
Okay. So there is a motion and a second to direct staff to return with a stabilization fund within 30 days and provide an update in 2 weeks. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And this is to help local businesses? Is that correct?
To assist the local.
Okay.
Small business, yeah, small business. We'll just focus on that.
Okay, let's vote.
Okay, so this is from the Representative Anello, seconded by Representative Hernandez on the stabilization fund. On that motion, Mayor Pro Tem Schwarzbein.
Aye.
Anello?
Aye.
Hernandez?
Yes.
Morgan?
Yes.
Salcido?
Aye.
Rodriguez?
Yes.
Rivera?
Aye.
And Lizarraga.
Aye.
And that motion passes unanimously. Now, there's another motion. There's from Representative
Rivera.
Rivera and Lizarraga to adopt the emergency ordinance.
By Dr.
Let's vote.
Correct. On that motion,
Are we reading it into the record?
I can read it into the record.
Yes.
It's an emergency ordinance instituting emergency measures due to a public health emergency penalty as provided in Section 8. Be it ordained by the City Council of the City of El Paso that an emergency exists, and whereas on March 13th, 2020, the Governor of the State of Texas declared a state of disaster and the President of the United States of America declared a national emergency in relation to COVID-19, and whereas by proclamation issued on March 13th, 2020, the mayor declared a local state of disaster for the City of El Paso resulting from a public health emergency, and whereas City Charter Section 3.10 allows for the City Council to adopt an emergency ordinance to meet a public emergency affecting life, health, property, or the public peace, and whereas said state of disaster requires that certain emergency measures be taken pursuant to the executive order of the governor relating to emergency management, therefore the following regulations shall take effect immediately upon issuance and shall remain in effect until the state of disaster is terminated. And be it further ordained by the City Council of El Paso, Texas, that the following is hereby in effect. Number 1, state and federal guidance. The city authorizes the emergency management director or designee to update, restrict, and promulgate regulations necessary to comply with federal, state, and local authorities' guidance in relation to COVID-19. Number 2, city boards and commissions. A, unless required by state law, all city boards and commission meetings are suspended while this ordinance is in effect. 2B, any boards and commissions that must meet pursuant to state law should meet pursuant to Texas Open Meetings Act as provided by the suspension of the Opens Meeting Act provisions approved by the state Texas governor and institute best practices in an effort to reduce in-person meetings. Number 3, price controls. A person should not sell any of the following goods or services for more than the price the person charged for the goods or services on March 13th, 2020. A, groceries, beverages, toiletry articles, ice. B, construction and building materials and supplies and earth-moving equipment and machinery. C, electrical and gas generating and transmission equipment, parts and accessories. D, charcoal brisket, matches, candles, lamp illumination and heat unit, carbides, dry batteries, light bulbs, flashlights, and hand lanterns. E, hand tools, manual and power, hardware and household supplies and equipment rental. F, automotive parts and supplies and accessories. G, plumbing and electrical tools and supplies. H, apartment, duplex, multifamily dwelling, rooming house, hotel and motel rental. I, gasoline, diesel, oil, motor oil, kerosene, grease, and automotive lubricants. J, restaurant, cafeteria, and boarding house meals. K, services of roofing and building contractors, plumbers, electricians, mechanics, tree surgeons, and automobile wrecker companies. L, medicine, pharmaceutical, and medical equipment and supplies. M, blankets, quilts, bedspreads, bed linens, mattresses, bed springs, bedsteads, towels, and toilet paper. And N, furniture and clothing. Number 4, suspension and modification of ordinances. A, the following ordinances are hereby suspended or modified as indicated. 1, any ordinance or regulation that imposes an obligation upon the city to deliver in less than 5 business days any non-essential good or service as determined by the mayor is hereby suspended. 2, ordinance number 016736 is hereby modified to read as follows. Ordinance granting the authority to the city manager to enter and sign certain contracts on behalf of the city is hereby amended to authorize the city manager to negotiate and enter into contracts including the issuance of purchase orders on behalf of the city and sign and bind the city for contracts for the acquisition of goods and services in amount that exceeds $50,000 per annum in order to take immediate action to relieve the emergency necessity of the municipality's residents, to preserve the property of the municipality, and to protect the health, safety, and welfare of the municipality's residents. B, the suspension or modifications of the ordinance and regulations listed in subsection A shall remain in effect for 30 days unless reenacted in accordance with City Charter 3.10 or until the state of disaster is terminated, whichever is sooner. Number 5, movement of people and occupancy of premises. A, individuals shall limit the size of public or private gatherings to no more than 50 people in a single space. For the purpose of clarity, a gathering does not include the following spaces. Number 1, spaces where persons may be in transit or waiting for transit, such as airports and bus terminals. 2, office space or residential buildings. 3, grocery stores, hotels, or other retail establishments where large numbers of people are present, but it is unusual for them to be within arm's length of one another for extended periods. And 5, hospitals and medical facilities. B, bars, lounges, taverns, arcades, and private clubs shall close. C, restaurants may remain open pursuant to the following. Number 1, restaurants shall limit the amount of people on their premises at one time to half of their designated seating maximum occupancy and ensure that tables are at least 6 feet apart from each other. 2, restaurants shall disinfect and sanitize commonly touched surfaces and non-food contact surfaces at least once every hour. 3, residents shall not allow parties of more than 6 people at one table. 4, restaurants must adopt and implement a screening policy for food handlers and all employees and establish protocols for employees' exclusion if they develop the following symptoms. 1, fever greater than 100 degrees Fahrenheit. 2, cough and shortness of breath. Number 5, make available and visible COVID-19 print materials within the restaurant. Number 6, temporary assistance. The city urges all businesses to provide 2 weeks of paid sick leave to employees that succumb to COVID-19, are caring for someone with COVID-19, or are subject to quarantine. The city further urges businesses to apply for any available federal funding for the provision of paid sick leave. Number 7, utilities and residents. A, no local utility shall discontinue the provision of cable, internet, water, gas, waste removal, and electric utility service to a local resident for lack of a payment with this ordinance in effect. B, to the extent allowed by law, no landlord should evict a tenant for lack of payment while this ordinance is in effect. Number 8, penalties. A, these regulations shall have the effect of ordinances when duly filed with the city clerk. B, a person who violates any provision of these regulations upon conviction is guilty of a misdemeanor punishable by a fine of not more than $500. Number 9, emergency. This emergency ordinance shall take effect immediately upon its adoption and publication, and it is accordingly so ordained. This ordinance shall remain in effect for 30 days unless reenacted in accordance with City Charter Section 3.10 or until the state of disaster is terminated, whichever is sooner. Number 10, severability clause. It is hereby declared to be the intention of the City Council that the phrases, sentences, paragraphs, and sections of this ordinance are severable. If any part of this ordinance shall be declared unconstitutional by the valid judgment or decree of any court of competent jurisdiction, such unconstitutionality should not affect the remaining phrases, sentences, paragraphs, and sections. Passed and adopted this 17th day of March 2020.
Okay, let's vote.
Okay, on that motion, Mayor Pro Tem Schwartzbein.
Before the vote, when will those directives from the public health director be coming out regarding clarification on like gyms and things of that nature? Do we?
He's evaluating daily, so he's back there doing the evaluations today, looking at whatever tests we might have in, and he just does it as we're going, as the situation's evolving, he's evolving his
So it's a
recommendations.
fluid, we don't have a definitive day or time?
Correct.
Okay.
I also just want to remind everyone that every day that this is in place and we don't have a stabilization fund, there are people who cannot buy groceries for their home. So this is a very serious thing that we're doing.
I didn't hear the vote.
Aye.
Hang on one. What's up?
Mayor and Council, we need to make another revision to Section 4, and this is 4A, number 2, to read that the ordinance granting the authority to the city manager and add or designee. That's just to add that the city manager or designee to enter and sign certain contracts on behalf of the city.
Okay, all right.
It's
4A.
4A, number 2, that the ordinance granting the authority to the city manager and add the words or designee.
No, this is for implementation. This is immediate. This is the fast you want to get done. All right. Let's start. You want to start the vote over?
Yes.
Okay.
So this is a motion and a second to adopt the emergency ordinance with the amendments read into the record. On that motion, Mayor Pro Tem Schwartzbein.
Aye.
Anello. Hernandez.
Yes.
Morgan.
Aye.
Salcido.
Aye.
Rodriguez.
Yes.
Rivera.
Aye.
And Lizarraga.
Aye.
That motion passes unanimously. Now, Mayor, we need your consent to both items number 1 and number 2. Do you give your consent?
I give my consent.
Thank you. May we have a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
Second.
Just postscript. I wanted to throw in, I had calls this morning from all of the hospital CEOs to say they were in complete agreement with what we were doing, that things have started to get very hairy at the hospitals, and and they wanted us to know, wanted me to convey that they are in complete agreement, all the hospitals, all the CEOs of what we're doing. And I just wanted to make sure we got kind of off on some, do you all have any updates for us as a council on what's going on? Is there anything, Jorge or Mario, you want to add to what was been said today at all?
So the overall strategy we have in support of the public health department is containment, and making it every effort and increasing capacity in every area possible to ensure that is possible. We understand that by implementing these, they are drastic, but we know that history tells us that these types of social distancing measures have success. If they become otherwise, then that's it really changes the equation and how the future of our community might look like. But we continue working on educating the public and ensuring that they have the proper information on how they can protect themselves and others, and also putting in place to increase capacities from testing and other areas.
And as we do more testing, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to have more positives. It's just, there's a direct correlation, okay? So we just need to be mindful of that. Anything else, Mario?
No, sir, thank you. And I just want to remind everybody, time is of the essence. That's why we need to have these in place.
Thank you. I've just got one more question, sir. If the doctor's busy, are you the go-to guys that will be answering their questions when the doctor's kind of busy?
It's in coordination with the Office of Emergency Management, so the EOC is operating, they're operating out of there, so it's a joint function at this time.
Just want to, thank you.
And also, just to clarify, we are at 33 people that have been tested, correct?
The most current was,
Most
yes.
current, okay.
All right, Sissy?
I just have one question for Carrie.
Representative Lizarga has a question.
Are our museums still open?
The facilities are still open. Any programming in our museums, libraries, and other venues has stopped.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you.
I have a question, Mayor.
For who? Pro Tem?
I guess for staff in general, in terms of rec centers and museums, that would be based off of Dr. O's directives, or is that something that's done through operations for those closures?
It'll fall under the guidelines of the Public Health Department. We've already taken the measures I mentioned before in each of those facilities in terms of programming. That's stopped. And if there are more restrictions to the potential for there to be gatherings in these locations, then operationally we'll make the necessary moves to close facilities if they aren't going to be complying with what the Department of Public Health is telling us to do.
All right. Representative Rodriguez.
Just every day that this goes on, we have an opportunity to do more before it gets more out of control. And even though restaurants may be open with 50% seating, the best thing that everybody can do is stay at home, regardless if they show symptoms or not.
Okay, Representative Rodriguez has a question.
Do stores, like grocery stores, also include the capacity, meaning that they're not allowed to have maximum capacity in there? No, so.
It's identified in there that they're one of the, for the purpose of clarity, a gathering does not include the following spaces: spaces where persons may be in transit or waiting for transit, a bus terminal, an airport, office space or residential buildings, grocery stores, hotels, or other retail establishments where large numbers of people are present, but it's unusual for them to be within close contact for any extended period of time, and hospitals and medical facilities. Those are the exclusions.
Grocery stores.
So groceries, so they'll be open for regular hours. People are allowed to go shop, and there's no worry about that whatsoever.
Limitations.
No limitation on that. Okay, thank you.
Okay. Do you have something?
No, I will say, and you may have seen it, and different from grocery stores, but you probably have already seen, there have been a number of retail establishments, even here locally, that have taken the extra measures on their own to shut down some of their facilities. So if that's happening, that's because they've decided to, as a company, to take the additional measures to protect employees and protect other citizens.
Did you, Representative Aceto, your one more question?
Agustino? Chief? In regard to Dr. O, all his updates, where can that be found for the public to be able to look at anything that he's issuing in regards to like gyms?
So we're putting out daily sit reps to us, and everything's being uploaded. New information is constantly on the website. So it's the City of El Paso website, El Paso Public Health. If you go there, there's a homepage there, and it's got all the information for different businesses, different age groups. It's got everything there. That's our central point.
Thank you so much. Thank you for being here and addressing this very important issues in such a crisis.
Thank you.
And thank you.
All right, so have we adjourned this
No.
yet?
May we have a motion to adjourn? There's a motion and a second to adjourn the emergency meeting. All in favor?
Aye.
Anyone opposed? And the emergency meeting for Tuesday, March 17th, 2020 is adjourned at 2:40 p.m. May we have
Motion to resume, please.
So moved.
Second.
There's a motion and a second to reconvene the regular city council meeting. All in favor?
Aye.
Anyone opposed? The regular city council meeting is back in session at 2:40 p.m. We're on page 15, item 26.1. This is a public hearing on an ordinance vacating a 20-foot utility easement out of Block 22 in Mills Addition at 500 North Mesa.
Is there a motion?
Move to approve?
No. Just give me a second.
A motion and a second. Any further discussion on this? Let's vote.
There is a motion and a second to approve item 26.1. On that motion, Mayor Pro Tem Schwartzbein.
Aye.
Hernandez.
Yes.
Morgan.
Yes.
Salcido.
Aye.
Rodriguez.
Yes.
Rivera.
Aye.
Rep. Lizarraga. Thank you. In the voting session, the motion passes with 7 affirmative votes. Representative Anello not present. The next item is 26.2. This is a public hearing on an ordinance granting a special privilege license to Mills Plaza Parking 2 to permit construction, installation, maintenance, use, and repair of aerial encroachment of a vehicular crossing along San Antonio Avenue adjacent to the property located at 104 South El Paso Street.
Move to approve.
We have a motion and a second. Further discussion? Let's vote.
There is a motion and a second to approve item 26.2. On that motion, Mayor Pro Tem Schwartzbein.
Aye.
Hernandez.
Yes.
Morgan.
Yes.
Salcido.
Aye.
Rodriguez.
Yes.
Rivera.
Aye.
And Lizarraga. That motion passes unanimously. Representative Anello not present. The next item is 28.1. This is a public hearing on an ordinance amending Title IX, Health and Safety, Air Pollution, and to amend the chapter in its entirety to comply with applicable state air quality regulations.
Motion to approve.
Do we need a presentation on this?
Really important presentation. I'm sorry, Carl, if you mind giving it. I know you guys have worked really hard on this. I know there are people who are very concerned with air quality. I think it's good information. Sorry, I know everyone's ready to get out of here.
No problem. Mr. Mayor, items 28.1 and 28.2 are related, so if we would be able to consider those together, we'd appreciate that.
Motion to approve 28.2.
28.2 is an ordinance amending Title IX, Health and Safety, wood burning of the El Paso City Code to delete and reserve the chapter in its entirety.
Need a second.
Yes.
I didn't realize that they were exactly the same. We gave the presentation earlier. Anybody who wants information can reference that.
Correct.
Thank you.
Okay, let's vote.
Okay, there is a motion and a second to approve items 21.1, 28.1, and 28.2. On that motion, Mayor Pro Tem Schwartzbein.
Aye.
Anello.
Aye.
Hernandez.
Yes.
Morgan.
Yes.
Rodriguez.
Yes.
Rivera.
Aye.
And Lizarraga.
Aye.
That motion passes unanimously. Representative Salcido not present. The next item is 29.1. This is discussion and action on a resolution to authorize the Director of Aviation to sign and submit a grant application to the Federal Aviation Administration in connection with the application process for the Airport Improvement Program.
Move to approve.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Is there further discussion? Let's vote.
There is a motion and a second to approve item 29.1. On that motion, Mayor Pro Tem Schwartzbein.
Aye.
Anello. Hernandez.
Yes.
Morgan.
Yes.
Rodriguez.
Yes.
Rivera.
Aye.
And Lizarraga.
Aye.
That motion passes unanimously. Representative Salcido not present. The next item is 30.1. This is discussion and action on recommendations made by the City Plan Commission as directed by City Council on January 7th, 2020 regarding item 17.1 on that agenda.
I move to postpone indefinitely.
Can we hear a presentation?
Which item?
Second.
Okay, we'll
30.1.
vote on the postponement.
No.
She said
What did you say?
What did you say?
So I move to postpone indefinitely for item 17.1 that went through CPC because we already approved
30.1.
item 17.2. It's referenced as 17.1, so I'm assuming you're referencing the agenda items from January 7th of 2020. So we already approved 17.2. It's not necessary to hear 17.1, so I'm asking to postpone indefinitely.
Paul, we did direct staff to send it to CPC and come back, sir.
I don't think we did not pass it in 17. Well,
No,
we
17.1
did
was.
not.
17.2 was passed. But not.
I'm sorry, I think Jeff will explain this better than I can, but you can't have two ordinances. So we had passed 17.2 already. So there's no reason to put
Again.
17.1.
Jeff, please speak.
Okay, yes, Jeff
Ms.
Hall, capital improvement for the record. So item 17.2 was approved on January 7th, 2020. But I can go through the presentation if you would like.
Yes, please.
Mayor, Council, good afternoon. I know it's been a long day. So this is back in January, you approved 17.2, and at the same time, you recall your vote. Somebody opened, one of the commission members voted to revisit your action on 17.2. Okay, so at that point, you directed staff to take 17.1 back to CPC because CPC has not did not see 17.1 because 17.1 was a product of 17.2, and you directed staff to work with the community and the service providers for options, and those options were captured in 17.1. So they're two versions of the same product, two versions. Okay, so you voted on 17.2, but at the same time, when you recall your vote around about 4 o'clock in the afternoon, you asked staff to go back and present that to CPC. So we did that. Okay, so CPC at that time, this was about 2 weeks ago, recommended approval of 17.1. So we've done exactly what you wanted us to do. So it's time for you to make a decision as to what you want to do. We have no objection to 17.1. But I think, Mayor, Council, you have to make a decision today. We've been dragging this thing for almost 3 years now. You've asked us to do the heavy lifting, and we've done that. So I think it's incumbent upon you guys today, to make a decision on what you want to do.
Well, so just to be clear from what I said yesterday, so the item can't be voted on today.
Right.
Just because of the action that was taken to reconsider your vote, and you deleted the item, and you asked us to go to CPC as a means to give you some additional information. So if the direction is to come back, then we will reintroduce and go through that process. But there won't be a vote for action specifically on this today, other than to give us that direction.
Colonel Weston, what was the timeline that we gave? Because obviously 17.2, there was a time attached to it. If we sent this item back, 17.1, to be relooked and to send it back to the CPC, obviously there was a timeline. So what was that timeline?
There was no timeline. So staff acted, quickly on it. We took it to CPC, and we, again, acted to bring it back to you so that we can close out.
Well, then I make a motion to reintroduce it at a later council meeting and do the presentation as well. They're not going to allow him to do the presentation now.
So as Mr. Weston said, you need to give us direction today to bring back an ordinance that relates to 17.1 so that you can take action on it.
Okay. Then I make the motion that we bring back this ordinance which matches 17.1 back to council with the full presentation, and reintroduce the ordinance and post it for public hearing.
So, and I just want to explain my motion very quickly. And, it was reconsidered back in January. And I think those who voted not to reconsider the item, because I thought we already did the heavy lifting, to your point, Mr. Tui. We made a decision. It was voted on, 17.2. We enacted it. And then it was reconsidered for a vote. So those who supported the ordinance then and then did not support rehearing 17.1, thank you for that vote. My assumption is that we're still in support of 17.2. I'm still a staunch advocate of 17.2. That's the one that we enacted in January of 2020. That's the one that has a more balanced version that protects vulnerable communities, that protects our landscape, that protects our connectivity. The notion that connectivity is impaired with 17.2 is untrue, it's dishonest, and that narrative needs to stop and cease immediately. No. Staff had recommended and stood by 17.2. And I believe that we need to be consistent with what we're saying and not overcome any concerns with industry pressure. We need to show some teeth. We need to be consistent with what we adopt and not flip-flop so much. So that's why I'm asking to postpone indefinitely so that we can stop hearing the item that we already voted against, that we did not enact in January. So that's the purpose of my motion to postpone indefinitely, so we can put this to rest and move forward with a more solid, a fair, community-led policy that you all drafted. It took you 2 years to draft, and that I think does not limit connectivity, but encourages connectivity specifically within communities with smaller nodes, with co-locations, with roof-mounted towers or ground-mounted towers, along with roof-mounted ones. And so you all know my position on it. I would really love to put that to rest. I'm asking you to take the tough vote right now to put the 17.1 item that's on the agenda, not to consider it. It is not friendly to communities. It hurts communities like mine that I represent. And so I'm asking for your consistent support on 17.2, the one that we already enacted in January.
Dr. Morgan.
I appreciate my colleagues' passion, but my district is the exact opposite, okay? If you don't have, there's certain places in the Northeast, if you do not have Wi-Fi, you have no phone service when you go home, period. Okay, and I know that there's a lot of folks that are concerned about the height, the setbacks, the aesthetics of these things, but the industry has assured us that they will work with us to improve the aesthetics of these facilities. I've actually taken a look at the different type of towers that are out there. And in most cases, if you didn't know it was a tower, if I didn't tell you it was a tower, you wouldn't know it was a tower. Okay, the technology is so much better today than it was 10, 15, 20 years ago when we started laying out the plan. What I look at is that this is an update or modernization to what we're already doing. We're operating at the 1.0 level. We need to be operating at the 2.0 level. I live in a very landlocked area surrounded by the mountain. Maybe it's because we're so close to the mountain, but the cellular service in my community absolutely is horrid. Like I said, even at my current residence, when I walk through the door, I have to tie into my Wi-Fi in order to use my phone anywhere in my home. Something's wrong with that. Okay? We can all look at this from our individual perspectives, and we all should be representing our district, but in this case, I have to represent my district. The cellular services are absolutely horrid in the Northeast. And here we are today, just approved a 2,300 acre master developed community that's going to have a hard time with something as simple as basic technology. So I'm in support of bringing this back. I'm ready to vote on the first motion, but I'd like to second Representative Rivera's motion to reintroduce this back to the council.
Representative Lizarga.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Mayor. Philip and Jeff, so I have a question. What is your recommendation for 30.1?
17.1?
30.1.
30.1. What are you recommending?
Okay, so our recommendation is for you to recommend today that we bring back an ordinance that you can vote on. So for the record, okay, I know what my recommendation was. So for 2 years, we worked on that recommendation that we brought forward to you, which was 17.2. That was what city staff presented to City Plan Commission. And in addition to City Plan Commission recommendations, so we forwarded those two recommendations to you. So our recommendation on the record stays at 17.2. However, after looking at 17.1 gives you the city and our community the options, to be able to have better design and have low visibility. Antennas or facilities in our community. So our recommendation today is that, City Council will take an action or direct staff to bring back the ordinance for 17.1, and then you can look at 17.1 and look at all the options that it has to offer.
I will say this is because I've been involved in a lot of the meetings from when the staff first made their recommendation to a lot of the discussions with industry. And one of the things that my thinking and how it's kind of evolved through this whole process is that, you know, I heard a lot of the industry concerns, but I really felt that staff did a good job when the council asked us to go back and take a look at this in terms of making sure that we're able to meet industry's needs, but not at the expense of big towers next to residential areas. I felt that the staff did a great job in terms of design standards that met form and function of those particular areas so that it would not have a big impact. And so our recommendation, or at least how I felt about this, has evolved considerably from when we first looked at this to when we had a number of conversations with industry. So I'm very comfortable with the amended standard based on what I'm just telling you now.
We also have some public comment, don't we?
We do have public comment and
Wait,
also
let me-
Mayor.
Excuse me, Representative Rivera, did you want to speak?
Yes, I did.
Sorry.
I also am kind of frustrated because I suffer this as well as some of my constituents, or most of my constituents, are the drop calls for service. That's another issue that's being addressed with this new changes. And I'd like to hear the differences between the two, because you know how I feel about them just dropping a tower in the city of El Paso. That's not acceptable anymore. I want to hear the differences between the two. I want to hear the differences between which was more compatible. And obviously, the Colonel and you all are saying that they're compatible to both sides of both the consumer and the industry. So, I mean, I want that opportunity for the public to hear the differences. I want between both ordinances, which one would be better and which has better aesthetics as far as just a regular old palm tree or a camouflage tree, and of course the distance between homes and all that stuff that go into this ordinance. I would like to very much hear the difference along with so that my constituents could hear that and have their say as well in the public. Thank you, sir.
Mayor Pro Tem Schwartzbein would also like to speak.
Okay, Mayor Pro Tem?
Thanks. Yeah, no, just to keep it brief, I do think that it makes sense to go and look at this at a way that can balance the concerns of the community with also making sure that we have viable cellular service. And looking at having cell towers that are the same height of houses would require more cell towers around. And I think that we just need to look at what we can do the best for this community that balances community concerns, aesthetics, and also making sure that we're fair to business and to citizens.
Representative Vanilla?
Philip, I want to thank you, and I completely understand your recommendation today. I can't imagine how frustrated that you are. It's been 2.5 years now. We keep saying 2 years, but it's been 2.5 years now that we've been dealing with this. I want just a point of clarification, because the conversation we're having today, I'm a little confused. Has this ordinance, which was 17.2, has it changed at all from when it went to the CPC?
No.
No, so it's exactly the same.
17.2 was the one that you
Okay, I'm sorry,
voted to approve.
17.1. Has
Correct.
17.1 changed at all?
No.
Okay, because the way we're talking, it seems like there was some kind of compromise here, but that was never really the issue. Because I remember when we tried, the reason this got postponed the very first time is because Representative Hernandez directed you to work with the industry, right, Jeff? And then the industry wouldn't compromise. They kind of came up with their own ordinance in a way.
Well, it wasn't that they came up with their own ordinance. It was something that the community and the industry and staff worked on and came to an agreement that this is a way forward for the city.
It wasn't heard, right?
And I'll tell you, I'm not going to support this, and this has been one of my arguments from day one. If you do research on these cell phone companies, you go to other cities. I have Verizon. I drop calls all of the time. I've switched service. I still drop calls. But you go to other cities, you can see they put the money in, and they have the infrastructure, and they don't need a 75-foot tower for it. So I go back to my comments in the photos that we showed, that this is them not caring about El Paso and wanting to skim the line and do whatever they can here. So, you know, I have a lot of respect for this community, and I think that the private industry should too, so I'm going to support the deletion of this item. But thank you for all of the work, both of you. I know it has been a long time, and it seems like it might still continue, so.
All right. We got some public comment, but Philip, before you walk away, is not this 30.1 a derivative of the industry working with the city and all partners? And it's my understanding that I've been told that everybody is comfortable on both sides with this 30.1.
That's correct.
That it works aesthetically, it works from a technology standpoint, and it meets the needs of the community short-term and long-term.
That's correct.
That is correct. All right, let's have our public comment.
Okay, the first person is Mr. Mike McQueen. He will be followed by Michelle Loevano, Andrew Dominguez, Max Grossman, and Teresa Caballero. Good morning, ma'am. Please state your name for the record.
Good morning, Mayor, members of council, and city manager. Obviously, I'm not Mike McQueen. Unfortunately, he was not able to make it this afternoon. My name is Michelle Luevno. I am here today on behalf of the El Paso Hispanic Chamber of Commerce. I am the advocacy director for that chamber. First off, I want to thank you for allowing me to speak this afternoon on the critical issue of communications infrastructure in our community. As our community continues to grow and our small businesses continue to open, expand, and thrive, investment and better and more reliable access to mobile communication networks should be a priority. The ordinance on the table, 17.1, represents a good compromise between focusing on the aesthetics and also making sure that businesses have access to a strong and reliable network. The changes would essentially allow for greater investment in mobile communication infrastructure, leading to greater and faster access and enhanced performance and reliability through the city. This investment will also help to prepare the city to be better and more efficiently transition to 5G service in the near future. The current mobile communications infrastructure in the city is inadequate to support our growing population and the growth of our businesses. The critical need for robust and reliable mobile service in communities is evident now more than ever, considering the public health crisis we currently face. Without reliable access to mobile networks and service, many individuals would not be able to work from home and have to face the difficult decision to either stay home or continue to receive a paycheck. Our community needs greater investment in our mobile service infrastructure to meet the growing needs of our community and support the growth and success of our local businesses. We encourage council to go ahead and bring 17.1 back to the table and for discussion. And on a personal note, Representative Morgan, I live in the district. My mother lived in the district as well. When she was sick, it was very difficult for me to care for her and work from home at the same time because, as you said, as soon as I would get into her home, there would be no more mobile service. So it'd be very difficult with me to communicate with staff back at the office, to be able to access files, things like that. So it is very important, especially in some of our more underserved communities, that we have an enhancement of our cell service, especially as we're getting ready to transition to 5G. We really don't want to get left behind. Again, I want to thank you for giving me the chance to speak, and of course, I want to thank you all for your leadership and service to this community. Thank you.
The next speaker is Andrew Dominguez. He will be followed by Max Grossman. Good afternoon, sir. You have 3 minutes.
Good afternoon, esteemed members of the council, Mayor. I wanted to come out today and speak, to much of the work that has been done on this ordinance and the rewrite of this ordinance. It was brought up originally back in October. Originally testified that the ordinance that is currently law is extremely, prohibitive of the expansion of the networks as far as, us, moving into the future for 5G and all of that goes. Talking about the specifics of the ordinance that is currently law, the reasons that it is specifically restrictive is because it doesn't allow for these facilities to be constructed past 35 feet in residential areas. I know that there's a provision that may allow for it to go up to 45 feet, but even at that height, it does not give the capacity for the carriers to provide the service or the coverage that the consumers are paying for flat out. It's unequivocal. The way that the networks work with the future growth for the frequencies that they are using operates both on a small cell network and a macro cell network. What the industry is asking for, or what we are wanting to do to provide the citizens of El Paso with the coverage that they pay for, is at 60 feet with, going through those processes and allowing for us to reduce a minimum separation in cases where that is applicable. Under the one that is currently law, which is 17.2, we cannot reduce minimum separation at all. And in the areas, like I have stated in prior, is, Mesa or Montwood or, the new development out in the west side, or now even in the northeast, it's not going to allow for these facilities to, cover or give the speeds, a download to all of the individuals that are trying to feed off of this. I know that there's, the 17.1 that industry and staff have worked on has even greater guidelines as far as design standards goes. And we still have to do it with going through the special permit process, which we would then come before you all, and still has to get that approval. We go with the community. We have to work with them and say, would you rather have greater service that you're already paying for but you're not receiving? And this is the design that you get direct input on the design, on what it's going to have in your immediate area, in this vicinity. What do you want it to look like? And it's not going to exceed 60 feet. It's not allowed in 7. So some of the images that have been shown out there as far as the district that you represent, Ms. Hernandez, is that tower specifically is 125 feet tall. That tower was constructed well before the last ordinance was even rewritten. And so those things are not going to be allowed under 17.1. 17.1 is much stronger as far as the design standards goes, working together with the public, with you all, members of the council, to get those standards there. My time's up. If there's any questions, I could go ahead and answer those.
I have a question.
Yes, ma'am.
So at this point, even if you were to decide that you want to build a 60-foot tower, you still have to come ask permission from us, correct?
If it is in a residential district, we cannot construct a 60-foot tower, or light commercial, we would not be able to do that.
Thank you.
The next speaker is Mr. Max Grossman. Good afternoon, sir. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you again, Mayor and Council. I can do this because I'm on spring break. Hopefully for not too long. In any case, I wanted to speak in strong support of the 17.2 version of this law, and I think that Reps Hernandez and Anello are clearly the voice of reason here. I listened very carefully to what they said on January 7th, and I'm listening to them now, and everything makes perfect sense. But I want to express my dismay with how this was handled on January 7th. I and many of my friends, we have deep concern about City Council, which voted 5-3 in favor of 17.2, disappeared into executive session on an unrelated item, came out of executive session, and all of a sudden we had a motion on the floor to revote, and the outcome changed. Then it was 4-4, and the mayor, D. Margo, split the vote, and it went the other direction. Then there was total confusion for a while. Ultimately, the matter was sent back to the City Plan Commission, which voted on February 20th to support 17.1, with Sam Trimble, one of the members of the City Plan Commission, expressing concern that the new version had the very heavy handprints of people that will benefit financially from it, quote unquote. That's out of a member of the City Plan Commission. But in terms of that vote, after that vote, Representative Anello stated, quote, council members are lobbying each other after votes are taken, unquote. And Representative Hernandez, quote, members of City Council have made decisions, and to influence them outside of the decision that you preferred is inappropriate, unquote. So I wanted to express my dismay about that. As a tax-paying El Pasoan, something went very wrong there, and I think it raises real suspicions about what's happening in executive session, if I may say. Secondly, I do believe that the mayor and Representative Claudia Ordaz-Perez should have recused themselves because of their financial relationship with a registered lobbyist who represents the cell phone industry. Each of the two, the mayor received paid $4,073 to the same person, and Claudia Ordaz-Perez $2,867. And these are people who helped to raise money for political campaigns. And yet the mayor and Claudia Ordaz-Perez did not recuse themselves from that process. And maybe it's not illegal, maybe legally it's okay, but that doesn't make it right. It doesn't make it right, and the optics are actually pretty bad. Finally, in my last 27 seconds, clearly Reps Hernandez and Anello are correct. Other cities, and I travel a lot, have cell phone towers 35 feet or shorter. They're spaced closer together, and maybe it costs the industry a little bit more money, but it looks better, it preserves our neighborhoods. El Paso has a lot of old neighborhoods, as well as large areas in the Mission Valley and so on. Nobody wants to be near a 60-foot tower, and no, there's no way to make it look pretty, okay? They don't look good. Thank you very much. Please support the 17.2 version. Good afternoon.
Mayor, I don't see Ms. Caballero in the audience, so that concludes public comment.
Okay, so what are we voting on here?
There is a
I just have points of clarification. There is 5G in El Paso. We're in 2020, and the industry has not invested in our communities. And it's not because of 17.2. That was purposeful. They are using 17.1 as leverage and using fear-mongering tactics to scare this council that we are not going to have connectivity. And that's just wrong. It's wrong in so many levels, and I'm going to re-emphasize that what they're doing is they're spreading a false narrative, and these are misconceptions. We already have connectivity, and 17.2 only makes it better. It encourages co-locations. We already have a ton of ground-mounted towers. We need to make sure that they're utilizing the space on those 50-foot, 100-foot towers that already exist. We have a ton of public spaces and facilities throughout the city. We need to encourage roof-mounted, these personal wireless nodes all throughout the city. It is completely false. And I have done a lot of research. This is very technical, so I can understand why these scare tactics are maybe influencing. But what I'm saying to you is that other communities have 5G. They have strict guidelines, and we are being taken advantage of. There is no question about that. And I do not make these statements lightly. We are being taken advantage of. And so 5G is here in our community. There are billboards across our highways that indicate that 5G is here. So the notion that 17.2 will limit 5G is false. It is already here. Our communities include schools, our communities include churches, and they are within our neighborhoods. 60-foot towers, or whatever the size of towers, the 17.1 version allows for certain specific design standards. 17.2 does not limit design standards. It does not say that you cannot improve your design standards. In fact, we will welcome better improved design standards. To say that 17.1 has better design standards is a reason for why we need to reduce the distance between personal wireless towers and the height. It's just not a good argument, because you can do that already with 17.2. We are protecting neighborhoods. We are protecting our landscapes. Do you want a wireless tower that's 50 foot tall, 60 foot tall, 75 foot tall right next to your home? Absolutely not. 17.2 protects the distance between residential areas, your private property, and where these ground-mounted towers can be erected. 17.2 allows for common sense, strategic placement of these towers and rooftops. It does not limit connectivity. So let's stop saying that. So how do other communities, major metropolitan communities similar to us, how do they have those guidelines and have better connectivity? That is because the industry has not invested in our community, because they are taking advantage of our community. I urge you to just put 17.1 to rest and approve 17.2. I do want to say for the record that staff, 17.1 hasn't changed. So why you're saying, well, after looking at it, we're now in agreement with it, be consistent with your messaging, please. Be consistent when you're making these recommendations, because your recommendations today will change the outcome of this vote. And so I'm not going to forget that the staff's recommendation has flip-flopped and changed. And I think that we need to be more strategic in how you're making these proposals in the future.
Dr. Morgan.
You heard that? Mr. Dominguez, can you come back to the podium, please? I got a couple questions for you. Okay. Can you just share with council and members of the community who you are, what you all do, especially about what you have going on in the Northeast here?
Yes, sir. So me and my family, family business that my dad started here about 15 years ago. Born in the Northeast, raised there all my life. Right now, we're in the works, God willing, with everything going on, to start construction on a new facility that's actually going to be responsible for the, preparation and assembly of a lot of the small cell 5G nodes that is not just here in El Paso, but this also goes to Albuquerque and Phoenix and Tucson and, all over the southwestern region. And so, we really would like to have a public-private partnership with the city and, really formulate regulation where we could use this as something that is, a standard for other cities to use. I understand that, in some other communities, maybe, they do have different regulations, but, as it was stated earlier with, with what the ordinance was passed, we're very, we're very unique in our regard to the way that the mountain is and the way that we're landlocked and, a lot of the other things, from the topography. If you're over here at UTEP and you look down, you're staring at the top of the Chase building, which is 22 stories, If you have a tower that's 60 foot tall and, you're on one hill and you're on another, you're not going to get great service. And so, with a lot of the regard of everything that El Paso has to, go through already, the 17.1 still provides a lot of the protections that are in 17.2, but still allows for us to go and work with you all in specific instances to figure out the best solution for not only the aesthetic appeal, but also for the residents and the consumer. What is it that they're needing? It's not what the industry needs, it's what do they need.
Okay, so this is something you do on a regular basis. In other words, in the world I come from, we would call you a subject matter expert.
Yes, sir.
Okay, I know nothing about cell towers. Okay, so we put a lot of faith in our staff and we put a lot of faith in the industry as to what's going to happen and how it's going to be rolled out.
Yes, sir.
The most important thing that I want everyone to understand is I think when you keep saying, 60-foot tower, 60-foot, 100-foot, 100-foot tower, what it paints in a normal person's mind is that every tower we build is going to be 100 feet tall. That's the wrong picture to paint into someone's mind. What you guys are asking for is more flexibility and adaptability to be able to build to allow the conductivity to work the way that it's intended to work. Is that what you're asking?
That is 100% correct.
Or what you're saying? Okay.
Yes, sir.
So like I said, it's very easy to convince a person that every tower we want to build is going to be 60 foot. They're going to be 30-foot towers because, like he said, he gave a great example. When you stand at UTEP and you look downtown, the Chase building is a 22-story building, and you're looking down on the roof of the building from a vantage point at UTEP. That's because the geography of this place is laid out in such a way. And I will tell you, as someone who used to have to operate with a radio, I needed the flexibility, and I needed to be able to use the topography to my advantage. You guys are being limited by your use of the technology if they're only allowed to do certain things and they're restricted. So anytime that you're going to talk about reducing the setback, anytime you talk about reducing the distance between the towers, anytime you talk about exceeding above 35 feet, you still have to come back to us to get that done. Am I right or wrong?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so if we pass 17.1, we're not giving you carte blanche to go out there and build 800-foot towers anymore. I shouldn't say 800-foot. Let's just say 35-foot towers. But we're not giving carte blanche to go out and build 60 and 80-foot towers. Am I right or wrong?
That is correct.
Okay.
Or behind the homes.
Or behind homes.
Behind the homes, right.
Okay. And if you do build behind homes, you pay them for that, right?
Well, I mean, under under 17.1, I know a lot of the notion on this. Oh, it's going to get built behind a home or something like. The residents, the residentially zoned areas where these would go are going to be at community centers, near a park, near a church, near a school. It's not going to go right next to a home. And under 17.1, the placement, the flexibility of being able to put it closer to the building with the scale and context that's in that guideline, making it look like a church steeple, is strengthened in 17.1. And 17.2, it doesn't have that. And so that,
And that's what I'm trying to clarify. Look, I understand that, we are all passionate about what we do, but like I said, I live in a community that's been underrepresented for far, far too long. And with a little effort and leadership like yours and your family's commitment to actually, you're from the Northeast and you grew up there, went to school there, and now you guys are making investments in the Northeast. Look, folks, this is easy. We don't want to tie the hands of the professionals and tell them how to do their job. I would not tie the hands of my doctor or my surgeon. I would let them do their job. But in our instance here, they still have to come to the city, still have to come to this council, and still have to get permission to do this. It is not carte blanche. So with that, I'll be supporting 17.1. Thanks.
The motion is a postponement, is it not?
There is two motions. There's one motion to postpone indefinitely, and there's a motion to reintroduce the ordinance related to 17.1. The motion to postpone takes precedence.
Okay, let's vote on that one.
Okay, so there's a motion and a second to postpone item 30.1 indefinitely. On that motion, Mayor Pro Tem Schwartzbein.
Nay.
Anello.
Aye.
Hernandez.
Yes.
Morgan.
To postpone? No.
Salcido.
Nay.
Rodriguez.
Yes.
Rivera.
No.
Lizarraga.
Aye.
Mayor, we have a tie.
No.
So the motion fails. There is a motion and a second to reintroduce the ordinance related to 17.1. On that motion, Mayor Pro Tem Schwartzbein.
Aye.
Anello.
No.
Was that no?
That was a no.
Thank you. Hernandez?
No.
Morgan?
Yes.
Salcido?
Aye.
Rodriguez?
No.
Rivera?
Aye.
And Lizarraga?
No.
We have a tie once again, Mayor.
Yes.
And the motion passes. The next item is 31.1. This is discussion and action that the City Council establish a joint housing task force for the purpose of advising the mayor, council, and city staff on implementation of the El Paso Regional Housing Plan. Is there a motion?
Move to approve.
Are you making a presentation on this,
I
Nicole?
can if you like. I don't have to.
Representative Noah, did you want to speak?
Yeah, just a quick question.
Okay.
Yes,
Hi,
ma'am.
thanks, Nicole. I know when we had directed you, I don't remember when it was, like 4 months ago, or when you were here before about this issue.
Yes.
I had asked about having, what we refer to on some boards as consumers.
Yes.
I know that might have been a little problematic. We had that conversation. I do see that there's community activists.
Yes.
Is there the possibility for council members to suggest, because after the meeting that we had before, I had a lot of people reach out and said that they would be interested.
Sure.
So are we able to suggest or pass along individual community activists that we think would be appropriate for the board?
So we still have, at this time, 3 pending seats under the community advocate section, and so we're happy to hear whatever recommendations or suggestions you might have, and then we will pass those along to the mayor's office for approval before seating those individuals.
Mayor, would you take priority over maybe some suggestions that other council members may have, or council members may have?
I always do.
Thank you, I appreciate it. That was a very fair answer, actually. It's true, he does. Thank you.
Yes.
Question?
Yes, sir.
Sorry, it's kind of hard to understand what's going on over here.
I'm looking right
Is
at
there-
you, sir.
Is there a representative from the El Paso Apartment Association as part of this task force?
Yes, sir, there is Miss Stephanie Block.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, we ready to vote? Let's vote.
There is a motion and a second to approve item 31.1. Mayor Pro Tem Schwartzbein.
Aye.
Anello.
Aye.
Hernandez.
Yes.
Morgan.
Yes.
Salcido.
Aye.
Rodriguez.
Yes.
Rivera.
Aye.
And Lizarraga. The motion passes unanimously. The next item is 31.2. This is discussion and action on a resolution to approve an amendment to the city's 2019-2020 annual action plan to add Hueco Mountain Park Improvements Project in Community Development Block Grant Funds.
Motion to approve.
Second.
Motion is second. We don't have anybody signed up for that, do we?
No, sir.
Okay. Where's who's that? Oh, excuse me, Representative Rodriguez?
Hi, Nicole.
Hi, how are you?
Good, thank you. I have a quick question. I know that Waco Tanks is on the UNESCO list.
Yes,
Will
ma'am.
this help us get on actual recognition from them?
Right. So the answer to that question, I believe, is no. I would want to do a little bit of research just to make sure I'm not incorrect. But this particular, this just happens to be the name of the park that is in the eligible area. I don't think it has any impact on the Waco Mountain facility.
Okay.
Thank you, Nicole.
Yes.
Ready to vote? Okay, let's vote.
There is a motion and a second to approve 31.2. Mayor Pro Tem Schwarzbein.
Aye.
Anello. Hernandez.
Yes.
Morgan.
Yes.
Salcido.
Aye.
Rodriguez.
Yes.
Rivera.
Aye.
And Lizarraga. The motion passes unanimously.
Thank you.
The next item is 32.1. This is discussion and action on a resolution authorizing the expenditure of District 1 discretionary funds to support the maintenance and operation of a bike share station installed by the Camino Real Regional Mobility Authority at City Park located at Mission Hills Bike Station.
Is there a motion?
Move to approve.
We have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Let's vote.
There is a motion and a second to approve item 32.1. Mayor Pro Tem Schwarzbein.
Aye.
Anello. Hernandez. Morgan.
Yes.
Salcido.
Aye.
Rodriguez.
Yes.
Rivera.
Aye.
And Lizarraga. The motion passes unanimously. The next item is 32.2. This is discussion and action to request that the city manager provide an update on the implementation of the site and release program as approved by City Council on November 12, 2019. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Yeah, Chief Maloney, is he still, Chief Maloney still here? Chief, when was remind me the date of the meeting that you are planning on doing an update? I know we need a motion first, though.
It's going to be April 27th is what we're looking at. It's a work session.
So I would motion to postpone until April 27th.
I would second that.
Okay.
We definitely need to hear the public comment on this because it's not gonna get postponed again.
Okay, let's hear the public comment.
Okay. We have Mr. Javier Gutierrez. Michael Castro. He will be followed by Colt DeMorris. Good afternoon, Mr. Castro. You have 3 minutes, sir.
Good afternoon, council, police chief. Good afternoon. My next statement is 100% true, and I want everyone to understand this. Cannabis, what you guys are arresting for, is a plant. So now that that's clear, I learned some new information this morning that hurt my ears and it hurt my heart, honestly, when I heard it. This morning, Colt obtained the arrest numbers for the El Paso Police Department from the El Paso Police Department for misdemeanor amounts of cannabis-related arrests in the city of El Paso, Texas. This is from the first 2 months, January and February. We've arrested 315 individuals for misdemeanor amounts of cannabis-related crimes. In the city of Texas, there were 315 arrests made in the first 2 months this year, 2020. 315 people arrested. That is an average of 6 people a day arrested and booked for misdemeanor amounts of cannabis under 2 ounces. The city this year has spent $37,000 of taxpayer money on arresting and booking 315 individuals for misdemeanor cannabis amounts into our El Paso, Texas County Jail. According to the Texas Criminal Justice Correlation, it costs taxpayers, on average, or at least $120 to book one person into an urban county jail. We are in an ugly cycle right now, arresting and booking people of this city for misdemeanor cannabis possession. This has to stop. We are being treated like criminals for being in possession of a flower that comes off a plant. This plant is a healing medicine, a medicine for the mind, the body, and the soul. And the research is there for anyone who is in doubt, or someone who is stuck in their old ways of thinking that cannabis is a drug, or like once stated by the El Paso City Council in 1915, over 100 years ago, quote, People who use cannabis, marijuana, become bloodthirsty, become murderers. End quote. Do you believe this is to be a true statement? Is this what El Paso wants to keep doing? Arresting individuals day by day. As each day passes, another individual locked up for a plant that is legal in 33 states in this country, a plant that is accessible to thousands of people on a daily basis. I urge the city to stop arrests for cannabis misdemeanor offenses right now. There is no need for any law enforcement agent to be wasting their time arresting and booking someone for misdemeanor amounts of cannabis. They are needed elsewhere. There are 3 confirmed cases of corona in El Paso, and I know the city will do the right thing when it comes to dealing with this issue. We will win. But there are 315 individuals from the beginning of this year till today's date that have been put behind bars, some of them now placed on probation, their jobs at stake, their school at stake. They are now paying the city for being in possession of a plant. That's an epidemic. To the police chief, I know you guys have a presentation coming up on the 27th.
Mr. Castro, your time has expired,
Cool.
sir.
It's
Thank
sad
you.
that we have to wait that long, but I hope your information isn't biased.
Thank you, sir. The next speaker is Mr. Colt DeMorris. Good afternoon, sir. You have 3 minutes.
Good afternoon, Council, Mayor. I kind of had an idea that it was kind of going or that it was going to go this way. And when that happened, I had a discussion with my state representative, Joe Moody, who had the opportunity to meet with the chief of police regarding the matter. It is my understanding that the chief of police is opposed to city council implementing cite and release. With all due respect to Chief Allen, you here on city council set policy for our community, not him. The chief has said that he isn't for decriminalization or legalization. The chief has said he wants to enforce the law. So let me be very clear. Cite and release is not decriminalization. Cite and release is not legalization. Most importantly, cite and release has been authorized under Texas law since 2017. From an open records request I picked up this morning, I discovered El Paso police have arrested 315 people for misdemeanor marijuana offenses just in the months of January and February 2020. 307 of those are for under 2 ounces. That's roughly 154 people in the first 2 months of 2020. 3 things have happened in Texas since November 12th when the resolution in support was passed. Austin City Council passed a cite and release resolution that also included other provisions. Texas DPS has said that they will be able to test felony amounts of plant material starting March 2020. Only felony amounts, no misdemeanor amounts, because they did not receive funding to test misdemeanor amounts. Also, San Marcos City Council passed a resolution that became an ordinance the same day, citing and releasing for 7 misdemeanor offenses. Earlier, Mayor Margot said something to the effect that Austin and Dallas have it this way, we should too, when he was talking about council policy needing 3 representatives to place an agenda item. Dallas, Austin, San Antonio, San Marcos, these are 4 city councils that have passed cite and release, and I think we should too. This past January, the district attorney's office made a policy change to allow anyone whose only charge was misdemeanor possession of marijuana to be eligible for the First Chance program once the case made it to the courtroom. This means that people that fit into this category still must go through the initial arrest, booking, and jailing when the charge has a chance to be dismissed in the end. Why are we going to keep arresting people for charges when we know the result will be dismissal of charges a majority of the time? One last thing I want to touch on is something that our city is currently facing, and that's COVID-19. With the limitations that we are currently dealing with as a city and as a county, COVID-19 in our jails will not be a good thing. If COVID-19 was to get into our jail system, it could be a very dangerous situation for not only for the inmates, but for those who guard our jails as well. The less people we put behind bars, the more we avoid that happening. Today you have an agenda item in front of you calling for an update from the city manager, Tommy Gonzalez, and his findings on the topic of cite and release through the state. I implore you not only to discuss this step, but to act on it today.
Thank you, sir. Your 3 minutes. Appreciate it. Thank you so much. Thank you.
That concludes public comment on this item.
Do we have any questions?
Mayor Pro Tem Schwartzwein, did you have a question? No? Okay. There is a motion and a second on the floor. Would you like me to call the question? This is on 32.2. There's a motion which I was going to ask Representative Anello, however, she's not present. Well, we can't postpone from one agenda to another agenda. So my recommendation would be to direct the city manager to provide an update on the implementation of site and release program at the April 27th work session.
Representative Nell, are you okay with that?
Oh, there she is.
Are you okay with directing the city manager to provide an update on the implementation of site and release program at the April 27th work session?
It's a clarification of your date of the.
Will that work
Yeah.
for you? Will that motion work for you?
Okay.
Representative Morgan, do you accept that? Yes. Okay, so there is a motion and a second to direct the city manager to provide an update on site and release at the work session on April 27th, 2020. On that motion, Mayor Pro Tem Schwartzweight.
Aye.
Anello? Hernandez?
Yes.
Morgan?
Yes.
Salcido?
Aye.
Rodriguez? Yes. Rivera?
Aye.
Lizarraga? That motion passes unanimously. The next item is 32.3. This is discussion and action to request that the city manager provide an update on the creation of a conservation easement on the NAP land purchase agreement.
Motion to approve?
We have a motion and a second, but I think we got some comment, don't we?
Yes, sir. We have Miss Judy Ackerman. I'm not sure if she's still here. Okay, good.
She's a
Miss Judy
trooper.
Ackerman. She will be followed by Marilyn Guida, followed by Lois Balin. Good afternoon, Miss Ackerman. You have 3 minutes, ma'am.
Mr. Mayor, council, staff, everybody that's watching that hasn't fallen asleep. Thanks for this opportunity. Indeed, Lois Balin and Joe Molinar both had to leave. They asked me to speak for them. So picture Lois and Joe here with me. Back in last June, you, the city council, approved, in fact, instructed staff to create a conservation easement on the NAP land. Last June. Now, it's not rocket science. In fact, there's one that you already have. The city already has a conservation easement on Thunder Canyon. It may not be perfect, but it's somewhere to start. My understanding is that what we're looking for here is an update. Where are we? Is there any reason it needs to be secret? I understand that the conservation easement can be pretty much anything the landowner, you and me, landowners of the NAP land now, NAP Canyon, any way you want to structure this conservation easement, you can do it. So we just want to know what's really going on. Where are we? Please let us know and make sure this conservation easement happens in my lifetime. Thanks.
The next speaker is Miss Marilyn Guida. Good afternoon, ma'am. You have 3 minutes.
Good afternoon, Marilyn here. So I emailed you all a series of questions that perhaps you could ask the city manager, so I'll go over a few of them. So could you, council, ask the city manager for a reasonable deadline to complete the conservation easement? And also, could you ask a list of the steps in the process that the city manager thinks are needed, which staff are going to be assigned to complete the work, a timeline, and maybe even a ballpark estimate of the cost. The city does owe its citizens information about the process to complete the conservation easement, which the council unanimously voted for back in June of last year. So I'd also ask council to ask the city manager what questions, concerns, and misgivings does he have, which I assume he does because of things he's mentioned in past public meetings. So what factors is city administration studying? What analysis or research has been started to investigate their concerns? What information does staff need to help them feel more comfortable with supporting conservation easements? I'd like also to ask council to ask the city manager if the city could work on both the Knapp Canyon and Lost Dog conservation easements. The council has approved to go ahead with both of them. I'd also like to ask council to ask the city manager if a request for a proposal is needed for the conservation easement process, If so, is there a monetary threshold for using the RFP? I'd like to ask City Council to ask the city manager why the El Paso Frontera Land Alliance, the only local qualified land trust, wouldn't qualify as a sole source for partnering with the city for the conservation easement. And I'd like to see the city move forward to complete the NAP land conservation easement with alacrity as soon as possible. Thank you very much.
Mayor, that concludes public comment.
Sam, did you want to say anything? Please. Okay, excuse me, Representative Nello?
Yes, I do. Of course, absolutely. Sam Rodriguez, City Engineer. Just to give you a brief update, we are moving through the process. We have entered into a letter of agreement with the Frontera Land Alliance, and they've requested documentation, which has been provided to them. As of today, they are working on a draft easement agreement that we are waiting for. So that's where we're at on their side. We've also, in conjunction with the TERS 12 conservation easement and the mineral rights, we're doing a lot of research, and we'll be briefing council in the near future in executive session related to that particular land piece. And so, but we'll bring back a formal council briefing if council chooses.
You don't have it, I mean, yeah, I kind of thought that's what this agenda item was, but yeah, I'd love to be briefed before June, which I think would be a year. Was there a cost associated with this?
I don't have that information. Again, I need to do a lot of research on this. We've taken it over as a real estate transaction, so we'll be catching up on this.
Sam, you got behind you.
Sure.
The issue of cost is tied up in the law. And so that is something we'll have to look into because, as you know, we have done Thunder Canyon, and there was no cost. But we really need to look at what are we doing here. And Ms. Guida brought up a good point about sole source, and that's a possibility. But it's not a matter, I think the bigger issue on the research that needs to be done on the cost is the cost of the stewardship fee. We're going to have to delve into that. I have talked with Frontera Land Alliance, and we're not able to really figure out the stewardship fee until we get into what the uses are. So that's where we are in cost.
Sorry, I guess I was confused. I thought since we're so far along in this process, since we're actually writing up draft agreements.
No, ma'am.
Did that come after?
No, ma'am. We've done a lot of research leading up to this. There is not, the first draft, we entered into a letter of agreement, and according to the letter of agreement, Frontera will do the first draft. Now, just last Friday, trying to push this along, I did contact Frontera and said, send us the first draft so we can start filling it in. But so there's not a first draft. We're still working up to the first draft, but I don't want you to think that we haven't done a lot of work on it. There's been a lot of back issues before we can even get to that point.
Okay. And do we need to do an RFP for this? Because I feel like we had the conversation about the other land.
It's a really difficult question because all of this is, it's new. I know that Representative Schwartzbein may disagree with me, but the way that this is set up, it's something that we haven't done and very few cities have done in this way.
So but my question was that
researching.
when we talked about the TERS land, we had talked about having to do an RFP for G you would do the conservation easement with. So I want clarification on that.
And you're talking about an RFP to find a group?
Yes.
Representative? Well, can I tell you, one thing is that you directed us to work with Frontera,
Right.
so
that's why it's different.
Yes.
Okay.
Well, we have members, Janae Scott from Frontera Alliance. Would you like to make any statements?
Hi, Janae Renault Field with Frontera Land Alliance. I'm the executive director. I can't fill out a conservation easement draft until we know the terms of the agreement of what the city is looking to do. What are the uses you want? What acres are being included? Are you gonna, the water utilities, are they including the portion that they have? Is it just the city portion? And so there's a lot of answers I need before we can provide a draft. I did send her the initial draft that we use along with the questionnaire. So they can go ahead and staff can fill them out, and then If they want to fill in the conservation easement that way, it's a little backwards, but we can make it work.
Okay. How different is this from what the work that you've done with the Lost Dog Trail?
We have not.
Haven't we had some meetings with staff, and didn't you all do some presentations with your attorneys?
We had David Braun come in
Yes.
and talk to him about the general concept of conservation easements. He asked to speak on Lost Dog, and there were no details given to him regarding the specifics of that project. So he talked about generic and different situations that maybe other cities or counties have encountered and how they operate, and the process of a conservation easement.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, so what is it that you need from us in order to be able to complete your draft?
So typically what we do is we sit down with the landowner and we ask them questions. What
Okay.
uses do you want? What uses do you not want? And then we get all the answers, and then we start filling it in. Do you want fences? Are you gonna want power lines? Are you gonna want, we
Right.
go through everything, because easement is in perpetuity. So we really ask some pretty intense questions about going out 100 years. Are you gonna want an education center? Are you gonna want camping? I mean, you really need to think about it. But just because you don't want it now, maybe you want to allow for that use in the future.
Okay. I'd like to make a motion that we bring this back in June, which will be 1 year, first council meeting in June, so we can go ahead and make sure that you all have, hopefully you all have done your homework, and we know exactly what uses we want to allow on that property. Got a second from Manello.
Motion and a second. Peter, Representative Schwartzbein, did you want to speak?
Yeah, I did. I just want to also remind staff that this is part of our strategic plan, our strategic vision, both in the 2020 and the 2025. Catalyze ecotourism as an economic development driver, focus on El Paso's unique and authentic urban desert identity, develop an ecotourism and heritage tourism strategy. So this work that we're doing and asking staff to do falls quite in line with our strategic vision and our strategic goals. And it is a year. I know there's a question about third-party maintenance. I don't know if Frontera is there, if they can answer what they've done in previous agreements about who is maintains and the costs associated with it.
For Thunder Canyon, the land that you own that we hold the conservation easement on, there has been no cost to date for that conservation easement. It is open natural land. It is used as an arroyo, as it naturally is. So when it rains, the water flows through, then it dries up. We have pickups with volunteers. The sign was actually stolen. I don't know, it's 15 feet high. So we got grant money to replace the city sign. So to date, the city, that I'm not aware of any expenses that they have used for maintenance at Thunder Canyon.
How many acres is that?
26.
So just as a reminder, we spent the money here to preserve this land in perpetuity as part of the open space funds from the 2012 Quality of Life Bond. And when we look at what other cities have done, again, Bexar County and San Antonio have used and created conservation easements on land as well. So that might be a starting off point to discuss, but this falls squarely aligned with our strategic vision and our strategic goals, both the 25 and 25, as well as the 20 by 20.
Okay, thank you.
You're very welcome, Mayor.
Let's vote.
Okay, so there is a motion and a second to direct the city manager to provide an update on the NAP land purchase on June 9th, 2020.
Conservation easement. We already involved.
On the creation of a conservation easement on the NAP land purchase on June 9th, 2020. On that motion, Mayor Pro Tem Schwartzbein.
Aye.
The first meeting in June, which is June 9th, 2020. Mayor Pro Tem Schwartzbein?
Aye.
Anello?
Aye.
Hernandez?
Yes.
Morgan?
Yes.
Salcido?
Aye.
Rodriguez?
Yes.
Rivera?
Aye.
And Lizarraga. And that motion passes unanimously. And the final item on today's agenda is 32.4. This is update, discussion, and action on water and wastewater impact fees to discuss the proposed ordinance amending land use assumptions, the capital improvement plans, and/or the impact fee, and discussion and action to review Chapter 15.22 Water and Wastewater Impact Fee, Section 15.22.180, updates to plans and revision of fees.
Is there a presentation on this?
No, so let me just give a quick explanation of what we're trying to do here. What we would like to do is direct the city manager and city attorney to come back to city council with recommendations on how to move forward. There was never a vote taking on this. Those recommendations could include, they're not limited, I'm not making any specific requirements because this is very technical, but it needs to be in accordance, that recommendation needs to be in accordance to our Chapter 15. That's our city ordinance that governs impact fees and that process of that and how that works with the water utility, as well as in compliance with state law. And so I want to hear your recommendation as to when you want to bring that forward. In addition to that, working with stakeholders and with the utility to ensure that we're in compliance with the law.
So no action today? Wow. No action?
So the action would be to direct.
Just direct them?
Okay.
Them to bring back their recommendations.
So that is just direct, okay.
Okay.
You got a timeline?
My understanding is by statute, we've got to bring this up, every 5 years? Is that right?
I believe that there's work that has to be done administratively. And then Ms. Navarrete from the PSB is here today as well. If you want to ask questions regarding what their timeline is, we have to work with them in terms of some of the items that have to be brought forward.
I think she should come forward. Well, one of the things you could also do is, so that we're not creating the timeline here, you could have us come back and give you an update on what that timeline might look like. So maybe what we can do is have those conversations on the things we think that need to be done and lay that out for you, unless you have specific questions you'd like to ask today. We can do that as well.
And I'm okay with that. What I don't want is it to be another year when no action is taken. And so if the recommendation is that we need to reassess, then the state statute does not limit the number of times that you reassess the land assumptions. It says you have to do it at minimum every 5 years, but that you can do it more frequently. Given the fact that there have been major developments with conservation easements and protections, that may change, but I don't want to lose sight of something that our ordinance specifically says that we need to take action on. No action was taken, and so we need to put that item to rest. So call it a cleanup item, if you will. But I am not anticipating for you to give a presentation today. What I'm asking for you to come back with a recommendation on how to move forward in accordance with our laws.
I agreed. We'll work with PSB to come up with a plan.
Well,
So-
what is PSB's position on it? I thought we had a position that didn't want to change the impact fees.
No, sir, there's no position on this.
Oh.
State law says you have to go through this process, as
Okay.
accurately pointed out by Representative Hernandez, at the minimum, every 5 years. Obviously, there's a lot changed since we did this. We really started the process 2 years ago. And the first step is the land use assumptions. Well, obviously, those have changed with the change of the Northwest property. And it will also change in the Northeast with the new master plan that you just approved today.
Mm-hmm.
So 2 of the 3 areas have had substantial changes. Well, could be substantial in the Northeast, we don't know yet. So you start with the land use assumptions that are produced by the city planning staff. That's given to the water utility. We create our CIP based on those land use assumptions. We look at what it's going to take to serve that growth area. And then the third step is the actual calculation of the fee. Altogether, honestly, with the way the state statute is very prescriptive on the process, it really does take a year. It took us a year this last time to go through that entire process, because there's public meetings, there's the meetings with the CPC, with the SEAC, and all those have to be publicly posted with certain timeframes. So it is about a year-long process.
And I think that's why it requires every 5 years, because these things are very fluid. Development is inevitable and it's very fluid, but the standards in which the impact fees were implemented were from 10 years ago. And they need to be updated. And so that's why I think it's really imperative that we go back to the drawing table so that we can have those considerations for those assumptions. Those land assumptions are developed within the city's planning division.
Correct.
And so, and then you all come up with the calculations for what the fee would be recommended. We have been working pretty extensively on those projects, and so I don't have any doubt that they can bring those forward so that we can start that process. But again, that is a city manager administrative process. I just don't want to lose sight, and it's a really gray area right now, and I want to be clear that we need to be in accordance with our own statutes and our own state city laws.
And we're perfectly willing to go through that process again. We're ready to start that if we need to.
We have 2 public comment, right?
Yes, sir. We have Mr. Richard Dayu and Mr. Ray Adauto. Good afternoon, Mr. Dayu. You have 3 minutes, sir.
You look a little older since you came in this morning.
I'm sorry, what did you say?
Lol.
It's been a lovely day. It's been very entertaining. By the way, Mayor Pro Tem Schwartzbein, thank you for your levity this afternoon and the way you voted today. It was entertaining. It was a compliment. He looked stunned.
Is he awake?
I'm not sure what you're speaking about.
Oh, maybe he can. So good afternoon. For the record, Richard Dayu, Thunderbird Management Consulting, representing several development companies in the city. And in light of what Representative Hernandez stated in her request, it changes dramatically my comments to you today. I pulled up my notes from the documents I presented to you back in February of last year, February 11th, in the special city council meeting that was held out in Northeast. And I closed my remarks at that meeting by stating to all of you at that time, we respectfully request that the city council address this issue at a council meeting in the near future and make a strong statement of support for economic growth by placing a moratorium on impact fees. Our position has not changed on that yet. I don't expect that it will. I think in light of the earlier action that you all took with regard to the development in Northeast El Paso, you're underscoring what the development community has been trying to state to you for some time, which is if you want to encourage, I don't take it personally, if you want to encourage development within the city, you need to have policies that are in place that encourage that. And increasing impact fees, in our view, does exactly the opposite. You're encouraging that spreading out kind of development that we've been dealing with for a number of years. So we just strongly encourage you, as you go through this process, to, 1, take that into consideration, and 2, that we, representing the development community, would like to be a part of that process. You mentioned stakeholders, Representative Hernandez, when you were speaking, and I would agree with that. We'd like to have a seat at the table and be a part of that process rather than being at odds like we seem to be on more than one occasion. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you. The next speaker is
This is my twin
Mr.
brother. You can only recognize him because he has a beard.
Good afternoon, Mr. Adauto. You have 3
Good
minutes,
afternoon.
sir.
Thank you once again, and I know it's been a long day. Richard pretty much said everything we needed to say. We were concerned with the item as it came up on the agenda, discussions among those of us that have worked on this for a number of years, having been a past chairman for the SEAC committee. And by the way, I'm remiss to welcome you, Ms. Rodriguez, to City Council. It's our pleasure to be able to finally meet one-on-one. This issue is a hard issue, but one that I'm sure we'll work our way through. So I'm going to leave it at that with 2 minutes and 25 seconds left on my clock. Any questions would be, I know you're ready to adjourn. Yes, sir. Are you good? All right. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Ray. We need to vote on this one? Okay, let's vote.
So there was a motion by Representative Hernandez. Is there a second? Thank you. The motion that I have is to direct the city manager and city attorney to come back to city council with recommendations in accordance with chapter 15 and to work with stakeholders, including the utility, to be in compliance with state law.
Cool.
Is that correct? Would you like to restate
Yes,
it?
no, it's fine. That's exactly how I said it, but hearing it out loud, it's just, my thoughts are scattered, so, thank you.
Okay. On that motion, Representative Mayor Pro Tem Schwartzbein.
Aye.
Thank you. Anello?
Exactly how I said it.
Hernandez?
Yes.
Morgan?
Yes.
Salcido?
Aye.
Rodriguez?
Yes.
Rivera?
Aye.
And Lizarraga. The motion passes unanimously. May we have a motion to adjourn?
Move to adjourn. Second.
There's a motion and a second to adjourn the regular city council meeting. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? And the city council meeting for Tuesday, March 17th, 2020 is adjourned at 4:01 PM.
Godspeed, everyone.